the name. That meant he'd already set up an exit and an emergency plan for Sid Kozlov. "Are you certain you're up to this? If I don't get it done, your sisters will have the cops here throwing me out." Rikki didn't argue with him. "You'll need clothes as well. And diving gear. Not a chance. No way. You're not coming on my boat." He couldn't help giving her a smug look. Even Blythe thinks it's a good idea. Yeah, well, Blythe isn't the captain. He caught the nape of her neck and drew her head down toward his, eyes open wide and staring into hers. He felt like he'd waited hours, weeks, a lifetime to feel his mouth on hers again. He gave her the opportunity to pull away from him. He didn't want to push her too hard. He knew he had to give her time to accept him into her life, and touching was hard for her. He had noticed the way she held herself when her sisters had hugged her or took her hands. She never pulled away, but she never relaxed either. She didn't relax now either, but she didn't resist. Her eyes went that beautiful liquid black, and they were so inviting. Then her lashes fluttered, and his mouth was on hers, her lips soft and warm and accepting. He didn't have to coax her this time. She opened for him, and he found his sanctuary. The world just slid away, until there was only Rikki and the man she saw, the man inside that dark armor of violence and death. She tasted like freedom, like life, like a freaking miracle. Her mouth moved on his, and then she gave herself to him. He felt the tension in her fade. That complete stillness she had was gone. She relaxed into him, a soft warmth that made him more of a man and less of a killing machine. She brought out every good thing left in him, traits he had never known he had. She found the man he should have been. It was as if she knew his every battle, his every demon, as if she could accept the broken pieces that were all that was left of him. She knew he was a shadow, nothing more, but she was putting him back together, piece by piece, with her complete acceptance. He felt safe with her. He'd never been safe with another human being, not since he'd been taken as a child from his home. He'd never been able to trust. He could never give that last small piece, all that was left of his humanity, into someone else's keeping. And now there was Rikki. She let him be whatever he had to be to survive. She didn't ask anything of him. There was no hidden motive, no agenda, just acceptance. She was different, imperfect, or so she thought, and she knew what it was like to fight to carve out a space for herself. She was willing for him to do that. He realized he had shifted her and had one hand bunched in her hair while he devoured her mouth. He wanted to feel her skin beneath his fingertips. His body ached to touch her, to feel her warmth and softness without the thin layer of clothes between them. But he forced himself to be satisfied with her delicious mouth, with the solace she offered so freely. Her body blanketed his, and she couldn't fail to notice that his desire grew, but she didn't seem to be afraid. She seemed as lost in his kisses as he was in hers. "We have to stop," he murmured. He wasn't a saint by any stretch of the imagination, and in another few minutes he'd lose all good sense. She pulled back instantly, sitting beside him, her eyes on his face. Her mouth was swollen from his kisses, her hair wild, and her eyes were drenched in desire. He almost dragged her back into his arms, but she was too still, like an untamed animal making up its mind whether to stay or go. He wasn't giving her any reason to go. "I love kissing you," he whispered, and touched her mouth. "I could kiss you forever." She poured herself into her kiss, giving him everything she was. It was easy to want to give back. She was silent for a long time, just looking at him. Her smile was slow in coming, but it was heart-stopping. "Funny thing, I kind of like kissing you." There was a tiny note of teasing in her voice, but mostly there was surprise. More than surprise, shock even, as if she couldn't quite believe it herself. "I'll take whatever you've got for a headache, and let's get going." Rikki didn't move. She continued to sit on the edge of the bed, her enormous black eyes staring straight into his. For a long moment she was very still, and then she lifted her hand and began tracing his face, with the pads of her fingers as if memorizing the bone structure. His heart accelerated, began a pounding that matched the beat within him. He loved the way she brought his body to life, the intense, fast need that slammed into him like a well-timed punch. Every nerve ending leapt to life, and his blood ignited like rocket fuel, when normally there was ice water in his veins. "Lev, I'll see this through with you." His gut tightened. She read him so much better than he thought possible. Or maybe she was as much in his head as he was in hers, and that could be dangerous for both of them. He had things in his head people would kill for. He couldn't stop himself from touching her, stroking caresses over her arm as she mapped his face. "And if the things I've done are worse than what this stalker has done to you, what then, Rikki?" Her eyes never wavered. "Then you make up your mind that you're a different person and start again. Just like that? You could accept me, even knowing I've hurt others?" His throat nearly closed on him, cutting off his air. "Maybe someone like you? I know what it's like to battle every day of my life just for acceptance, just to survive," she said softly. "You're safe here, Lev. You can be who you really are." "What if I don't know who that is?" She smiled, her expression so tender he felt nearly paralyzed. "Then you have plenty of time and a safe place to find out." Abruptly, she dropped her hand from his face. "I'll find the aspirin." He caught her hand and held her captive. When she turned back toward him, he felt the jolt through his entire body from the impact of her eyes. She saw him. That was her gift. She saw inside of him, and the rest of it didn't matter. She was wholly focused on him, an intense connection that he knew he'd never have with another human being. "What is it?" Again, her voice was incredibly gentle. "I need to kiss you again." Because he was drowning. He'd lost his footing and he'd sunk hard and fast. He desperately needed an anchor. She was turning him inside out, and he wasn't doing a thing to stop it. Rikki didn't ask questions, nor did she hesitate. She slid her hands up his chest and lowered her head toward his. He saw her eyes go liquid and fire with passion. All that cool water flashed so hot that he imagined steam rising around them. He closed his eyes and just let her sweep her away, take her to paradise. He hadn't imagined a world of feeling, of passion. He hadn't known he could feel this way, so hot and achy and on the verge of loss of control. Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Arousal spread like a tidal wave, up his thighs, tightening his gut and chest. His lungs burned for air. His body responded with an urgent demand. All the while his heart pounded and his breath came in ragged gasps. The feeling was wonderful. "Wait, stop here," Lev said, and stuck his head out of the truck to look back at the storage facility they'd just passed. He knew he'd been in the internet cafe Rikki took him to at least one other time before the yacht sank. He knew which computer he'd used, and he chose it a second time. Rikki hadn't come in with him. She'd tried, but in the end she waited in her truck. He'd spent a great deal of time in the cafe, but when he returned, she showed no signs of impatience. She had a cup of coffee and was listening to music, and she smiled as soon as he got into the truck. He was grateful that she'd thought to get him coffee as well. Moving around hadn't helped with the headache, and he was determined to get as much accomplished as fast as possible since they were out in public. He didn't want to attract attention, but he needed clothes, and he knew he'd left a couple of suitcases somewhere ready for a quick exit. He needed to orient himself again and find where he had left them. He had her drive around for a while he sipped the coffee and tried to remember. "I recognize this place," he affirmed. "I've been here before." Rikki pulled a U-turn and stopped the truck just outside the high chain-link fence. Why would this place be familiar? "I always leave a suitcase with money, passport, ID, and clothes for a quick emergency exit in several places." He carefully assessed the area. He could see the security camera was broken. He remembered throwing a rock with accuracy to make certain no pictures of him were captured on film. The camera hadn't been fixed. "Several places," she echoed. "Why several?" "I believe in being prepared," he explained absently, his attention on the storage facility. Which is why we're going to add security to your house. You need to take better precautions. Did you rent a space under the name Sid Kozlov? He shook his head. Too dangerous. If I was on the run, I could be traced through that name. I always use a clean identity. So even his handlers couldn't trace him. One never knew when a hit might be ordered to clean up a mess. He trusted no one, least of all the people who had robbed him of his parents, family, and childhood to train him to be a top operative. He was a tool, nothing more, and when his usefulness was at an end, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Rikki touched his arm to bring his attention back to her. The moment their eyes met, he experienced a strange pain in the vicinity of his heart, like a vice gripping him hard. That expression, so close to tenderness, nearly shredded his heart. How terrible to have to live like that. I've been afraid and angry and guilty for too many years of my life, and I've found peace here, Lev. I hope that you do as well. She was peace. That's what she didn't fully understand. Looking into her eyes, touching her skin, kissing her mouth. Gosh, just watching the expressions come and go in her eyes gave him an immeasurable gift. I could look at you forever. He swallowed what he'd been about to say, because nothing would be right. There was no way to express what he felt without sounding like a complete lunatic. She smiled at him. You don't sound like a lunatic. You sound sweet. He grinned like an idiot. He should have known they were connected, but the flood of warmth was worth sounding like such a fool. There's nothing sweet about me, he warned. Her smile widened. Really, because I'm thinking the color red suits you very well. He touched his face. Color had crept beneath the permanent tan of his skin. That's a first. He leaned over and kissed her, brushing his lips lightly across hers just for the thrill. Stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes. I feel like the gangsters' mall in the movies. She leaned out the window and watched him walk around the truck. Are there weapons in there? Of course. She laughed and shook her head. Lev's head jolted the moment he put his feet on the ground, but her soft laughter changed everything. Nothing mattered. Not pain, not what was in that storage unit. Only Rikki, and the way she just let him find his way. He had his identity in place, and he'd sent away for his lost items. He even managed a police report in San Francisco, where poor Levi Hammond had been mugged. His mother was Russian, his father American. He was born in Chicago. He liked his new past. It was all very normal. He let his mind rest while he went on autopilot. His body found its way to the third row, where several smaller units were housed in a long line, all looking exactly the same. It didn't matter. His feet took him to the 18th mini garage. Using the hem of his shirt, he punched in his code. He kept the code the same, as one nobody would know but him. Nevertheless, he entered the storage unit with extreme caution, going on full alert the moment the door unlocked. Before entering the enclosed room, he went very still, reaching with his senses, ensuring there was no one lying in wait. Next, he inspected the door itself for hidden traps, before cautiously stepping inside. The suitcase was exactly positioned where he left it, but he didn't approach it. He studied the floor for signs of disturbance first. There was a light sprinkling of dust over the concrete surrounding the single shelf where the suitcase rested. He could see no prints, and the spider webs were intact. Still, he was careful as he made his approach, studying the case from every angle before he touched it. He was tempted to open it and inspect the contents, but he didn't want to chance being discovered. Better to walk away while no one was around. He walked back to the truck and slid in. Let's get out of here. Rikki obediently started the engine and drove onto the highway, a small frown on her face. You think someone is going to come after you, don't you? Yes. His reply was deliberately abrupt, clipped, a signal to back off. But if you were Sid Kozlov, won't everyone think you died? The odds of you surviving were minuscule. They have to believe you're dead. They only recovered a few bodies. It's a big ocean. Eventually, others may wash onto shore, but that isn't guaranteed, and the more time that passes, the less likely it is. He kept his eyes on the rearview mirror. They won't accept that I'm dead, Rikki. They'll come looking. She glanced at him, but he didn't look at her. He was too busy watching the road around them. Do you want to go to the boat? He asked. Yes. But we're not going to, she said firmly. I'm taking you home and you're going to rest. You've been up too much today. And who is they? Have you figured that out? He shrugged, not arguing with her. He wanted her to at least be on the water, even for a short time in the harbor, but he was hanging on by a thread. I'll tell you when we're in bed, in the dark. I'm fine with that. Rikki drove in silence, wanting Lev to rest. She found herself enormously pleased that he'd wanted to go to the boat. That told her he was aware that she had difficulties if she was away from the water too long. A storm was supposed to hit around midnight, and she intended to sit in her swing on the porch and enjoy every second of it. Lev was looking gray beneath his skin. She doubted if anyone else would have noticed the changes in him, but she was aware of every breath he took, and he was hurting again. When she would have turned onto the road leading to the farm, Lev stopped her. Keep driving. Isn't there a back entrance? I can take the road just past this entrance, but it's much longer and leads through the forest, so it's quite a distance coming in through the back. The back gate is kept padlocked. I take it that no one travels on that road? Rarely.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. There's 2 undeveloped properties off this road, and I've never seen anyone come out this far, but then I don't take it that often. She glanced at him. It's really long. Good. Drive in about a mile, and then stop on the road and let me examine it. For what? It rained, remember? This is a dirt road. I'll recognize the tire tracks of the jerk stalking you. She turned that over in her mind, afraid to hope. Lev, are you certain there was someone up on the ridge? I told you I wouldn't lie to you, and I won't. He loves fire, Rikki. It would be too big of a coincidence that someone shows up, watching the house and starting small fires just to pass the time, and he not be the man responsible for the things that have happened to you. But it doesn't make any sense. What could I have done at 13 to make him hate me so much that he was willing to kill people? It doesn't have to make sense to us, Lubimaya. It only has to in his mind. She liked the way he called her that name, the only time he used a Russian accent. Otherwise, his American accent was perfect. How many languages do you speak, Lev? He shrugged and continued looking out the window, examining the ground as she slowed to make it easier. The road was unkempt, cutting through heavier forest to circle the farm's acreage. There were 2 sets of tire marks marring the muddy road, as if 2 vehicles had traveled there in front of them. Both led to a gate to another property, the only evidence of others anywhere on the long, winding road. Your neighbor? He asked. That property is undeveloped. We actually thought about trying to buy it, but it's priced a little too high for us right now. He sat up straighter. Stop for a minute. The tracks indicated that one of the vehicles had driven back out the way they'd come, but the other had turned the opposite way and was following the route around the farm. Lev got out and crouched low to examine the tire tracks. He recognized the tread on one of the vehicles. The same truck had been parked on the ridge above Rikki's house. The man had driven in, following a second vehicle, possibly a real estate agent, and then, after the first vehicle left, he had waited for a while, presumably until whoever had come with him was gone. While he waited, the man had smoked the same brand that Rikki's stalker had smoked. Lev cast around looking for more evidence. He found what he was looking for just beyond the gate, small burn circles in the grass. The stalker had been playing with fire again. This time, he'd been more creative. The circles were in a pattern. Lev looked around the area, studying it from all angles. He had a continual map in his head, and the arrangement of the circles seemed familiar, as if he'd seen the design before. If he was right, and he would bet his life on it that he was, the burned areas in the grass were a blueprint of Rikki's 5 acres, everything from the trees to the terraced gardens and the house itself. The arsonist had studied the topography of the farm, paying close attention to the 5 acres belonging to her. What is it? She called. He straightened slowly. I believe this man means to come after you again, and he's planning an attack. She didn't flinch. She kept her eyes on his face. Are the others in danger? He shook his head. I have no way of knowing for certain, but so far his battle plans seem very concentrated on your immediate property. He climbed back into the truck. Keep driving. You can see his tracks in the road. I need to see every place he's gone.
Rikki tightened her hands on the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white, the only sign of her agitation, but she drove slow and steady. "He doesn't know about me," Lev murmured, trying to reassure her. "He's got to know you're in the house," she argued. "He probably thinks you live with me. You're in as much or more danger than I am." "I do live with you, and he doesn't know a very thing about me." Her laughter was unexpected and unraveled a few of the knots in his belly. "I don't know a very thing about you either, Lev, and you probably don't know much more than I do." "It's coming back," he told her, his tone grim. His memory was definitely returning, and little of it was good. And anyone stalking you is in for a nightmare. He wasn't a passive man. He didn't believe in waiting for the enemy to strike. He struck first and hard and ended the war before it ever began. But he didn't think it necessary to tell her that. He noted a high chain-link fence starting. "And does this fence actually surround your entire farm?" "Not the entire 300+ acres," Rikki said. "We don't have that kind of money, even with all of us pooling our resources. The fence surrounds the main part of the farm where we grow food and herbs. The orchards aren't fenced either." She turned onto a dirt road. "We're on our property now. We keep this road up ourselves. Lexi can handle a tractor or a backhoe like a pro. She's amazing." "She's very young. Did she grow up on a farm?" Rikki stiffened and stared straight ahead, compressing her lips. It was more than obvious that the sisters didn't talk about one another. She might tell Lev whatever he wanted to know about herself, a rare thing for her, but she would never disclose her chosen sister's pasts to anyone else, not even to him, and maybe especially not to him. Lev didn't press her. She was being unreasonably kind and generous to him. He'd never met anyone like Rikki before, and he wasn't about to push her to reveal anything she was uncomfortable with. He'd been making conversation with her, trying to get more of a feel for the women she loved. "It doesn't matter, Lubimaya. Keeping your sister's confidence is far more important than answering. It's just that I feel that each of us has a right to decide who knows us to that extent. I'm telling you things about myself I've only told them, but I'm giving that to you with no strings. I'm okay with being different. I'm not hiding it from you or anyone else. I like my life, love. In fact, I'm very happy with it. I'm choosing to share with you because I want to." He touched her face, his fingers trailing over her soft skin, her high cheekbones, and stubborn chin. "If you're trying to tell me that you don't need me or any other man in your life, I'm well aware of it. I'm saying I need you." He should have been hesitant, or even embarrassed or ashamed to admit it to her, but he wasn't. It was now or never, sink or swim, live as a human being or die in the void that had been his life. He wanted out, and Rikki was his savior. He felt it with every fiber of his being. There was little left of his humanity, just this one small piece that he was handing into her keeping. If she took it, if she chose to allow him to build a new life around her, there was a chance for him. It wasn't what the experts or the storybook said was a good or healthy relationship, but it was all there was for someone like him. He needed one human being to see him. He could only afford one. Some higher power had chosen Rikki. Fate, whatever. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that he had been offered a chance, and he was determined to grab it with both hands. Rikki's smile was slow in coming. "Men like you don't need women like me, Lev, or any woman for that matter. You're exactly what I need." The pad of his thumb stroked over her lyrics. "You're all that I need. I've told you I won't lie to you, and I meant lit." Rikki took her eyes off the road long enough to look at him. He could see she was skeptical and maybe a little confused. She shook her head and turned her attention back to her driving. "We're coming up on the back gate and paved road now. This leads through the orchards to the main part of the acreage Lexi farms. We have olive trees over there. We don't have our own press yet, but we're part of a co-op that owns a press together. This operation is enormous." Her face lit up. "Breathiness. F. 25 to 30% natural increase. It's pretty awesome. The farm was in ruins when we took over. You should have seen us out there putting up all the fences and building the homes. Lexi mostly took care of the orchards and began planting crops. We have an amazing greenhouse where we grow all year round. The weather here is too cold for most things during the winter months." As if hearing her, the wind picked up and the sky darkened as clouds blew overhead, rolling and churning, heavy with rain. Rikki glanced up and her hands relaxed on the steering wheel. The road widened and he caught a glimpse of a large house off to his left. Whose place is that? That's actually the communal area. We have a gym for working out and a meditation center. Lissa has been working on a training area that's really nice. You might like to use it if you do that sort of thing. He wanted to smile. Sometimes she was like sunshine with her quirky little ways and the things she said or thought. He drove through your farm, Rikki. How did no one see him? It's a big place, and most of us aren't home during the day. Only Lexi, and she could have been anywhere. They were silent as she drove back to her house and parked the truck. Lev watched her check the ground around the house and each of the windows, taking her time as drops of rain began to fall. She lifted her face to the sky and smiled, holding out her hands as if in welcome. She stood there, focused on the drops, lost in the beauty of individual beads. He found himself caught up in her magic, the childlike awe in her face, her expression one of absolute wonder. He couldn't help himself. He reached out telepathically, wanting to share the moment with her, needing to feel what she was feeling. Awareness burst through him, soothing, calming. He marveled at such perfection, at the actual feel of cool water on warm skin. He was astonished at the myriad of sensations pouring over and into him. The sky glittered with diamond tears, each more perfect than the last, each one multifaceted. For a moment, he was caught up in a fascination with nature, just as she was. He'd never noticed raindrops in detail, nor had he ever paid attention to how they felt on his skin. There was a sensual feel to the pattern of drops. Or maybe he was so connected to her that, as usual, when he was close to her, his body became more aware. Even that was amazing to him, the fact that he could feel such intensity without willing himself to do so. Wrapped in the fresh scent of the rain, he stood beside her and lifted his face to watch the wonder of the drops as they came toward him from the sky. They were crystal prisms bursting over his skin. This is incredible. His mind brushed against hers, an intimacy deeper than anything he'd ever known. His left palm itched, and without thinking, he lifted his hand and rubbed the center with his stubbly beard. Rikki gasped and swung around to face him, breaking the spell of the raindrops. Her eyes were wide with shock. He stared into her eyes, those dark pools of mystery that intrigued him so much, and then she turned away from him abruptly to unlock the door and let him in. She stepped way back to allow his entry, but as he strode past her, he brushed his hand over her hair. He loved those shiny sunstreaks in all that thick, dark hair. She always looked as if the sun had kissed the top of her head, something he seemed to have the impulse to do quite regularly. It was a strange thing to look into his past, a black void of duty and discipline, to see the seamiest side of the world, to accept his fate, to know he was trained to kill. Never in those years had he considered any other way of living. In fact, the worse the crimes he witnessed, the more he was determined to rid the world of its corrupt and ugly underbelly. He never once thought himself part of that world. He never considered that he might be doing wrong. He followed his orders and he carried them out without question. It was almost as if he had awakened there in the sea, there in the depths of her eyes, as corny as that sounded to him. Something had changed inside of him, and he'd been reborn. His handlers would come, and if they realized he was still alive, they would never stop until they found him. Sid Kozlov had to remain buried at sea, and the new Levi Hammond had to have a past that could stand up to any scrutiny. He stroked his developing beard thoughtfully. Facial hair and a fisherman's wardrobe would add a layer of protection. If he worked out at sea and remained a recluse as much as possible, laying low for a long time until Hammond was established, he would have a chance at life. He put the case on the kitchen table in plain sight of Rikki. He wasn't going to hide anything from her. There had to be one person in the world he trusted enough to give his last shred of humanity to. If she couldn't accept him, there would be no one else. Behind him, Rikki locked the door and leaned against it, her gaze steady, focused on him and not the case. Lev studied the lock. It appeared to be intact and with no scratches on it. He crouched low to get eye level. He could hear Rikki breathing, slow and steady, but she didn't move or make any other sound. She simply waited. He punched in the code and slowly lifted the lid. There was cash, stacks of it, all in American money. Beneath the money were passports and a kit for making additional identities. He put them all aside to reveal 2 sets of casual clothes. Beneath the clothes were more weapons, as well as a small laptop. "You know how to pack," Rikki observed, her tone strictly neutral. He glanced at her as he carefully inspected each weapon before gathering them all together and transporting them to the bedroom. Rikki stepped forward and peered into the briefcase, her hands behind her back, that familiar little frown on her face. Lev found himself smiling all over again as he returned and gently but firmly moved her out of his way by lifting her a foot to one side. "You might think about food," he said. "You might think about putting that money in the bank," she countered. "Someone is going to rob you." He tossed a grin at her over his shoulder. "Who would that be, Rikki? No one knows about the money." "Me. I'm going to rob you. I happen to have a bedroom filled with weapons. I think I could take you," she added, still staring at the money. He laughed softly. "I'll spare you the trouble. If you want it, it's yours. I've got at least 4 more briefcases stashed with the same sum in them, and a bank account I've directed money to for years. I'm very good on a computer, Rikki. When I've come across major corporate conspiracies, I've managed to redirect the cash flow without anyone being able to trace it." She swallowed hard. "You stole money?" "From criminals, usually before he exterminated them. And I received hefty paychecks for certain assignments. Ones he would tell her about if she asked, but he sure wasn't volunteering information." He indicated the money. "Take it if you want it. You certainly have shared with me." She shook her head and stepped back. "Don't joke about things like that. I'm going into the living room." It was his turn to frown. He followed her as far as the doorway. She sank down into her favorite chair and began to rock slowly back and forth. He doubted if she was even aware of it. His first instinct was to go to her and kneel down so that he could look into her eyes and see what she was thinking. But with the way she was holding herself, he feared she was already on overload and needed some space. They hadn't really been apart for very long since she pulled him out of the ocean. He thought he would have difficulties spending so much time with someone when he'd never done it, yet something had happened to him there in the sea. She was struggling to integrate him into her life, and it was obvious that change wasn't her forte. He went into the bedroom and found her weighted blanket.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. She didn't move or look at him while he tucked it around her, but some of the tension went out of her. He stepped back out of the room and left her alone. He'd never been in a situation where he was unsure of himself. He knew she was drawn to him and their connection was getting stronger, but she was still reluctant at the thought of sharing her peaceful haven with anyone else. He couldn't blame her. Giving up hard-won peace for someone like him was a lot to ask. He stood over the briefcase, staring down into its contents. Too many names. Which one, if any, was really him? He'd been born Lev Prakenskii, but that boy had disappeared long ago. He should never have given his name as Lev, a distinctly foreign name. He'd told Rikki the truth. They would send someone to confirm his death, and he'd left a loose end. Someone, Ralph, had seen Rikki put him in her truck the day the yacht sank. He could try to push the memory, but as a rule, sea urchin divers were mavericks, freethinkers, nonconformists, and that made suggestions difficult. Rikki hadn't responded to his occasional push. Ralph worked off the platform for a processing company. If he wasn't a diver, Lev had a chance of making it work. Or he could just kill him. He pressed his fingers to his eyes. How could one shed an old life by starting the new one with the death of an innocent? He swore under his breath.
The briefcase brought up a lot of memories he'd rather forget. If he was any kind of a man, he'd walk away from her and leave her untouched by the life he led. But he'd had a taste of freedom, a glimpse of a kind of paradise, and he wanted it so much he couldn't find the strength to walk away. He hid the stacks of money in several places and secreted a passport and ID with each stash. His radar went off as he was putting his jeans in her closet. Someone was approaching the house. He stuck his head into the living room. "Rikki, we're about to have company." She pressed her hands to her ears and didn't look at him, continuing to rock gently back and forth. She stared forward at the large kaleidoscope built into the wall. It was moving, a rolling ocean, waves tumbling and churning. It was one of the coolest things he'd ever seen, and he'd have to ask her how it worked. She was totally focused on it and evidently needed to be. He shrugged, checked his gun, and headed outside. Night was falling, and he preferred to be in the shadows where he could see what was coming at him. Most likely, it was one of her sisters. He didn't feel a threat at all, but as always, he remained cautious, stepping back into the darkness just off the porch. The position offered him a good view of the surroundings as well as the road. He studied the ridge. There was no one up there at the moment, but he expected they would have company soon. The nervous small fires told Lev that Rikki's stalker wasn't a patient man. He recognized Blythe, Rikki's oldest sister. He knew instinctively that Blythe wielded a lot of power in Rikki's life. There had not only been love in Rikki's eyes, but also a deep respect. Her gaze shifted often to the nose of the other sisters, but not Blythe. She looked Blythe in the eye, which to him meant that she believed Blythe could accept her as she was. He shoved his gun into his waistband at the small of his back and stepped out of the shadows before she pulled into the circular drive. He bent as if checking a hose and straightened slowly, watching as she got out of the car. She flashed him a quick smile. "I brought food. We decided that until you were up and around, we'd take turns cooking for you. Otherwise, you'd be living on peanut butter." "That's very generous of you, but not necessary. I can cook." "Believe me, Levi, it's necessary," Blythe interrupted. "Rikki can't take a lot of change at once. She needs plenty of time to process and get used to the idea. Her kitchen is sacred to her. It took me months to get her to let me inside to get my own coffee, and after I leave, I'm betting she wipes all the imaginary fingerprints off her cabinets and sink." "You'd be right about that. I've seen her do it." He glanced toward the house. "She's upset right now. She's sitting in her favorite chair staring at her kaleidoscope. She's rocking." Blythe nodded. "It calms her. We put in wood floors so she doesn't have to use a vacuum cleaner. The noise hurts her and she can't cope with it at all. Fluorescent lights do the same thing, although she says in a different way. And never wear corduroy. It hurts her skin. She's extremely intelligent, never thinks she isn't, but when she doesn't want to talk to you, she won't, and nothing you say or do will change her mind. Rikki's her own person and she has a good life here. It's been difficult for her." "I hear your warning." "Are you hearing what I'm saying about Rikki? Before you turn her world upside down, you make very sure you're prepared for what her world has to be. You have a choice. She doesn't. Certain things have to be in place for her to cope." "Such as?" Lev prompted. "Cooking. She's not going to be able to handle grocery shopping or cooking. Not ever. She isn't going to miraculously get better and do it for you when you're having a bad day." "She made me soup," he pointed out. "She heated up the can outside, not in the kitchen." "Then she found a way, didn't she?" Lev countered with a small shrug. "Maybe I don't have as much of a choice as you think I do. Rikki matters to me. I can't tell you why or even how it happened, but I've never felt for any woman what I feel for her. I'm not playing her, Blythe." He didn't ever explain himself, but he felt Blythe deserved something. She obviously loved Rikki and wanted to protect her. Blythe leaned one hip against the car. "I wouldn't plan any parties. She doesn't like more than one person in her house. And the reason she goes on dangerous dives is because she thinks she doesn't contribute as much as the rest of us, even though she does all the planting with Lexi. She couldn't take the sound of the carpentry work. I wouldn't ever take her near a construction site." "So sounds can trigger a problem," he mused. Blythe shrugged. Among other things. She kept her eyes on him. It's never going to change, Lev. He sent her a smile, more a showing of teeth than actual humor. You're saying she's autistic, but then I already suspected that, didn't I? Again, Blythe shrugged, watching him the entire time, clearly expecting him to run or explain why he wasn't running. There was no explaining his mysterious connection to Rikki, or how she made him feel, totally accepted without strings, a freedom he'd never experienced, or how the things Blythe was telling him tugged at his heart. He didn't feel emotion that was supposed to be long gone from his life. His trainers would be horrified at the way his heart melted over Rikki. He imagined her as a young girl in a world she didn't understand, stalked by a killer and without anyone to turn to. Yet, somehow, against all odds, she had carved out a life for herself. He looked at Blythe. With this woman, Blythe had stood for Rikki. She believed in her. The fierce protection she and the others felt for Rikki was genuine. Is it better to leave her alone when she's overloaded? We do, Blythe conceded. She calms herself down. If you notice, she keeps things around her that comfort her. She has a blanket that helps, but the ocean is her best resource. When she's away from it too long, she runs into more problems. She leaned into the car and retrieved the food. 2 big containers that smelled like heaven. He hadn't realized how hungry he'd become. He was going to be hacking into Rikki's files and reading everything he could about her. If she was autistic, she was too high-functioning not to have had some help as a child. He needed to read everything he could about her and get a much larger picture of the things that had shaped her life.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Thanks for the dinner. Lev watched Blythe get back into her car. She still didn't trust him, and he didn't blame her. He was going to take Rikki and make her his. Blythe knew his intentions, and she didn't trust his motives. He took one more slow, careful look around and locked the kitchen door behind him. He ate while he worked, his fingers flying over the keyboard so that he barely tasted the food when he'd been so hungry. Rikki's juvenile files were more easily accessible because the cases involving the deaths of her parents and fiancé were still open. Her parents had sought medical help for their daughter around the age of 2.5. She was given both auditory and occupational therapy, which continued until she was 13, thanks to a very progressive doctor and a parent willing to try newer approaches. She had a speech therapist for a short time while she was in the state-run facility, but she had violent outbreaks to the point that most instructors refused to work with her. She was labeled as unmanageable and even dangerous to herself and others. Lev scowled at the screen, shocked at the anger and adrenaline coursing through his veins. He hadn't realized emotion could shake him the way looking at her past had. Rikki didn't make any noise, but he sensed her presence and looked up to find her standing in the doorway, watching him. He closed her laptop and pushed it away from him, looking right back at her. "I'm sorry, Lev. I don't know what to say, except thanks for the blanket." "Don't apologize to me, Rikki. Not for being who you are. Never do that. Certainly not to me, and not to anyone else either. You do whatever you have to do, Rikki. This is your home." She didn't smile, but simply watched him, holding herself still as if she were waiting for something. "I see my sisters decided to feed you." He flashed her a grin. "I think they took pity on me. I was looking a bit thin." Her gaze drifted over his body. "I don't think that was it. You look pretty filled out in all the right places to me." His eyes met hers and his heart leapt. There was a speculative look in her eyes, one that told him that his kisses had paid off, and she was definitely noticing he was a man. "Come in, sit down at the table. You need to eat something." She glanced at the dirty dishes on the table and shook her head, backing out of the room. "I think I'll go outside and sit for a while. The rain is starting to really come down, and I like to sit on the porch and watch it." He wasn't certain he wanted her outside without him, but there was no way to stop her. She enjoyed sitting in her hammock swing and listening to the rain at night. "I'll be out in a few minutes. Do you want coffee?" She shook her head. "Not this late. I have a hard time sleeping as it is."
Lev watched her go out through the front door. She hadn't even walked through the kitchen with the dirty dishes on the table. And she wouldn't eat. He had to find a way to get her comfortable with the idea of eating together. He thought about solutions as he did the dishes and cleared the table. He made her a peanut butter sandwich, chopped up a few pieces of raw broccoli, and added a spoonful of peanut butter to the plate. Adding a glass of water, he took the plate out to her, sending up a silent prayer that she'd accept her meal on her precious dish and not get even more upset with him. Rikki swung one foot back and forth as she swayed gently in the swing, staring out into the gathering darkness. She had no idea what to do with Lev. She'd made up her mind he could stay, but she didn't know how to share her life. She needed a certain environment to live in peace, and yet, if she was allowing Lev into her world, it wasn't fair to expect him to conform to her needs. She sighed. She was definitely intrigued by the man, and she felt for him. He was lost and trying to find his way, just as she had been. She couldn't do less for him than Blythe and the others had done for her. She sighed again. Maybe she'd started out helping him because she felt he needed it, but now she wasn't as certain of her own motivation. She was becoming fascinated by him, almost obsessed, and she could really fixate on something if she was interested in a subject. So far, the subject had never been another human being, but her weird connection to Lev seemed to be growing. She thought about him way too much. That's your third sigh. A million butterflies took flight in the pit of her stomach. She brought up her hand and shook her fingers, blowing on them as if putting out a fire. Realizing what she'd done, she dropped her hand quickly. It had taken years of concentrated effort to stop that childhood pattern of shaking her hands and blowing on her fingers repeatedly. The act was mesmerizing and allowed her mind to focus on the repetitives pattern rather than deal with what was new and uncomfortable. She glanced at Lev's face. Yeah, he'd noticed. I wasn't counting, she replied. You worry too much. He held out the plate with the sandwich. I brought you something to eat. Her stomach lurched. Her sandwich was on one of the plates her sisters had given her. This was the second time he'd used them, and she couldn't do it again. She folded her hands in her lap. I don't ever use those plates. Why? There was curiosity in his voice, but not anything else she could detect. She frowned, trying to think of what to tell him. She didn't use the dishes because she loved them, and she was afraid something might happen to them. It sounded stupid when she thought about admitting the reason aloud. Her sisters had given her the dishes to use, and yet for 4 years she just looked at them. Keeping the dishes in mint condition seemed very logical until she tried to say it out loud. Even Blythe had objected to her not using the dishes. She looked up at Lev's face. There was no expression on his face, just a gentle understanding in his eyes. That look set off another round of flying butterflies. She wanted to reach out and trace every line on his face. I know it sounds silly, even to me it does, but no one ever gave me anything, not after my parents died, and I didn't want to risk chipping or breaking a single dish. He smiled. Her heart jumped. His smile wasn't amused or teasing or even mocking. It was almost tender. That makes perfect sense to me. I'll put this on a paper plate for now, and we'll buy dishes we don't care about breaking or chipping. You could put this set in a display case. They'd look beautiful. He looked down at the rim of the plate with the shells and starfish surrounding it, all in white, but obviously handcrafted. Actually, the entire set is a work of art. It would be a shame to see them ruined. The knots in her belly unraveled, and she could breathe again. She hadn't even realized she was holding her breath. She blinked at the sudden burning in her eyes and turned to stare out at the rain coming down. It was soft still, but beginning to fall harder. The storm front was coming in off the ocean and bringing a lot of water, which was needed. Her body felt more together and less likely to fly apart with the rain coming down. I'll go see what else I can use. I'll take the sandwich, she offered slyly. She couldn't help it if she couldn't eat the broccoli out here on the porch. Usually, she just broke off a piece and dipped it into the peanut butter jar. She scooped the sandwich from the plate and took a bite, savoring the taste of her favorite food. He grinned as if he were reading her mind, which maybe he was, but Blythe wasn't there to lecture her, so it was all good. She ate her sandwich happily. Lev disappeared into the kitchen with the plate, and she was left alone with the night. The clouds had dropped the veil of darkness early. She swung her foot in time with the beat of the rain and closed her eyes to absorb the sound. Her heart found the rhythm, then her pulse followed. She tuned her hearing to focus on each drop.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. The rain was beginning to fall more heavily, and she found herself hearing the music it always made in her head, drowning out every other noise. She was fascinated by the various tones as the drops hit objects: the rooftop, the trees, cement, asphalt, the dirt. Everything made a slightly different sound. Share it with me. She became aware of Lev, close, so close his body heat warmed her, but she didn't open her eyes. His voice in her head was commanding, velvet over steel, a brush of heat that spread like a drug through her veins. The center of her left palm pulsed as if he'd brushed his fingers there, physically stroking her, but she knew he hadn't. She found herself opening her mind without really knowing how she was doing it, but deliberately sharing her world was a unique experience for her. She wanted to share it with him. The moment she allowed him fully into her head, it was as if somehow they merged, skin into skin. She felt his essence within her. Everything feminine in her responded to the masculinity in him. Electrical currents ripped through the heat in her veins and pooled low and hot. She caught images in his mind, erotic and shocking, both tempting and a little frightening. Her breath caught in her throat, and she took a deep breath, drawing him in further. "I want to experience everything that you experience," she let out her breath. He would know how her body reacted to his. He already knew. "Not just my body, Yubimaya," he corrected. "Cool us down with the rain." The sheer poetry of his suggestion appealed to her soul. She lifted her hands and began a symphony that for the first time she performed for someone other than herself. Bright diamonds fell from the sky, sparkling and perfect. The sound seemed precise at first, but in response to the commands of her fingers, she began to hear individual notes, the drumming of the rain, harder along the forest edge. Lev had seen her do this before, but he'd never truly experienced what she did when she disappeared inside her head. Rikki was a water element, but he knew even had she not been, this was her world, this other place where sound wasn't harsh and lights didn't burn. He inhaled sharply as he was drawn into another dimension, an alternate reality, more vivid, more alive than the world he lived in. The landscape was painted with sound. Soft at first, like a string quartet, the rain was nearly weeping with joy. She changed the rate of fall to bring in the various sounds of drums, the pounding rhythm, the mid-range snare, the kick of the bass, all flowing together into a symphony of color and magic. She created a complicated, intricate pattern, or maybe it was there all along and he had never been tuned to it before. He could hear individual notes and, like in a Bach fugue, counterpoints to the building thematic melody. While the music seemed soft, it was also strong and commanding, a force to be reckoned with, nature building on itself. Each individual voice was different, as if a variety of instruments played various tunes, yet somehow they all melded together to create a masterpiece. Just like the movements in a symphony, the rain sent vibrations through his body, painting the world in a physical map of mountains, valleys, and high peaks dropping into deep ravines. The physical structures were all created by sound itself, and the colors were intense and vivid. Substance created by sound, by feeling. He realized the emotions in her, so closed off to the rest of the world, were right beneath the surface, a swirling cauldron of heat and fire and cool rain. The vivid colors and sounds expressed what she felt, the amazing intensity of her emotions. For the first time in his life, Lev shut out the world around him. He was lost in the wonder and beauty of the rain coming down. He was utterly fascinated, experiencing a joyful euphoria, a sharing with Rikki that was intimate beyond imagination.
This world, this creation, was as real as the two of them. He'd just never had an opening into another dimension before. The rain swelled and ebbed, pouring over the slopes and valleys, each section answering with a loud or soft rush of music, as if there were melodic voices in the rain calling and answering one another with greater and greater force. The drops whirled and danced as they came down over the house, creating small twisters of crystal prisms. He was lost, caught up in the beauty and sound. Everything sparkled against the night. A million stars rained down on them. The drops began to touch and then sink into his skin, absorbed by him, until he felt like part of the deluge, floating in space between sky and earth. This was her world, just as the sea was. The cool water surrounding her, carrying her, holding her to comfort her in a world she could never understand. She wanted to live in this world or in the deep sea. He felt her reach for it, let it take her spinning further away from reality, and he went with her, free-falling into vivid color and beautiful sound. The music flowed around him with the rain. Streaks of glittering color were weeping violins, and then a calypso beat separated the drops once more. Abruptly it was gone, and he stood there blinking, as if waking up from a dream, looking around, trying to orient himself back to a world that was not quite so bright and vivid. Where was the music, the vivid color? The world seemed dull in comparison. He put his arms around her and held her while she came back from her journey into another dimension. He had no other way to describe what he'd experienced, but he knew that rapt expression of focused attention that often came over Rikki meant she was there, in that world that was in her head. She turned her head, letting it fall on his shoulder, accepting the security of his arms. "You're cold, Maya. Let's get you inside and ready for bed." He didn't want her to stay out on the porch alone. He was afraid of losing her to that other world. It would always be there, just as the sea would be, calling to her in a soft, tempting whisper. He kissed the top of her head. It was entirely possible he didn't know one thing about love, but he knew himself inside and out, every strength, every weakness, and he knew absolutely his life was entangled with hers for all time. He didn't like being away from her. He found himself listening for the sound of her voice, watching for her little frown, waiting for her direct stare so he could fall into the dark depths of her eyes. Free-falling. That's what he'd been doing since the moment he met her. And he wanted this life. He intended to grab it with both hands. Right or wrong, he was falling in love with her, and every moment spent in her company intensified the feeling. He couldn't imagine going back to being without her. He scooped her up into his arms, not waiting for her breathless protest, and carried her back into the house, kicking the door closed behind them. "I have to lock it," she said. "You get ready for bed and I'll shut down the house." He wanted to take a quick look around and set a few extra guards in place. Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Rikki stood just outside the bathroom door, shocked at the way she felt when he left her, taking most of the warmth in the room with him. She shivered, aware something had changed between them. Sharing her world with him, allowing him into her head, had only made the connection between them deeper. She was happy on her own, yet, slowly, Lev was inserting himself deeper and deeper into her life, into her emotions. She didn't let people in because she couldn't risk her fragile happiness. Without Blythe and the others, she'd be dead. She wouldn't have been able to continue her solitary existence, wondering every moment if she was truly a monster capable of burning people alive. Lev was winding his way into her heart. She was getting used to his presence in her home, but more than that, she was getting used to his touch. She'd never liked being touched, even by the people she loved. She tolerated it because she knew they needed it, but she'd never wanted to feel skin against her skin until Lev. She rubbed the center of her left hand in slow circles, finding it soothing, almost as if she were stroking Lev's skin. She found him warm, allowing her to almost melt into him, instead of feeling his touch as a prickling that was uncomfortable or at times even painful. She pushed open the bathroom door and staggered in. She hadn't felt so clumsy on land for a long, long time, but the direction of her thinking had thrown her. She was never going to be able to fall asleep without him if she let him into her life any further. She would never feel happy again when he left. No one could live with her eccentricities. She was fine now in her own skin, but she was fully aware she was not the standard model. She scrubbed her face, looking into her own eyes. She saw him there, Lev. How had he become so deeply ingrained in her thoughts? For the first time in a long while, she was terrified. Not of her kitchen being messed up or that someone else shared her house, but that she was coming to need him. She was meticulous about brushing her teeth, a torture for her, as the sensation repelled her. But she also had a thing about teeth and wanted them as immaculate as possible. Each time she brushed her teeth, she remembered her mother brushing and counting, helping her to focus on the numbers and not the sensation. She still counted, and that helped to pull her mind away from the terror of falling for Lev Hammond. That wasn't even his real name. Not that it mattered to her, but he was shedding his old skin and donning a new one. He could be in her life for a short time and shed her just as fast. Heart pounding, she brushed her hair the 100 strokes she did every night, counting each one carefully before placing the brush in the exact spot she always put it in. She stepped out of her clothes, her skin sensitive, her breasts aching. Breathing deep to push down the building need, she dragged on a tank and the matching boy shorts, a concession to her femininity. She did like beautiful underwear. She sat on top of the covers, her weighted blanket in reach. She allowed Lev to sleep beneath the covers, acutely aware that he rarely slept with clothes on. She'd become accustomed to giving him a massage at night, telling herself it would help him relax and sleep, but it was really becoming an excuse to trace every muscle in his body until she knew him fairly intimately. Not tonight. She resolutely pulled out a book and opened it, focusing the light on her bedside table onto the pages. She didn't look up when Lev came in, but she couldn't help but see him. His energy filled the entire room. In spite of her resolutions, her body stirred to life. He moved like a creature of the jungle, fluid and strong. He was every inch a man, every inch a predator. He could shed his name, but he couldn't change what was beneath the skin, and it showed in the way he walked. His muscles rippled with strength. His thighs were strong columns and his hips narrow. His shoulders were broad, his chest deep, and his powerful physique was evident, a fact she couldn't avoid either. His symmetry appealed to her. She knew the flow of his muscles beneath his skin. She knew the heat he could generate. The silk of his hair, already growing out and a little shaggy, the long lashes and piercing sea-blue eyes all combined to set her pulse racing and her blood stirring. He slipped beneath the covers after turning off the overhead light so that there was only her lamp shining on the pages of her book. Rikki remained very still, head pressed against the headrest of the bed, while Lev shifted position beneath the covers, turning onto his side and laying his head squarely in her lap. For a moment, she couldn't breathe. She tried to pretend that she could read, but it was impossible, and she knew he knew it. "Turn off the light, Rikki," he said softly. She hesitated a moment, still afraid to move, but there was no point in trying to read when his arms settled around her thighs and his head nuzzled into a better position, his breath warm on her bare thighs. The blankets were between their bodies, but the way he held her was the most intimate thing she'd ever felt in her life. She reached out and touched the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. She could hear her own heart pounding in her ears. Even the sound of the rain didn't bring her peace. She counted silently, not wanting to move, but afraid she might have to from sheer terror at such closeness. Lev was breathing evenly, but she wasn't altogether certain he was any more relaxed than she was. She waited in the darkness, but he made no sound and no movement. She realized he was holding himself even more still than she was. awaiting, even expecting, her rejection. She let her breath out and dropped her hand onto his head, moving gently over his thick hair. "Are you all right, Lev?" she asked, her voice soft and more tender than she wanted it to be. His arm tightened around her thighs. "Sometimes my childhood is just too close." They'd spoken of it earlier, when she'd asked him questions he didn't want to answer. "I didn't mean to bring up bad memories," she apologized. "I've never told another human being about my life." She knew the feeling of being exposed and vulnerable, turned inside out. She'd had that happen in grief counseling with the women she regarded as her sisters. The outcome of exposing oneself could be, and often was, disastrous. For Lev, I had the feeling it could end in violence or death. "I'm not asking that of you, Lev," she said. "You don't have to pay that kind of price to be with me. I don't need it." "Yes, you do. You have to know what I am." Her heart contracted and then began to pound at an alarming rate. He was giving himself to her. She wasn't ready. She didn't know if she could make a commitment. She was happy with her life, at peace with herself. She liked her life. He would change that dramatically. Lev, she wanted to stop him. He didn't have to strip himself naked for her to feel safe with him, and that's what he was most afraid of. "Your past doesn't frighten me." His fingers began slow, seductive circles on her thigh, right over the tattooed raindrops, tracing each one, committing them to memory. "It should, Rikki. Men like me, we're not supposed to lie in bed with a woman or have a place we call home. We eliminate threats, and anyone knowing us is a threat. You've had plenty of chances to kill me, if that's what you're implying, Lev. I'm still alive, so I don't think your threat is very real." She continued stroking his hair, silently trying to send him a message that she accepted him without explanation. Whatever demons were riding him so hard didn't need to be exposed or acknowledged, not unless he needed to tell her. He sighed. "My entire life has been about survival and survival instincts. I'm not certain you have any. You should never just bring a stranger into your home, Rikki."
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase, especially a man who has so much to hide. She found herself smiling. He was desperately trying to talk her into throwing him out, yet at the same time, his fingers were moving in those arousing circles, and the way his arm was wrapped around her thighs was distinctly possessive. Maybe it was all in her imagination, but she wasn't moving, mostly because he was more afraid of their connection than she was. She had come to bed so afraid of giving him too much of herself, yet here he was, feeling exactly the same. And maybe that was love. Being so vulnerable and allowing someone else in so far, they could hurt you, but they could also give you everything. "I told you, Lev, I know all about you that I need to know." He lifted his head slightly, just enough to bite her leg in frustration, the smallest of nips. It felt more intense than a reprimand. She laughed. "If you want me to throw you out, Lev, it isn't going to happen." He rolled over enough to look up at her face. "You have to do it, Lubimaya, because evidently I'm not man enough to do it myself." She would have laughed at the drama of his words, but there was too much pain on his face, when he rarely, if ever, displayed emotion. She smoothed the lines there as if she could wipe away the past for him, pursing her lips as if to kiss it away. "You shared something beautiful with me tonight, Rikki. I want that sharing. I even need it. But I've got nothing so beautiful to give you in return. I've been thinking a lot about that, about what I'd bring to you. And I don't have much of anything useful to give you." "That's for me to decide," she challenged. "If you need to talk about your childhood, you're safe with me. If you need to break into a million pieces, I'm right here, Lev. I'll find them all, I'm good at details, and I'll put you back together. You're safe here." The rain beat down, and as usual, she had the window open wide, needing the soothing sounds and scents. If a few stray drops hit her face or body, she was fine with it. She always made certain there was nothing too important near the open window during a storm. She sat in silence, just listening. Usually, the rain called to her and carried her away.
but now she was too focused on Lev, his ragged breathing, the movement of his fingers, the need in him. In his own quiet way, Lev was as desperate to be saved as she had been before Blythe and the others reached out to her. Whatever revelation he was thinking of giving her, it was something he protected fiercely, a piece of himself, the last piece, and he was handing it into her keeping. She recognized the enormity of what he was doing. She remained silent, just waiting, unsure of what he was going to say, but knowing it would change her life forever if he said it, because she would never turn her back on him, never walk away, no matter how difficult it was. If he gave her such a gift, made himself that vulnerable, she would treasure and protect him with every breath in her body. Lev continued to move his fingers along the satin length of her thigh. It was a gift to do something so simple, to lie in bed with a woman, touching her skin, inhaling her scent while the rain poured down on the roof. He wanted her more than anything in his life. He wanted this woman, this life with her, yet he felt guilty knowing she didn't see the killer in him. That wasn't fair. He was a violent man, a cold one. His emotions were buried deep, allowing him an expertise few could achieve. He'd watched the suffering of others, his need to go to their aid suppressed in order to focus on accomplishing his goal. He was risking everything, yet he could never live with himself if she didn't go into this knowing what kind of man he was. He wanted one person to know him, to see him. And if she took him as he was, broken, tainted, twisted even, he would never give her up. She had to see into him. It was the only real gift he could give her. He would love her fiercely, protect her with everything in him, but she had to see and accept who and what he really was. When I was a boy, we lived in a tiny apartment. It was cold most of the time, not like this, but really cold. I remember ice on the inside of the door. Her fingers stilled in his hair, curled and held on, as if she realized the story he was telling her was going to be ugly and horrific, but told in a matter-of-fact voice because he could never face it other than looking at it as if from a great distance and from behind a transparent wall where emotions had no place. There were 7 of us, all boys. We were very close in age and we slept together in the same bed, except for the baby. It was how we stayed warm, I think. I can barely remember the faces of my parents, but my memories of them are good. They were good to us. My father was a man who had amazing gifts, and he passed them on to all of us. Gifts that allowed us to do things most people can't do. We have a family in this town that has extraordinary gifts, Rikki conceded. Remember, I mentioned them to you. That doesn't surprise me, he murmured, turning back to nuzzle her thigh. He rested his head on her lap again. Sea Haven has a powerful energy. I can feel it every time I walk outside. It's stronger the closer to the ocean we get. Power attracts power, just as elements attract elements. I wouldn't be surprised if several people living in or around Sea Haven have some degree of psychic power. I suppose you're right. All of us felt the pull of this place, and I've never been happier, Rikki admitted. We didn't live anywhere near powerful energy, but my father had undeniable gifts, and at the time there was turmoil in the government, conspiracies, and many individuals fighting for their own agendas. My father backed the wrong party, and they came one night as a huge force, very frightening. I huddled there with my brothers, so scared. The soldiers burst into our apartment. He could feel her thighs tremble beneath his head, but her hand was anchored firmly in his hair, as if holding him to her, and her arm went around his shoulders. She was very empathetic, and although he was viewing his childhood from a distance, she was feeling what he should have been. They executed my father first, and then my mother. I was separated from my brothers, and each of us was taken and sent to training facilities. With our particular genetics, they believed we could better serve our government if we were indoctrinated at a young age and held no loyalty to one another or to a family. Later, of course, I realized, as I'm sure my other brothers did, that they feared us, just as they feared our father. Unfortunately, we were so young that their indoctrination and isolation techniques worked. She began stroking small caresses through his hair. What did they do to you? They kept me from my brothers and put me in a facility where they trained and educated me. I speak multiple languages and had to perfect each accent. I learned weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and methods of influence. I had to learn absolute control and discipline. Fun was defeating one's enemy, and everyone there was an enemy. We were trained to work alone. We were trained to endure torture and not break. My forte was the ability to shed one identity for another. I can blend in anywhere, become anyone, and it has served me and my government well. Since they took me from my parents, I don't recall one time when I was in training. Duty and discipline were my childhood. There was no pity in his voice or in his mind. He accepted his life, and he accepted that he couldn't change what had happened to him. It must have been a frightening childhood. It shaped who I am, what I am. I killed for them, Rikki. Hundreds, maybe thousands in my lifetime. I lived in the shadows and hunted for them. I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. It just was. I still have no idea why I was on that yacht, but I have images in my head of events leading to my boarding the yacht.
Breathiness. F. 25 to 30% natural increase. I think the man I was after was involved in human trafficking. There were women. He shrugged. I had to make difficult decisions that affected other lives. Lev fell into silence. Touching her mind, he showed her images of women being brutally tortured, of violent death, sudden and horrific, of the cold-blooded kills that stained his soul and over time had chipped most of it away. He waited for the full implications of what he'd told and shown her to sink in. Rikki might not believe him. There were many children taken for political reasons and raised to be assets for the government or the secret police, or even to be special assassins. He and his brothers were feared for their gifts, yet they were also 7 of the most useful tools his country had. They were also the most dangerous. "Have you ever seen your brothers?" Rikki asked, her voice soft, almost a caress. He closed his eyes and savored the touch of her fingers on his scalp. He should have known she would focus on the loss of his family instead of the assassinations. "I've seen 3 of them. Our paths crossed on jobs." He couldn't elaborate. They had all worried that if it was known that they had spoken, one of them would be chosen as an example to all of them and would be eliminated. They wouldn't risk further contact unless it was an emergency. Rikki was silent for a long time, turning his revelations over and over in her mind. He had never had a chance at life. He was so alone and lost, just as she had been. He was afraid to reach for something better. She knew how difficult it was to let go of the familiar. No matter how bad it was, one knew the rules in their own world. She stroked his hair and leaned her head back against the headboard, allowing the rain to soothe her when her heart ached for him. "I think you're better off here, Lev. Stay here a while and just let yourself live. There aren't any strings. I'm not asking anything of you. Just find who you want to be, who you really are underneath it all. Whoever that person is will be welcome here." The burning behind his eyes hurt. He just lay there, holding her, afraid if he moved, he'd shatter, just break into a million pieces. He also knew it wouldn't matter to her if he did. She wouldn't view him as less than a man. She would simply accept him. He took a breath and allowed himself to feel very real love for another human being. He told her the stark truth. The emotion was strong, swamping him, invading every part of his mind, his heart, and his body. He shook with it. He let it consume him, filling up every empty space. Several heartbeats went by before he could speak. "I want to spend my life with you, Rikki, not just a few moments, not a few nights. If you take me on, we'll work together, no matter what comes up, and we'll find a way to make it all work." Her heart jumped. He felt it, but he didn't look up. "I don't want to go back to living in the shadows, Lubamaya. If we do this, it has to be all the way, because I don't know how to be any other way than what they trained me to be. Here, with you, I'm different.
If I leave you, I'm back in a black void. Maybe I belong there. He nuzzled her thigh with his chin. But I've had a taste of something else. You're magic to me, Rikki. I don't know why, but I know without you, I don't have a chance of living a normal life. She made a strangled sound in her throat. Lev, by any stretch of the imagination, I'm not the norm. Maybe you're not seeing me as I am. I can't even let you use my bathroom. You've somehow managed to get into the bed, but I still wince when you're in the kitchen and I can't watch you cook. Is that the kind of life you envisioned for yourself? My life is killing, Rikki. I stalk my target, immerse myself in their life, kill them, and disappear without a trace. There's nothing left of me because I'm not real. You're real. He rolled onto his back to look up at her face. I'm not real to anyone else. I'm a ghost to most people, a weapon the government lets loose on the world when they need it. When they get to the point where I'm too scary for them to handle, a contract will be issued, and then it will be a matter of time before someone just like me shows up to eliminate me. But you've been loyal, and you've carried out whatever task they've asked of you, no matter how abhorrent to you, right? Rikki protested. Why would anyone you've served want you dead? I have too much information running around in my head, and I'm dangerous. They would presume that eventually, if I'm not working for them, I'll work against them. She frowned, and he couldn't help himself. He reached up and traced her soft lips. Then it's a good thing that everyone thinks you're dead, Lev. He sighed. That man on the platform that day, you called him Ralph. He saw me. Not your face. I said you were visiting, and why would he remember? You honestly don't know, do you? He was a bit shocked at her naivete. He was trying to flirt with you, and you didn't give him the time of day. That's just silly. He's friendly to all the divers, and you had a concussion and were imagining things. It's my job to catch every little nuance, Rikki. It's the difference between life and death. Believe me, the man was flirting. He finds you intriguing, and it's probably the first time he's ever seen you with a man. Now her frown reached her eyebrows, and he had to trace them as well because he just couldn't resist. He noticed me, all right, and when they come looking, and they will, he'll mention that you were out on the sea that day and I was with you. That will lead some very bad people straight to you. He wasn't certain if he was warning her, asking permission to kill Ralph, or needing to see her reaction to knowing Ralph had been interested. You might be just a little paranoid, Lev. Why in the world would he talk to perfect strangers about seeing either of us? Because my government will send their best cleaner and he knows how to get information. She suddenly smiled. Well, I guess we'd better have a plan for when that happens. He stared up at her face for a long time, wondering how he'd found her. The water was so cold, so dark. His lungs burned and his ears had nearly imploded, and his body and head had been battered against rocks, tumbling until there was only death waiting. He'd seen death. It hadn't been any better for him than life. And then, Rikki. He touched her with reverence. You know that I intend to make love to you. She went very still, just as he'd known she would. You haven't tried. He wasn't certain whether that meant whether she was disappointed or just stating the truth. He figured it was probably the latter. She was very accepting of reality. It has to be right with you, Rikki. You're different. You're real, not a job. You matter. I've never been with a woman who mattered to me. I can't imagine you not getting any woman you wanted, Lev. He smiled, his heart suddenly lighter as he kissed her thigh, right on one of those shimmering raindrops. He was very fond of her boy shorts. The ones she was wearing had little pink stripes wrapping around her as if she were a gift to be opened. Thank you, but I never wanted a woman for myself. There've been women, too many, assignments. I used them to get what I wanted. This isn't ever going to be about using you. This is going to be about making love to you. He stroked his fingers over her satin thigh, over the drops. Were they tears? How could she be so soft when she spent so much time in the water? There was always a faint fragrance, just out of his reach, subtle yet so Rikki. I've got to warn you, Lev. Her voice trembled, and for the first time, when he looked at her, she looked away from him. "I'm not very good at lovemaking. It's not like I have a lot of experience, and when someone touches me, sometimes it hurts." He propped himself up on one elbow and slid her down so that she sprawled out beneath him.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. Well, we'll have to go slow and see what you like and what you don't like, won't we? The butterflies were out in force, taking flight in the pit of Rikki's stomach. She stared up at Lev's face. So dominant, so beautifully masculine. Why him? Why did Lev send every single nerve ending in her body into high alert? Why did she wait for the brush of his fingers on her skin when she could barely tolerate other people's touch? The center of her left palm pulsed, and she closed her fingers over the tingling warmth. His eyes were amazing, a deep-sea blue she was immediately lost in. If she had a thought of self-preservation, it was gone the moment she looked into his eyes. There was desire smoldering there, a scorching intensity that burned right through her. His eyes couldn't lie. He actually wanted her that much, and how could she ever resist? Rikki touched his face tentatively. His hand was on her bare stomach, his fingers spread wide to take in as much territory as possible. She was acutely aware of the skin-to-skin contact. He seemed to burn a brand right through the surface and deep into her body. She'd never felt like this with anyone. His touch was as real and as vivid as the world of the sea or the rain. She became aware of the music in the rain changing, not through her, but through him, as if he conducted now. Dreamy, sensual, and exotic, erotic beat that kept time with the movements of his fingers. Each stroke sent little tremors through her body. She was mesmerized by him, by the sight and feel of him, by the way he looked at her, as if she were the only woman in the world. It was there in his head, that conviction that there could be no other for him. It was a fairly heady aphrodisiac when she'd spent so much of her time alone, when no one had ever really seen who she was and wanted her anyway. Everything he said, she felt the truth of. The connection between them was so strong, she doubted if he could lie effectively to her. For some unknown reason, and she was grateful for that reason, Lev had settled on her as the one. She'd never really been anyone's one. Daniel had loved her in his way. She was a good companion to him, a diver who understood their world. She demanded little from him. He cared for her, and he liked sex with her, but he'd never thought to take his time to try to please her. She had such a difficult time with touch that Daniel had believed in getting things over with as fast as possible, not in trying to find a solution. Had she used Daniel? She frowned, turning the question over and over in her mind. They'd been a convenience for one another, but she'd felt affection for him, loved him. She hadn't had the same level of physical attraction for him that she had for Lev, but he'd been a good man, and she'd loved him for the way he treated her, never as an outcast, as his equal, as a partner. She'd never had that before, and there would always be a special place in her heart for him. Lev lowered his head and brushed kisses up her leg, tasting each raindrop. "Keep your thoughts with this man, Lubima Maya." He brushed a kiss across her tummy. "You sound just a little jealous," she observed. His warm mouth continued to move over her stomach, and his teeth gave a little nip of reprimand. The sting jolted through her body, straight to her center, sending a flood of heat spreading through her body. His tongue swirled over her skin, a velvet rasp of pleasure. Rikki could barely breathe, her lungs burning while her heart hammered out of control. She took a deep breath, and her breasts brushed against his bare chest. Instantly, her nipples peaked, and her breasts felt swollen and achy, so sensitive that when he looked up at her, tiny sparks of electricity ran from her nipples straight to her womb. She touched her tongue to her lips, trembling with the unfamiliar sensations. How could he make her body come alive this way?
one look, one touch. She reached up to touch his heavily muscled chest. The pads of her fingers absorbed the texture and feel of him, that exquisite heat flowing from him to her. Her eyes searched his, seeking reassurance. She was so nervous. Before, having sex had been a bodily function. Now it was a necessity. She knew instinctively that once she experienced it, she would always crave it. Lev could see how nervous she was. There was a touch of fear in those mysterious eyes. Yet there was hunger too, and trust. He dropped his head to swirl his tongue around her belly button. "We won't do anything you're not comfortable with, Rikki, and if anything hurts or doesn't feel good, you tell me." Her fist bunched in his hair. "This thing with you, it's growing, fast, too fast. If we do this and you change your mind, I don't know, Lev. I've got a good life. I am happy just the way it is. I don't want to be left behind a mess." Wanting you, craving you, needing you. He caught her thoughts. She was frightened. His courageous Rikki, frightened of making love with him. She'd given her body to Daniel because that's what couples did when they committed to one another. He had no doubt that she would have remained loyal to the man, but she was committing more than her body to Lev, and that was terrifying to a woman who needed absolute balance in her life. "It's okay," he whispered against her soft skin. "You're safe with me." He meant it. She was so innocent, so bright. She had a core of steel running through her, yet she was fragile and vulnerable, too much so. Those who loved her recognized that. He didn't remember innocence or brightness or vulnerability, but she somehow gave it all back to him. He'd read her file and knew she was capable of violence, knew others had misread her inability to cope with the sounds and the environment around her. She'd needed help, and no one had given it to her until Blythe and the others had stepped in. He would always, always protect and watch over them for that alone. Because this woman... He kissed his way up her narrow rib cage to the underside of her breasts, pushing the thin tank top up as he went so that it bunched just over her nipples. He felt the tremor that ran through her, and his heart responded with a strange melting sensation. His body was thick and full, more so than it had ever been. He felt an urgent demand for relief, but he knew it was his soul making love to her. His soul needed her brightness and innocence. He knew he was as bound to her as she was to water. The center of his left palm pulsed and ached, sending a chain reaction through his body, and his desire grew stronger. He was grateful he wore no clothes, because already the blanket was bothering his skin. He threw it off, lifting her to pull it out from under her so he could shove it away from him, so there were only the cool sheets and the rain outside. His thigh slid over hers, pinning her down, while his hand slid up her arm to her shoulder, just memorizing the feel of her. He closed his eyes to savor her softness. His hand continued up to her neck, her face, and stilled, bunching in her thick, wild hair. He captured her breathy sigh as his lips took hers. He had had sex, yet this was the first time he'd ever made love, and he wanted to experience every sensation. He wanted her until his lungs burned for air and his chest felt tight. He was afraid his heart might explode, and if not his heart, then his intense desire would overwhelm him. Her kisses were like a drug that sent fire rushing through his veins. He would never get enough of that soft, perfect mouth. He kissed her over and over until she was melting into him, her soft gasps turning to soft little pleas. Only then did he kiss his way to her neck, that vulnerable neck that he'd fantasized about more than once. Her skin had that scent of fresh rain he'd come to associate with her, and he fed on it, using tongue and teeth, nipping and teasing, indulging himself while she moved against him restlessly, her breasts heaving against his chest. Breathiness. F. 25 to 30% natural increase. Need was a monster that raged at him, clawing and tearing at his belly and groin, while love kept his touch gentle. Did other men feel like this? He'd never believed in love until Rikki.
The small movement nearly cost him his last thread of control. "Don't move, laskovaya moya," he cautioned, holding still, waiting for her body to adjust so they could connect more fully. "You can't move yet." She was beyond listening, head tossing on the pillow, body writhing in spite of his hands controlling her hips. She moved against him, and he felt her body respond to his presence. Her muscles continually clenched with every small movement, sending streaks of fire racing through him. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. For a man who believed discipline was everything, it was shocking to be so out of control. She chanted his name repeatedly, and for him, it was pure music, like the rain was for her. Her moans and small little strangled sounds filled him with a fierce protectiveness, a pure male satisfaction that added to his joy. He reveled in his ability to heighten her pleasure with the way he moved. Her head tossed on the pillow, her face was flushed and her eyes dazed. She moaned, a long, low sound that resonated through him. He shifted position, pulling her closer, wanting better leverage as he set up a fast, hard rhythm, all the time watching her face for signs of discomfort. He couldn't help his own groan as their bodies moved together. The heated friction was unbelievable. Her body was fiery hot, surrounding him, gripping and clasping, dragging over him so tightly the sizzling fire within him burned hotter and hotter. He felt the coiling power wind tighter and tighter, and he knew he was close to his peak. "Ya tebia lublu." He took a breath. "Look at me, Lupov moya. I need to see your eyes." He wanted to soar with her, drown in her, merge so tightly, mind and body, that their connection could never be broken. Rikki felt the pressure building and building, that same tightness she felt in the ocean when a huge wave was coming. She reached for it, embracing the feeling, equating the sensation with her beloved sea. It started in her toes, a tremendous series of waves rolling over and through her, swelling stronger and stronger until the force was like a powerful current rushing through her, building in strength. But it didn't stop. It never stopped. She could feel him, his presence stretching her, connecting deeply. Her own body was responsive, and the tension stretched until she was afraid she'd drown in it. She couldn't quite catch her breath, and she couldn't find relief from that ever-building pressure. It was too powerful, too out of control for someone like her, the waves increasing in strength, threatening to engulf her. Fear slithered into her mind, riding the surge of passion, so that every raw nerve ending felt each acute sensation separately and then together, swamping her. She heard Lev's voice, far off, in her head, calling her in his own language, his voice an anchor. Desperate, she turned her head to look at him, their gazes colliding. It was like free falling into the sea, all that marvelous blue. There wasn't enough air to breathe, just like underwater, but the beauty of his rugged face, his strength, his enduring calm was like the ever-constant ocean, and she managed to hold on to her sanity by clinging to him. "Stay with me," she pleaded with him. "Stay with me." "You're safe, Lupov moya. Always safe with me," he assured. "Just let go." She kept her gaze locked with his and let herself sink into the bliss. Her body responded to his, and the pressure increased until she feared she would implode. She could feel him, pulsing with heat and fire, heard his hoarse groan, and then the ultimate wave started, a tsunami out of control. Eyes on his, she surrendered completely, giving herself up to him, letting him sweep her away with him so that there was only the sound of the rain and the rhythmic sound of their intimate connection. The powerful wave tore through her body, engulfing her brain, wave after wave of such pleasure she wasn't certain she was entirely sane. Her bones melted, her body turned to liquid, and she was floating in the subspace of the sea. He never looked away, never blinked, holding her to him through his own intense peak. His breathing was ragged, his face strained, but his expression was tender as the waves in her body settled into ripples of sweet pleasure. "For the first time in my life, Rikki, I feel like I'm home."
She lay beneath him, her heart pounding erratically, a little dazed by the actual stunning splendor of reaching her peak. So that was what the big fuss was about. She'd wondered why everyone talked about intimacy and seemed so desperate for it. Her legs were still over his arms, and he gently allowed them to drop to the mattress. She couldn't move, her energy entirely consumed by the swamping waves, and just that small movement had sent another set of ripples racing through her body. "Are you all right?" She nodded and reached up to trace her finger over his lips. She was surprised she had the strength to even lift her arm. He gently shifted away. "No." The protest burst from her, and she caught his shoulders, holding him to her. "I'm right here, Rikki. I'm not going anywhere." Her breath caught in her throat. He wasn't going anywhere, and this was her home. She couldn't go anywhere. What was she supposed to do? Should she offer him something to eat or drink? Should she get up and shower? She was going to be tired, maybe a bath? Or should she get out of the house altogether? She could sit in her swing, if she could find the energy to get up. Shivering, she dropped her hand and clutched at the sheet, frowning. She was going to blow this. It had been so perfect, absolutely perfect, and she had no clue how people handled the aftermath of intimacy. She recognized the difference. He'd given himself to her, body and soul, given her a priceless gift, and she was liable to inadvertently throw it back in his face from lack of experience or knowledge. Her mind raced round and round, filling with fear. She was going to ruin everything. She was in new territory, and it was frightening. Her brain wanted to retreat to familiar places. The rain, maybe. Just allow herself to be absorbed by it. But she didn't want to do that to Lev. It was difficult trying to fight the inclination with her head all over the place and no ability to rein it in. Lev frowned down at Rikki, suddenly concerned. He laid his hand over her heart to discover it pounding so hard he was afraid she'd have a heart attack. "What's wrong, Rikki?" he asked, his voice gentle, almost tender. She shivered and reached beneath the bed for her weighted blanket, her gaze eluding his. "Lubov moya, you're moaning. Are you in pain?" Her fingers fumbled on the blanket, and he reached over her and found it for her, tucking it around her with care. "I'm sorry," she managed. "Don't be sorry, Rikki. Talk to me. Let me know what's happening." He didn't wait for her to speak, but pressed his left palm against her left palm and thrust into her mind. "Use your words, Rikki," a woman's voice advised, her mother, and it was a memory that often comforted her. She rocked her body a little as the memory of her mother holding her tight, putting pressure on her chest when she felt her body was flying apart, surfaced. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do." She sounded so forlorn. His heart twisted, but he waited in silence. She opened her eyes to look at him. The moment her gaze connected with his, he heard her thoughts. That face, rugged and strong and so beautiful. His eyes, as blue as the beloved sea. His expression tender. He felt relieved that she took comfort in his presence and wasn't wishing him gone. He wrapped his arm around her waist and moved her body with his easy strength, tucking her close to him.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. There aren't any rules here, Rikki. Her eyes flared wider and a little gasped. No, there have to be rules. There are always rules. What do I do? I don't know. What did you do before with Daniel? He didn't want to bring the man's memory into her mind, not after what they shared, but he needed to find a way to comfort her. I left. I got up and left, fast, and went back to my house. She looked around her. But this is my house, and you live here too, and I don't know what to do. She sounded so confused and vulnerable that his heart ached for her. "Remember what we promised each other?" he asked. He smoothed tendrils of hair from around her face. "We make our own rules. I say we hold one another and talk until we're both either too tired to stay awake or we're recovered enough to make love again." She looked genuinely shocked, but also more than a little interested. "Again? Doesn't the idea appeal to you?" He slid his hand under the blanket and touched her intimately, his thumb teasing her. She gave him a dark scowl.
Of course the idea appeals to me, but I never read the rules on sex. Is there a certain number of times a day or a week? He smiled at her and bent to take possession of her mouth. He kissed her long and deep, and with enough mastery to keep her tongue dancing with his. He loved how she gave herself up to him. There was no hesitation when he touched her. He nibbled on her lips and took a nip out of her chin before he answered. Two individuals sharing their life together have sex when they choose. It can be slow and gentle, or wild and crazy, but it should be an expression of love. And trust me on this, Rikki, I love you. When I'm touching you, I'm loving you. He kissed his way down her throat to the side of her neck. Her pulse fluttered like that of a bird's wing and then began to pound with alarm beneath his lips. He stroked her hair gently, fear sliding into his mind at the thought of what she meant to him. He knew he had committed himself fully to her, to a new life, but he was still just catching glimpses into her world, into her mind. She was fragile and vulnerable in ways others weren't, yet amazingly courageous and strong. He knew he never wanted to be without her, and he didn't want to stumble, to upset her without knowing what he was doing. So we can just stay in bed? Her gaze searched his. That's right, Laskavia moja. We'll stay in bed together. Do you mind if I indulge myself? She gave him that adorable little frown of concentration again. I don't know what that means. I want to explore what's mine. I like touching you. I didn't think I'd like it, she conceded, but I do. Do you like touching me? A small little grin teased the corners of her mouth. I give you a massage almost every night. They came together in passion. Afterwards, breathless and deeply connected, Rikki took his past, took every bad thing and simply obliterated it. He floated in that sea of emptiness. Somewhere, sometime, when his mind began to work again, he realized it wasn't emptiness, it was love, and he had it, and he was keeping it. He reached up and caught her head with both hands, bringing her down to him so he could kiss her long and deep. Very gently, he coaxed her to lie beside him. She was exhausted. He dragged her blanket over her and tucked it around her. I'm staying, Rikki, just so you know. He could tell she was drifting a little, beneath the weight of the blanket and the sound of the rain through the open window. She smiled, her eyes closed. I want you to stay. Rikki, he whispered, holding her close, his mouth to her ear. When the weather's good, let's go out on the boat together. You can dive, and I'll just rest and enjoy the views. She stirred, her lashes fluttering. You can't go on my boat. I'll just sit quietly, not touch anything, he promised. She made a growling noise, but she didn't look at him, and her lashes settled. Lev, you can wake me up in an hour. Her voice was so drowsy, his body gave a little attempt to stir to life again. I want to watch you work. You look hot in your diving gear. She sighed. If you wake me in an hour, I'll let you on my boat, but you can't touch anything while you're on it. Not even you? He prompted. She smiled without opening her eyes. I might let you touch me. He kissed her breast and curved his body around hers before setting his watch. 1 hour it was. I can't believe I fell for the oldest trick in the book, Rikki said, glancing sideways at Lev before turning her gaze back to the narrow ribbon of asphalt above the ocean. Highway 1 was deserted in the early morning hour, and she usually had the coastal road to herself. The sea sparkled invitingly with the sun barely up, and joy was already spreading through her. Excitement lent a teasing note to her tone, but as always, she drove with her slow control, mindful of her speed. Lev glanced pointedly at the speedometer and assumed an innocent air. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sex. You managed to worm your way onto my boat using sex. He laughed softly. Any means, Lubimaya moja. He was totally unrepentant. I wasn't about to let you go out to sea without me. Who knows what you might find in the ocean? She couldn't help but laugh at the implication. So you think I'm in the habit of pulling strange men out of the sea and bringing them home? I'm not taking any chances. She laughed and shook her head as she turned onto the road. Love to smell the eucalyptus trees. The scent means I'm close to my boat. When we get to the parking lot, hang back, Rikki, and let me check out the boat. The amusement faded instantly, and she stiffened. The sea gypsy is mine. I'm captain. If you think something's wrong, it's me that's going to board her first and check it out, not you. Protection is my field of expertise. I'm not telling you how to do your job, he said, and his voice went soft and scary. She glanced at his face. His jaw was set. Not stubborn, implacable. I knew you were going to be like this. I knew it. She slapped the palm of her hand hard against the steering wheel. I told you there would be no taking over. He shrugged broad shoulders in a fluid, casual way that only made him appear bigger and stronger and more dominant. She considered trying to push him out of the truck while she was driving. Maybe he'd topple down the steep hillside and roll right into the river. I'm sharing your thoughts, he informed her. She sent him her blackest scowl. Then you know I'm not in a mood to be messed with. No one takes over my boat, not even if they're the best lover in the world, especially not the best lover in the world. He's already thinking he's all that. Lev found himself laughing. She meant it. That was the thing that amazed him about her. She wasn't even thinking she was complimenting him. She was too annoyed with him to be pandering to his ego. She simply thought he was the best lover in the world, but to her, she was the captain and he wasn't taking over her boat. Little did she know, he cared nothing for taking over the boat, just the captain. He leaned over and kissed her vulnerable neck. Once started, it was a little hard to resist kissing her soft skin over and over. And since he was there, a small nip was in order so he could use his tongue to ease the sting. I'm going to crash if you keep that up. You're sort of distracting. He laughed again at her matter-of-fact observation. I'm sort of distracting. Obviously, I need to try harder. She elbowed him and gave him a look from under long lashes. Are you going to be this way the entire day? Because I'm likely to throw you in the ocean. He flexed his muscles. I'm willing for you to try. Might be fun. Even as he teased her, he was already in survival mode, his gaze sweeping the entire Albion harbor. There was a single recreational vehicle on the grounds, although no one was in sight.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. She drove through the parking lot to the dock. They were the first ones there, as they'd hoped. Before she could exit the vehicle, he caught her wrist, all teasing gone. He could have been here, Rikki. It's just as easy to rig a boat to catch fire as it is to burn your house down. This is where I'd choose to hit you if I was looking to kill you. You'll need to check your engine and your air compressor before you touch anything. And when I tell you to get off the boat, you move. Captain or not, your life is more important than anything else. She sat very still, her expression unreadable. Her lashes veiled her eyes, so it was impossible to see into their dark depths, but he felt a small tremor run through her. Don't be afraid, Rikki. I'm not going to let anything happen. Her lashes lifted, and the full impact of her black eyes hit him. There was no fear, only a deep anger smoldering there. I want him to come after me. All these years, I believed I might have killed my parents and Daniel. He made me and everyone else believe that there was some monster lurking in me that slipped out while I was asleep. 4 homes were destroyed, people's lives, everything they owned, and my parents. She shook her head, and her eyes flashed a dark promise. I'm not running from him. He slid his arm along the back of the seat, his fingers curling around the nape of her neck. No, but we're going to be smart about it. We'll be prepared and careful, right? She was silent a moment, tense, sitting upright and not relaxing back into him. He waited patiently. It took a few minutes before she allowed herself to relax into his massaging fingers.
He remained quiet, simply waiting her out. He'd learned patience a long time ago. He wanted Rikki to trust in him, and he knew she wouldn't give that up so easily. She'd taken charge of her own life and found a way to live within a world that was alien to her. She didn't trust or like authority, which was the only reason she hadn't turned him over to the police. There was no pushing her. She had to come to her own decisions, and he wanted her to choose him every single time. Rikki sighed softly and leaned her head back, turning to look at him again. I can take care of myself. You know that, don't you? I've made a good life here, love. I like being with you, but I don't want you to think you need to take care of me. I may be different, but I can think for myself. He tried not to wince at the word like. He wanted her to love being with him. He couldn't imagine not waking up to her soft body beside his, or her face with the incredible eyes and sexy, generous mouth. He recognized that perhaps he needed her a little more than she needed him, but he wasn't trying to own her, just protect her. And there was a difference. Have I made you feel that way? She bit her lip, her frown back. Not really. I just think it's important that you know I can take care of myself and make my own decisions. I respect you, Rikki. If I've made you think differently in any way, then I apologize. I have a certain expertise that I hope you'll choose to make use of. That's all. You're so used to doing everything on your own that you might forget that I can help you. He was going to track down and kill the bastard, but now didn't seem the right time to say so. She nodded. Just so we're clear, and I don't like using you. You're starting a new life. The last thing you need to do is deal with some crazy person who decided to kill me for something I did when I was 13. She pushed open her door and slid out. Lev did the same, moving around the bed of the truck to help with the equipment. Do you remember anyone being terribly upset with you? She burst out laughing. I hate to tell you this, Lev, but just about everyone was upset with me. I didn't look at them. I refused to talk half the time. I just wanted all the noise to go away. If it was too bad, I had violent tantrums. My parents were the only ones who liked me. I have no idea if I slighted someone or hurt their feelings. I spent most of the time just trying to survive without losing my mind. He followed her along the dock until they came to the Sea Gypsy. He was grateful she didn't just jump aboard. She studied the boat first, carefully looking it over before stepping aboard. I don't think anyone's been on her. Generally, I can tell if someone's been snooping around her. I'll check the engine and air compressor though, just to be safe. I've taken the engine apart myself, and I'll know if anyone's touched it. He believed her. She had already assumed an air of supreme confidence and authority, as if the moment her feet touched the deck, she was a different person. And maybe she was. He'd first seen her beneath the water, her eyes fierce and determined, holding his life in those dark depths, and she had been just as fierce on board her boat. Get to it then. I'd like to get out of here before anyone else shows up. The fewer people who see me up close, the better. He rubbed his hand over the beard on his face. He'd never grown out a beard, and it felt strange to him, but it changed his appearance. You should have stayed home, like I told you. And be a kept man? I don't think so. I have my pride. She paused as she went through her routine check of her equipment to give a derisive snort. You have more money than I'll have in my entire lifetime. You just wanted to come aboard my boat. She narrowed her eyes. And if you're considering a mutiny out at sea, I won't hesitate to throw you overboard. I was considering intimacy at sea, lots of intimacy. I think the fresh air is giving me ideas. She laughed and shook her head, stepping past him to peer at the air compressor. We're working here, not playing. He loved watching her, especially there with the early morning sun shining down on her. The day was cold but clear, with little wind, and the water appeared to be sparkling wherever the sun hit it. She was lost to him again, taken by the water, but this time it was all right. He could take her in, watch her unhindered, see the smooth, efficient way she moved on board, listen to the way she hummed. He doubted if she even noticed she was humming. Yeah, she was deep in her zone, and he had become part of her boat. He smiled, realizing she'd accepted him aboard whether she knew it or not. She would be acutely aware of him, feeling as if he was out of place, in her space, if she hadn't. As it was, she moved from her air compressor to the engine, and he watched her routine, memorizing it carefully, adding it like a diagram to the maps and blueprints stored in his brain. He kept out of her way and turned his attention from her to their safety. She obviously knew what she was doing regarding her engine and air compressor, and she carefully went over both, leaving him to double-check that they had no stalker. He reached with his mind, expanding easily, sending his call to the birds up and down the river, in the harbor, and on the sea stacks rising out of the water. In answer, they took to the air in a large migration. There were so many that Rikki actually broke her concentration to look as the air filled with various species. It was quite a sight, so many circling above the cliffs and harbor, over the highway, and even along the sandy beach. The birds called to one another and filled Lev's head with information on the location of any lone man in the surrounding vicinity. One appeared to be a fisherman, and the other was sitting on the bluff overlooking the beach. Lev singled out the cormorant that had shoved the shadowy figure into his head, fought for control, and took it, soaring high with the bird, directing it to circle above the bluff so he could see the man for himself. Old clothes, a white beard, and an empty bottle of whiskey gave the distinct impression that the watcher had spent the night on the bluff. Beside him was a ragged blanket, and curled up on it, a dog.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. He released the bird and waited, breathing deep to orient himself. He felt her eyes on him and looked up to stare straight into those dark depths. She had the lines in her hands and a strange expression on her face. "We're heading out of the harbor. You might want to pay attention. Give me another minute." She knew he had something to do with the birds. She probably felt the subtle buildup of power without realizing what it was. She stayed very still, her body swaying with the boat unconsciously, as if she were already out to sea and riding the waves. He loved that stillness in her, the lack of questions, the acceptance. She watched him without blinking. It took a little longer to send his mind soaring, finding and choosing the bird that had seen the fisherman. Once again, the man seemed genuine enough, sitting in a small boat just at the edge of the bluffs. But seemed wasn't good enough. He set his watchers to spy on the man and to come tell him if the man should move from his spot and head out after them. He smiled at her. She hadn't moved, apparently mesmerized by him. "Are you going to get us out of here?" He gestured toward the parking lot where another truck had pulled in. She turned abruptly without a word and stepped up to the helm. She looked as if she were part of the boat, one hand on the helm, her hair blowing in the breeze as they slowly made their way up the calm waters of the river to sweep under the Albion Bridge into the ocean. He knew he should have been admiring all that wood and metal spanning the mouth of the river, and it was a beautiful sight in the early morning hours, but all he could see was Rikki. She was transformed. He'd thought her beautiful there on the bed, soft skin offered up to him like a sacrifice. But here she was part of the sea, wild and free and very confident. As much as he loved Rikki for her inexperience and willingness to please him, he was intrigued by this side of hers, so certain, from her fluid, quick movements to her body language to the rapt look on her face as she stared out over the water. All he could think about was the powerful connection he felt with her and the longing for their shared future. She turned her head and looked at him over her shoulder, speculation in her eyes. "I'm not certain you're up to the task." Laughter spilled over before she turned back to look at the sea. His heart clenched violently in his chest, his emotion for her so strong it was nearly painful. It was nice to know he wasn't part of the scenery, and that she'd chosen to stay connected to his mind. He needed the intimacy, even if she didn't. She was bright and shiny, as if a light was inside of her, showing him the way out of shadows. "I think that's a challenge," he managed to reply, but more than the physical cravings for her was the knowledge of certainty in his decision. He was risking everything, throwing away everything he'd been, who he essentially was, and she was worth it. Again, she sent him a look from over her shoulder before turning back to look straight ahead at the water as they rushed toward their destination. "That's not exactly the truth, Lev."
She really was becoming adept at telepathy. He'd have to be more careful about guarding his thoughts. He knew she was there, but she was becoming familiar, a part of him already, as if they'd somehow absorbed each other. Yes, it is. You're well worth the risk. She sent him a small grin, her eyes velvet soft. Silly, of course I am. Not that part. Who you are is the same. This has always been who you really are. You just never let yourself feel anything. You were a child when they took and trained you. You're a good man, Lev, whether you believe it or not. I'm inside your head and I see who you are. You've always been good. He watched the shoreline as they followed it, occasionally looking up at the sky to the birds, even as he turned her words over and over in his mind. He didn't know the truth anymore, and really, did it matter? He'd been given a second chance, and he was grabbing it with both fists. They stayed silent, enjoying the morning sun beaming down on the water. From the vantage point of a boat, the view was very different than from on shore. He saw holes worn through large rock masses, the sea stacks where every type of bird made their home or rested and nested. Birds plunged into the sea to fish, and seals occasionally poked their heads up or rested on their backs, watching the sea gypsy curiously. Something big moved alongside of them, cutting easily through the water, and he saw Rikki smile and glance down. A geyser of water erupted beside the boat, raining drops on them. She laughed out loud. He just gave us an invitation to play. His eyebrow shot up. Invitation to play? With that? He looked at the massive, streamlined body moving fluidly through the water. The gray whale had to be a good 45 feet long and weighed approximately 30 to 40 tons. The fluke rose out of the water. It was 10 to 12 feet and deeply notched in the center. The whale disappeared beneath the water again. He spotted more shadows in the water. Rikki slowed the boat and then allowed it to idle while she bent down toward the water, dipping her cupped hand in it and shooting the liquid in a long arc over the surface. As she did, she began to sing softly so that the water droplets hovered in the air, forming a long chain. Lev held his breath, aware he was about to witness something probably no one other than Rikki had ever seen. He felt energy building beneath them. The boat rocked. He reached out to touch her, laying his hand gently on the nape of her neck, wanting the physical connection, even as he connected his mind with hers. The intimate connection, so deep, so strong, shook him. The sensation was overwhelming. Her warmth surrounded him, feminine and soft, with no hard edges. Merging wasn't quite the same thing as reading her thoughts. Sharing her mind brought an intense longing and a connection that just kept growing stronger. For a moment, his breath burned in his lungs, and his heart pounded. Powerful emotions played through their shared mind, and he allowed the waves of feeling to wash over him. All the while, he kept his gaze fixed on that chain of water held about a foot above the surface of the sea. Without warning, flukes shot up out of the water, slapping at the chain. Laughing, Rikki danced it out of reach. He could feel the way she anticipated the whale's movements by the strength of the energy pouring up from below them. She didn't cheat, keeping the chain the same distance from the surface. Lev spotted several whales spy-hopping their narrow, tapered heads up out of the water, looking to him as if they were smiling. Gray and white blotches covered their darker skin, along with white barnacles. The whales were huge, graceful creatures migrating down the Pacific coast from Arctic waters to the Baja lagoons, where their mating and breeding grounds were. He watched as several in the pod played the game, trying to be the first to slap the chain of water with their flukes. He could hear Rikki's delighted laugh, but more, he felt the exact same pleasure, merged as he was with her. The connection to the sea was so deep in her veins that he could swear her blood was ebbing and flowing with the rhythm of the waves. Joy burst through him, a foreign concept so alien, at first he had no idea what the indescribable feeling was. She gave him that, the gift of happiness. He watched a big male coming in and knew, just as Rikki did, that he was going to hit that chain of water, slapping it hard with his fluke so that water burst into the air, thousands of crystal droplets raining over them. Satisfied, the pod moved on, disappearing beneath the surface once more. That was incredible. She laughed and allowed him to help her up. She kissed his chin and turned back to throttle the boat forward.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. If you keep watch, they'll probably come up in anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. They'll blow in intervals of 3 to 15 seconds before they raise their flukes and disappear. They'll often stay under longer, but if you pay attention, you'll notice a general pattern. You just throw that out there and then change the subject to whales? Her laughter teased him. We have work to do, my man. He stepped up behind her, close, so his body was imprinted against hers. One arm circled her waist, and he rested his chin lightly on her shoulder. I like being your man. He couldn't say such hokey words aloud, but the emotion inside of him spilled into her mind. She reached back with one arm to circle his head, turning hers so she could find his mouth. He kissed her long and deep, tasting love in the sweetness of her mouth. She broke away first, turning back to make certain they were on course. They were heading toward one of her favorite spots, just off Elk. She'd told him it was approximately 9 miles away, and she'd held off working there so she could get a good harvest. The ride took about a half hour, and she never asked him to move until they were coming up on the place. The cemetery is just up there, she said, gesturing with her chin, a frown of concentration on her face. Sometimes I feel the spirits are looking out for me. He no longer had her attention, and he stepped back to give her room. Is this dangerous? Well, if you don't know what you're doing, she admitted, you have to know how to maneuver in here. The floor beneath us is virtually a mountain range. You see, there's not much rock showing here. There's a 300-foot drop from the road up there. The rocks are real close to the edge, but they extend out suddenly about 1,000 feet into the ocean. While she talked, she maneuvered the boat carefully along a hidden path. The northern end of the mountain is totally underwater. He peered below them, and his heart leapt. He could see rocks on either side of the boat beneath the surface of the water. A few jutted out, but most seemed to be out of sight. As they moved closer, little islands appeared, nothing more than rocks protruding out of the sea. I'll go down about 20 feet, right off those rocks, but I have to come in bow to current so I can go down the chain. Otherwise, the flow takes me and the urchins away from the boat. This way, I can use the current to my advantage. Each of the little coves formed shelters in the rocks. The stacks were dotted with seals basking along the low-tide rookies. The seals' spotted, silvery gray and dark brown coats gleamed in the early sun as the mammals rested with their large bodies sprawled out on the rocks. Look at them all. They really are cute up this close, but bigger than I expected. She laughed. They're not so cute if you dive in one of their channels between the rocks. They don't like it and aren't shy about letting you know. All of a sudden, they have teeth and claws, and you just get out of their way. Most of the time, they rocket past you when you're down there, and you have to ignore them. Never share your catch, or they won't leave you alone. They can get aggressive. Lev studied the seals. They suddenly looked a lot larger than they had a couple of seconds earlier. How big are they? She shrugged casually. They reach 5 or 6 feet in length and can weigh up to 300 pounds. Give them respect and you'll be fine. She gave him a small frown. You aren't diving, Lev. I know that, but maybe you shouldn't dive here either. Aren't there urchins on the other side of those rocks, away from their territory? She nodded. Actually, the front of the rock wall is covered with them. There's a drop of about 120 feet, but you can only harvest that spot in 3-foot swells, and no duration. You have to stay buoyant at around 30 to 40 feet, but it's pretty dangerous. You can drop very quickly. Great, you're using that word dangerous quite a bit. She shook her head, smiling in reassurance at him. Here, we're protected from any big swells coming from the northwest. The big rocks there break up the string of swells. Of course, you have to contend with the current here. It's like diving in a river. You don't get the back and forth of the wave motion here. She was so matter-of-fact, so completely confident, and more, she was eager to dive. He could feel her slipping away from him, her attention on her mistress. The sea was definitely calling to her.
He knew she loved the water, and diving was imperative to her well-being, but it suddenly seemed too dangerous to allow her to go alone. He'd never really experienced fear for anyone else before, and it was very uncomfortable. He'd certainly gone diving, numerous times, and was perfectly qualified, but she would balk. He was already getting a huge concession just to be on her boat. He wasn't so impatient that he'd lose everything by pushing her too fast. Rikki didn't like change. He'd brought about a lot of changes in her life, and she was fragile. He knew the hold he had on her was every bit as fragile as her state of mind. "Tell me what a tender does," he said. When she snapped him an impatient look, he tried a smile. "Well, you're getting your gear." She indicated for him to sit out of her way while she checked her gear again. She'd done it the night before, had gone over it meticulously in the morning, and now checked it a third time. He realized she really did take her safety seriously. Rikki pinned him with her dark eyes. Basically, anything I say. "Come on, Liebe Maya Maya." Deliberately, he used his accent, his blue eyes drifting over her as she poured warm water into her diving suit. "Give me a few facts." She sighed and shimmied out of her jeans, exposing her shapely legs and the raindrop tattoo he loved so much. She was very slender, all that working underwater and only peanut butter to sustain her. She needed high-energy foods and a balanced diet. Easy, he reminded himself. One change at a time, and only those things she needs to keep her healthy and safe. Rikki sent him a peculiar look as if she'd caught part of his thoughts, although they were no longer connected telepathically. Maybe something about the water surrounding them amplified her talents. He didn't know enough about water elements, only that they were powerful in their own right. He had psychic gifts, but hers worked differently. She was bound to water, and water was bound to her. "Rikki," he kept his voice even. "You're working very hard at manipulating me," she pointed out. He knew she was sharp. "Just give me the general idea." Tenders, as a general rule, do everything above water, and the diver does everything below. The most important thing to remember is to slow down. There's no emergency unless I tell you. A tender does what's asked of him, nothing more. Don't make it up as you go along. She prepared for her dive, applying shampoo. He tried not to be mesmerized by the sight of her. If everything above the water is my job, I should be doing that. She blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and then she grinned. "You have a one-track mind, and it's important for me to keep to my routine. I can't deviate. For one thing, it throws me off, and my mind goes into chaos, but more than that, it's a safety issue out here." "Got it. No sex on the boat." "I didn't say that, only don't interrupt my routine before I dive." "So what do I do?" "Absolutely nothing." Her smile faded and she stared directly into his eyes. "You can't touch one thing on this boat." "Rikki," his voice was gentle, "that's just silly. Let me help you. I won't touch anything unless you tell me to. You trust me with your body, you can trust me with your things." He could see she was already becoming agitated, thrown off by the change in her routine. "Give me something to do. One thing. Diving is exhausting work."
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. I can do the menial things. She slipped into the bottom half of her wetsuit while she thought it over. I'll hook the bag to my hose and send it up. When it hits the surface, you can pull the bag in slowly, which will pull me up as well. When the bag gets to the boat, secure the hook to the urchin bag and disconnect the hose. I'll either come aboard to rest and eat, or I'll want another bag. If I ask for a bag, give it to me before you haul the unison aboard. Fill the urchin hole with the bags first. Once the urchin hole is full, cover the bags on the deck with the silver tarp, silver side up. I can do that. She dragged her t-shirt over her head and folded it as neatly as she had her jeans, uncaring of her state of undress. He couldn't help himself, his gaze drifting possessively, observing her. She was his. This wild, independent woman was a mixture of vulnerability and courage. There would be few people in her life who appreciated her quick mind and bravery, facing the challenges of a world she was born too sensitive to function in properly. Yet she managed, carving out a life for herself against impossible odds.
Lev found himself with his mouth dry and his heart pounding. The light spun around her, turning her skin to soft cream and making her enormous eyes appear even blacker and more mysterious and exotic than ever. She had the adorable little frown on her face he'd come to know meant she was concentrating, wrestling with her inability to cope with change in her routine. He liked that he was one of the few people she trusted into her life, and he loved that he was the only one she would allow on her boat or in her bed. She belonged to him exclusively, and there was satisfaction and even pride in that. Slowly, he agreed when he could find his voice. I pull the bag in slowly, urchins in the hold first, and then, if they're on deck, cover them with the silver tarp, silver side up. Nothing more, nothing less, and take my time. She rubbed baby shampoo over her upper body, her fingers gliding over her skin. It was more captivating than anything he'd ever seen. It's possible someone will see us here, Fish and Game, and they'll check your license. A tender makes certain other boats stay out of a diver's territory. Keep track of where your diver has gone so other divers don't enter my territory. Smirking, he glanced at the sky. That part would be easy enough. No one was getting near his diver. And stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like you're about to eat me. Now his smirk was all for her. I could, every morning for breakfast, right here on the boat. Doesn't matter. I could be just as captivated by you as you are by peanut butter. She sent him a look from under her lashes that made him want to kiss her. He folded his arms and regarded her steadily as she pulled on her tight shirt and then hooked her belt around her waist. Her eyes held a deep allure. She liked the idea as much as he did. "You're just a little perverted, you know that, don't you?" she said. He shrugged, unrepentant. "Fortunately, you like me this way." Her answering smile was slow, but it came. "All right," she conceded. "Maybe that's true. I've got to go to work." "You like this, don't you?" Rikki nodded. "This is my world, Lev." She didn't look at him again, engrossed in her routine, meticulously going over every piece of equipment. He watched her prepare for her dive, each separate step, committing it to memory so that he would be able to anticipate anything she might need if she ever allowed a partnership between them. He noted her hoses were wrapped in a loop, each length of the circle exact. Her rake had a knife welded to it, but she didn't carry any other weapon on her person, a concept completely foreign to his nature. Once again, he could see he was completely forgotten. He imagined most men's egos would take a beating when they realized that she simply put them out of her head as if they no longer existed. She was very focused as she checked her lifeline, the air compressor, her hose, and her bailout tank, which she wore on her back. She had her instruments strapped to her wrist and her gear on when she suddenly looked up at him and smiled. For him. His heart jumped again. He'd never been so affected by anyone in his life. "Have a good time, Rikki." She turned toward the side of the boat and then hesitated. "You'll be all right?" He stepped up to her and took her face in his hands, kissing her long and deep. "Don't worry about me. I have plenty to do." She frowned at him, kissed him again, and slipped from his arms, making her way to the edge of the boat. She went into the water and caught the anchor chain, using it to make her way down to the depth she wanted to go. Otherwise, the flow of the current would have taken her away. Lev watched her disappear, his heart in his throat. He shoved his hand through his thick hair and peered down into the water where she disappeared. He was going to be one of those obnoxious men who refused to leave his wife's side. He wanted to be down there with her, with spears and knives and maybe a torpedo or two, just in case. Who knew he would be like this? He studied the terrain around them. It was beautiful, the air crisp, the sight unbelievable. The cliffs were high, and the long expanse of rock, pointing like a finger from the land, seemed to run straight back to the highway. He found himself settling. This was what he wanted. This woman, diving with her in the environment she was most comfortable in. He had money, enough that neither of them would have to work again, but she would never accept that, and he loved that about her. He was already committed, his mind, his heart, definitely his body. She was his life now. So how was he going to stop the inevitable questions? Levi Hammond had a past. He had created an entire life for himself, adding an extensive diving hobby. Hammond's parents were no longer alive, but they'd left him money, plenty of it, and that had been the most difficult part of building a fake life. Money could be traced. He'd had to come up with plausible ways his parents could have left him an inheritance that, if looked into, would appear solid. Once he'd covered his financial tracks, he considered he was relatively safe. But for Ralph was a problem. And today, when they brought the urchins to the dock where the processing plant would pick them up, Lev would have to make the final decision on how he was going to start his new life. Risk everything and let the man live, or find a way for an accident to happen. He didn't like either alternative, and he didn't want to go to Rikki with blood on his hands, not the blood of an innocent man. Rikki felt the cool relief of the water enfolding her body. It had been too long. Every cell seemed to soak up the moisture. She was so thirsty she seemed to drink with every part of her body. She felt the familiar stillness, the calming in her mind, as if down here in this world of water, everything was synced and perfect. There was no noise to fill her head and pound and stab. She didn't have to watch everything she said and did, as if at any moment she would somehow be stepping on someone's normal. She could just be. Massive schools of codfish, mottled blue and black, swam in a flashing wave. Starfish in bright, fiery oranges and deep purples clung to the rocks. Rock and spider crabs dappled the walls, living decorations. And the urchin were plentiful. She looked up and the water shimmered in layers of pearlescent color, vivid blue, gray, and near the surface an emerald glow. A few jellyfish floated free, tentacles searching. She continued down, just enjoying the view along the way. Orange sea cucumbers and red abalone adorned several of the rocks. Visibility was good, and she made out more starfish, anemones, and sponges in a variety of shapes. On the bottom, there was a brilliant purple pincushion guarding several lemon nudies.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. The contour of the underground range was just like above ground, peaks and valleys and ravines. She was very familiar with the area. It was one of her favorite places to dive. Her life had changed dramatically in the last few weeks, but the ocean was the same. Always constant, always beautiful, and always very treacherous if one didn't pay close attention to her. She had to be careful to focus on work rather than on the beauty of the sea life around her. The colorful anemones and starfish always captured her attention. One could easily get lost in the vivid world and forget the passage of time, always crucial underwater when one needed air to breathe. She began raking sea urchins into her net, losing herself in the rhythm of her work. Curious fish drifted around her, but nothing disturbed her, and she was able to get her net filled quickly. The current seemed stronger than usual, but the series of storms had prevented her from diving for a couple of weeks, and the rivers had filled and were dumping into the sea. By the time she'd filled her first net and hooked it and was working on the second, she was getting tired, out of shape, or maybe she was exhausted from their frequent intimacy. Lev and she had been holed up in their house for days. Each evening, one of her sisters brought dinner by, but that was the only time they saw anyone else. They spent each day together doing the silliest things and then sharing intimate moments, talking and sharing intimate moments, exploring the house and sharing intimate moments. Their passion had filled every single room. Lev was insidious. He just sort of snaked his way into her world and had already become a part of it. And somehow he'd managed to wheedle his way onto her boat. She'd lived with that reminder for almost a week. Now he was up there, probably touching her equipment. She raked faster, her arms aching. She sent the first bag to the surface and hooked the second one, allowing it to float up as well. She followed at a more leisurely pace. Lev had been paying attention when she'd given him instructions because he was slowly pulling in the hose and her with it. After working alone for so long, it was an odd sensation to have someone else helping. She wasn't positive she liked it. Relying on herself was easier and safer.
If she depended on someone else, eventually in a crisis, she might hesitate, and seconds counted underwater. When she'd worked with Daniel, he'd owned the boat. They'd dived together, and they'd done cleanup together. They'd been diving buddies, but Daniel, because the boat was his, had been the captain. He shared the work with her, and they never had so much as a squabble. But when she was diving, even with him, she'd totally relied on herself. The few times she'd tried working with a tender, her need for an exact routine had always made it impossible. Nearing the surface, she caught a glimpse of something exploding out of the rock as if shot from a gun, rocketing toward her through the water. A huge lingcod with a mouthful of wickedly sharp teeth had emerged from a dark crevasse in the rock and charged straight at her. It came right between her legs, and she rolled over in an effort to get away. The mottled fish had to be a good 50 inches in length and weigh in at 60 pounds. With 18 large teeth coming at her, she whipped around to keep a wary eye on it. The cod continued on past her, evidently intent on a good-sized cabezon swimming back down to the floor where it preferred to hang. The cod grabbed the cabezon, shook him 3 or 4 times as if the 20-pounder was nothing, split him in half, and spit him out. For a moment, the cod watched with evident satisfaction as the 2 halves of the cabezon floated away. The cod ignored her and swam back to his rock. She stuck her head above water, hanging on to the anchor chain so the current couldn't take her away from the boat, and watching as Lev carefully pulled up the urchin nets. He followed her orders exactly, placing them in the hold and covering them. She signaled for another net. She had close to 1,000 pounds and thought she might be able to pull in another 300 to 500 for a good day's work if she was lucky. The wind had picked up a bit, and mist had begun to drift in from out at sea. She didn't want to take any chances with Lev aboard. "You tired?" he called. She shrugged. "I'll come in after this next haul." He nodded and gave her the net. "Be careful, Rikki." "I always am," she said. A gull screamed, and Lev turned his attention skyward. Rikki shoved her regulator into her mouth and started back down, trailing the net. She turned her head at the first sign of movement and found the cod back, this time charging straight at her. It was ugly, the huge mouth wide open, showing teeth. Its bulging eyes fixed on her. Instinctively, she thrust the net in front of her to protect herself. The cod rocketed so fast through the water that he burst into the net, nearly striking her anyway. She just managed to shove the net to one side, avoiding the contact, but he was so strong and swimming so fast, he nearly jerked her arm out of the socket. Adrenaline rushed through her veins, and without thinking, she lifted the net out of the water and tossed, throwing the fish out. She watched it fly through the air in a high arc and begin its descent. Her stomach dropped. No sound came out of her mouth, although she really did try to call out a warning. The 60-pound cod landed almost on top of Lev, furious, fighting, flopping, and jumping, snapping with his teeth. Lev whipped out a gun and aimed it at the ferocious fish. "No, my boat!" Rikki shouted. He did a little dance, trying to get away from the thrashing creature, catching at the gun rail, prepared to leap over the side as the fish snapped at him. Laughter bubbled up. Lev, the ruthless assassin, was about to abandon the boat because of a fish. He shot her a long look of reprimand and drew a lethal-looking big knife. Rikki nearly drowned herself laughing as he stabbed down and caught the fish with the blade and heaved it back into the water. "That was dinner," she called. "I thought you'd be happy." "You're not going to be laughing so hard when you get back in this boat," he predicted ominously. Lev watched Rikki prudently disappear beneath the water. The last he saw of her were her laughing eyes. He found himself grinning. So she was throwing fish at him. He shook his head and poured himself a cup of coffee from the thermos he'd brought. He wanted to be down there with her, but he'd be content with getting a foot in the door, so to speak. He studied the rocky shores. There was a wild beauty to the coast, a primal feeling of untouched wilderness, even though houses and small villages dotted the bluffs. Just beyond the shoreline, dark forests stood tall, great redwoods and groves of eucalyptus and cypress. The clear sky had slowly disappeared under a layer of mist, which was thickening to a pale shade of gray. He watched it come in, fingers of fog drifting lazily, pointing toward the shore. The seagull cried out again, drawing his attention. The fisherman was on the move. Lev sighed. He'd known his government would send someone to make certain he was dead. He had hoped they wouldn't move quite so fast, but he was a liability to them if he was out from under their control, and they had to make certain. Everything in him settled. Emotion was gone, and his survival instincts took over. He'd been waiting, had planned, and he was ready. Now that the cleaner was finally here, he could breathe again. This was his world, and he was very familiar with it. Life or death, cat and mouse. He rolled his shoulders and felt the calm that came to him with every assignment. He had a purpose, a mission to carry out, and this time it was to secure a new life for himself. There was only one real threat to him, and that was Ralph. He knew he would do whatever he had to do to protect Rikki.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. He had every intention of meeting with Ralph and pushing his memory to the back of his head before the fisherman found him, and he would find him. He wouldn't leave a stone unturned before he went home and reported back to his masters. Lev reached for the bird, and this time it was easier connecting. The bird circled above the blue sea and made his way back toward the harbor. Moving high in the fog was a surreal experience. The bird's sight mainly on the sea and the activity below it, looking for an easy meal. The dizzy, disorienting feeling caused by his blurred vision always threw him for a moment as he adjusted to the difference in his sight. The seagull took him along the shore, past craggy rocks and windswept trees, and then around the bluff to the other side of Albion Harbor. Lev directed the bird to spiral down for a better look. The fisherman had returned his rented boat to the harbor and was making his way along the bluffs, stopping occasionally to talk to a few people. In spite of the clothes and cap, Lev could not miss that fluid, rolling walk. Petr Ivanov. Lev recognized the way he moved. He'd run across Petr more than once, a robot of a man. They'd been in training together when they were in their teens. Even then, Petr had displayed an inability to connect with anyone. His trainers had capitalized on that, keeping him emotionally disconnected from everyone. He was used to clean up messes. It didn't matter who the mark was, man, woman, or child. No matter the age or circumstances. He never questioned. He just did the job. Of course, they would send Petr. Who else? He wouldn't fear finding Lev. He was a machine. He wouldn't kill unnecessarily or with passion. He would hunt until he was satisfied that Lev Prakenskii was dead, and until then, he'd keep digging until he found answers. There was satisfaction in knowing he had been right. He'd expected Ivanov to be the one they sent after him. Knowing his enemy was half the battle. He turned the seagull toward the harbor, needing to see if the processing company had already sent their truck for picking up the day's catch. The bird flew over the dock and no one was yet on the platform, which meant Petr Ivanov hadn't yet met up with Ralph. Ivanov was in the beginning stages of his investigation, assuming different characters. He'd go to the authorities with an official inquiry, but he would visit local bars and hangouts, looking for anyone who worked along the docks and in fishing boats that might provide clues to any survivors. He nodded. Hospitals, clinics, he'll be thorough. So hole up at the farm. Your sisters. She shrugged. Won't say anything. Judith and Ariana will read him like a book. There's no reason for him to question any of them. You make it sound so easy, Rikki. It is easy. Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. You stay out of sight, and he'll go away and declare that you're dead. What about Ralph? She took another bite and chewed thoughtfully. Washing the peanut butter down with water, she ate a couple of cookies before she answered. He never actually saw your face that day. He'll see Lev Hammond today, an old diving buddy. He shook his head. Not Lev. Don't use that name. It's Levi. A Russian name as common as Lev is bound to be a trigger. And we were more than diving buddies in the past. She made a face at him. More than diving buddies? What does that mean exactly? It means you were quite the adventurous diver, making many connections up and down the coast, and I've had to come chasing after you again. She opened her mouth to object, and he kissed her. She tasted like peanut butter.
He was beginning to think he might actually come to like the stuff. His hand bunched in the back of her hair, holding her in place, and he kissed her again, just because he could. She blinked up at him, a small smile on her face. There might be a few perks to being an adventurous diver. Up and down the coast. His fingers tightened in her hair. You just remember I carry a gun at all times. Ah, but now I know what that gun is for. Fish killer. She burst out laughing again, the sound floating around him like the droplets of fog, enveloping her in a misty, melodic embrace. It was a strange sensation, sharing her love of the water and the feel of moisture on his skin. Individual drops felt like a soft caress on his skin. The deep stimulation was elemental to life, feeding his energy, building barriers that helped him cope. He bent his head to hers once more. He was so connected to her that he was in her brain, feeling her sensations as if they were his own. He took his time, kissing her with profound emotion, trying to convey without words what was in his heart. She'd turned his world upside down. She'd given him a safe place to hide until he was fully healed, or a place to live. He chose life with her. I like calling you Lev, she whispered, a small frown drawing her brows together. I like the way the name sounds, very much like the real you, like my love. His world righted as he inhaled sharply. She would always be his miracle, and no more so than right at that moment with her little confession. He wanted to give her that much of his past, maybe keep the memories of his family, so long ago lost, with that name. But it was a danger. Had he not had a concussion, he would never have identified himself with his true given name. Her little frown disappeared, and she smiled at him. I'll call you that when we share our deepest moments, a much more intimate name between the two of us, something sacred. His heart twisted. She could bring a man to his knees. I like that idea. We'd better get moving, or we won't make it back into the harbor. She turned away from him, all business, dealing with the hoses and equipment. When he bent to help, she sent him one fierce scowl, and he backed off, both hands up in the air in surrender. He couldn't help smiling as he watched her work, noting the way she wrapped hoses and patterns and fussed meticulously over her equipment and wetsuit. They made their way back through the thickening fog to the harbor. He had to admit his heart accelerated a bit as they neared the harbor itself. The swells were beginning to pick up, dashing against the rocks jutting up out of the water. White spray burst into the air, and the fog seemed alive, moving now, which meant wind. You scared? She sent him a cheeky grin over her shoulder. Her cheeks were red, her hair wild, her dark eyes bright. He could see she loved this, loved the hint of danger, loved the sea rolling beneath her feet. You'd like me to admit that to you, wouldn't you? Her laughter was music to him. She sounded carefree, happy, so alive. Don't worry, you're safe with me, Levi. He knew he was safe with her. She's accepted him into her life, and she was intensely loyal. He watched her as she maneuvered the entrance to the 600 feet of river. The swells were increasing, and she had to bring the boat in just perfectly to keep from being swamped. Concentration was on her face, complete focus. She had fought her own battles and won. She'd found her own strength and knew exactly who she was. She might have wished she'd been born someone else at some time in her life, but she'd accepted what life had given her, and she'd made the most of it. Happiness settled over him. Peace. He was finished living in the shadows as an insubstantial ghost. He'd found home, and astonishingly, home was a woman. He folded his arms across his chest and kept his gaze on her as they rode out the increasing swells, shot beneath the bridge and into calmer water. She laughed and turned her head again to look at him, to share the experience with him. Rikki took the boat straight to the dock. She'd called in the morning and knew the processing plant would have the truck waiting when she came in. It looked as if she was the first boat to come back in. The others wouldn't be far behind her, not with the wind picking up so suddenly. They'd never get back into the harbor if the swells increased in strength. "We just got here," Ralph called to her. "Mike's the only other boat out from Albion today. Danny went with him. The weather's closing in on us again." His speculative gaze wasn't on her, but on Lev. She nodded. "Supposed to be a good day." Lev looked at her face. She'd retreated, become closed off. She was all business, hooking the nets to the pulley so Ralph could weigh and tag them before dumping them into the totes. He watched carefully until he knew exactly what to do, and casually took over, one hand moving Rikki gently but firmly out of the way. "Levi Hammond," he said. "Ralph Carlson." "Yeah, I remember. I'll be around for a while again. Decided to come back and claim my woman," Lev said. "We've been dive partners on and off for years. Been roughing it in Alaska, but figured if I waited too long, she'd replace me." Rikki's gaze was cool as it swept over him. "I'm still considering it." She played her part so perfectly he could have kissed her. He dropped an arm around her shoulders and was content with kissing the top of her head. "Best very diver up and down the coast," he said. "Bossy, too. She's not letting me touch anything on her boat." "I'm still mad at you," she sniffed and pushed him away. Lev laughed and climbed up onto the platform to help Rel swing the sea urchin nets to the totes, while Rikki took her boat back to the dock to tie up. "Rikki doesn't talk much," Ralph said. "She's been diving in this area for about 4 years and has never said more than a few words to anyone." Lev nodded. "That's Rikki." He stepped a little closer to Ralph, using a very careful push to test the man. "Been a while since I've been here." He planted a vague memory, nothing more than a shadow, laughing together in a bar. Ralph immediately filled in the blanks, providing an atmosphere and details, dumping them into the memory to enhance it. "Long time." "Alaska's wild. Great diving, but cold and lonely." Lev grinned at him. "After a while, all I could think about was getting back to Rikki." "You're lucky you came when you did. I was thinking I might ask her out." Lev smiled, but his eyes went cool, then frosty. "Yeah, I wouldn't try that. I'm the jealous type." He pushed a little harder, distancing the memory of Rikki bringing back an adventurous diver, so the timeline was vague. Ralph rubs at his head. "Headache?" Lev asked sympathetically. "Yeah, came on all of a sudden, and I've got one more coming in." "I hear him now," Lev said, and stepped off the platform with a lift of his hand. It was all the damage control he could do for now, and maybe it would be enough. Ivanov would find Rikki. He would talk to all the divers.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. It was a fairly common practice for agents to charm their way in, using women as shelters when they needed a safe house. Petra Ivanov would definitely question Rikki and ask questions about her. Rikki was scrubbing her boat and equipment with bleach in preparation for the next dive. She glanced up at him. "Thanks for not pulling out your gun and shooting him. I worried a little that you might have gone one too many days and just eated the practice." "Ha." He started to board, but she gave him that fierce scowl that told him he wasn't welcome. "And I wouldn't have used a gun. I'd want it to appear natural, like a heart attack." She paused again and gave him her look. "I'd better not die of a heart attack. I'll come back and haunt you." "Well, your boat is looking pretty good, and you don't share well with others." She laughed softly. The second boat came around the bend in the river out of the fog, looking a little ghostly. The 2 occupants stared at Lev as they passed the sea gypsy. Lev crouched on the dock, staying low, bending toward her. Voices carried on the water, so he used the more intimate telepathy. "Tell me their names and something about them." "Dan Ferguson and Mike Carpenter. That's Mike's boat. Dan has his own, but the engine is down. Mike's married. Dan is looking." She stepped out off the boat, and he took most of the gear from her. They walked together, Rikki slightly ahead. The 2 divers cut off her escape before she could make for the parking lot, as Lev had been certain they would. Divers knew one another. It was a small world, and it stood to reason that they would be protective of their only female diver, especially since she was considered different. Rikki stopped directly in front of the shorter of the two men, her little frown on her face. Lev reached past her, offering his hand. It was obvious to him that she respected Mike. Mike, long time. He gave a little push, directing the vague shadow into the other man's mind. Immediately, he turned to the taller of the two men, needing to give the shadow time to work. He'd already felt the resistance in the diver. Dan, good to see you're still at it. The same shadow slid into his head. Levi Hammond, as if he was reminding them. Mike scowled and rubbed at his temples, regarding Lev with some confusion. Dan picked up the shadow and enhanced it first. He smiled and shook Lev's hand again. Been a long time. Too long. Nearly lost my woman. She was getting ready to dump me again. Lev's fingers settled possessively around the nape of Rikki's neck. I'm not the best letter writer. Rikki made no response. He could feel her body vibrating, and there was the gentlest of rocking. He knew she wasn't aware of it, but her distress level was increasing in direct proportion to the number of people crowding close to her. You okay, Rikki? Mike asked, looking at her, not at Lev. She nodded. Just tired. The current was strong. There's an outsider hanging around asking questions. He's asking about the divers. I don't know what he's after, but be careful, Rikki, Mike warned. I'll look after her, Lev said. Her frown deepened and she took a step away from him. I don't need looking after. That's what got us into trouble before, remember? She'd missed her calling. She needed an Oscar, blending her annoyance with their fictitious previous relationship. He was very aware her step had taken her closer to the two men, and it bothered him on some weird primal level. He shouldn't be a jealous man. He shouldn't really have those kinds of emotions. Nevertheless, he considered this might be a perfect time for target practice. Lev forced a grin. Yeah, I remember. Little Miss Independent. She spit on my money. He took her hand and drew her around the two divers back toward the parking lot and the safety of the truck. These men needed time for the shadow memory to work. They would think they knew him, but were having trouble placing him. And he didn't dare stay long around Mike. The man was too perceptive by far, and he was fighting the planted memory. She shrugged. If you'd rolled the hoses properly in the first place, we wouldn't have needed the money to replace them. Definitely an Oscar. They sounded like they'd been together forever, and the men had to know how fussy she was about her equipment. They were divers. They were probably just as fussy. He laughed. You're not suckering me back into that old argument. Come on, let's get home. She went with him, lifting her hand to the divers as she climbed into the driver's seat. You know they think you're trying to curry favor just to get back into my good graces. He smirked as he carefully stowed her gear. They also know the balance of power will swing right back once I worm my way inside your little heart again. You should write fiction. The Sea Gypsy is my boat. If you want to be captain, you'll have to go buy your own boat. You have enough money. I'm content to work under you. He gave her another male smirk as he seated himself on the passenger side, his dark glasses firmly in place. She rolled her eyes and started the truck. You're good at role-playing, Levy. He turned his head. She had a tone. Thoughtful, speculative. His gut knotted up again. Yes, I play roles to survive, Rikki. I slip from one identity to the next. Without speaking, she drove up the narrow, steep road lined with eucalyptus trees that led to the highway, but her frown was back, and this time it didn't bode well for him. He waited, letting her work it all out in her mind. He knew the direction her mind was going. She drove all the way back to the farm without saying a word. He respected her silence. At the house, she took care of her equipment first, making certain everything was ready for the next dive, just as she'd done on the boat. He went into the house and left her to it, powering up the laptop so he could be sure that everything for Levi Hammond was in place. His Social Security, drivers, diving, and tenders licenses were all being replaced after the theft, dutifully reported to the cops. He even had a copy of the police report. Levi Hammond had a secure history, as did his parents and his grandparents on both sides. Lev was always thorough. He even had set up a history of credit card use, with an excellent credit rating as well. The credit cards were coming along with his birth certificate.
He double-checked that no one had tried to access any of his records, including his school records. Obviously, Petra Ivanov hadn't heard of him or become suspicious of anyone in Rikki's life. On the other hand, he'd put a flag on Rikki's records, and someone had been looking into her life. He doubted if it was the local sheriff. The man had had plenty of time to look at her if he was suspicious of her in any way, and wouldn't go back for a second look. No, Ivanov had heard of the female sea urchin diver, and she would be his first choice to look into. Someone would remember she hadn't been at the wedding on the day the yacht sank. Ivanov by now would have visited the local sheriff and the hospitals and clinics. Finding nothing, he would have started trying to blend in and get acquainted with the locals to hear all the gossip. Rikki came in, breaking his concentration, and went past him without a word. He heard the shower start up a few minutes later. He sighed and sat back. The woman was beginning to make him a little crazy. Where had all his training and discipline gone? He erased his history and logged off. Leaning on the doorframe, he studied her through the glass as she showered. She was wholly focused on the water and obviously wasn't aware of him. Laskovaya moya, do you believe I'm playing you? Using you? She didn't look up, nor did she stiffen. She left the water running over her shoulders and back as if she ached. It occurred to me that it was possible until I felt my palm aching.
Breath in SF. 25–30% natural increase. She rubbed the center of her palm, and he felt the touch as if it were physical, a deep connection. I'm in your head, and you're in mine. It might work for a short period of time, but you can't hide from me any more than I can hide from you. She turned her head and looked back at him through the glass. Her eyes met his, locked and held. He felt that look stab deep, penetrate straight through his chest to his heart. There was love in her eyes. She didn't bother to hide it. She never voiced the sentiment aloud to him. Maybe she didn't realize he said it to her because he always used his native tongue, but he could see it there in her solemn eyes. See you, Lev. I will always see you, no matter what skin you have to wear or how many times you have to shed it and grow a new one. I'll see you when you're in the shadows. The real you is always safe here with me. I'm not going anywhere. His eyes and throat burned. He couldn't move, couldn't turn away from her, and he knew the raw emotion was there on his face for her to see. He broke open and spilled out in front of her. The man he'd wanted to be, the man who had fallen so hard for a woman he couldn't ever find his feet or his heart again, could only look at her and know for certain he was where he was supposed to be. Eyes locked on Rikki's, Lev pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it aside. It took a minute to remove his shoes and socks and strip off his pants. She waited, her eyes darkening with passion. He could drown in her eyes, he decided, locking his gaze with hers, stepping close to pull open the glass door. She inhaled sharply, tilting her head as he came closer. Lev wrapped his fingers around the nape of her neck and drew her to him. The moment he touched her, he felt complete. The water poured over both of them like an exotic waterfall. The entire shower had been constructed to appear as if they were out in the wild, the sea surrounding them, and the water, either rain or a cascading fall, added to the effect. She belonged in that setting, and when her body moved against his, she was relaxed and welcoming. He loved the scent of her, the womanly fragrance drifting around him like a heady perfume. The trust in her eyes, the need and passion aroused him as nothing else could. Her hands moved over his chest, her fingers tracing defined muscles. There was possession in her touch for the first time, a claiming of her own. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. They shared a moment of intense intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. For a moment, his lungs burned, and his heart nearly exploded. His legs shook. He eased her against the wall to keep both of them from landing on the floor. Pressing his forehead against hers, he fought for breath. "Ya tebya lubiu, Rikki," he murmured softly. "I love you.
I know you think it's too soon, and I don't want to frighten you, but it's true and I have to tell you. So I'll tell you in my native language, and you can't be afraid." Her dark eyes swallowed him, and then she leaned forward and took possession of his mouth, a sweet, tender kiss, pouring herself into him. "I love you right back," she whispered, pulling back to look down into his face. "Maybe it is too soon. All my sisters would think so. But I've never felt like this, not ever. Don't think I have to hear pretty words, Lev. I'm not asking for forever. I want forever." He tasted the word. "I'd never considered that I'd have a chance at forever. I like the sound of it. I'll take that. Forever with you." She kissed him again. While a sense of peace settled over them, her fingers slid into his hair. She lowered her legs, reluctant to part with him. Her hand stroked his bare chest. She bent forward to capture a drop of water clinging to his hard pebble of a nipple. He cradled her head to him. Picking up the shampoo, he washed her silky hair, his fingers gently massaging her scalp. Rinsing, he took his time soaping her body with her shower gel. "I could spend all day here with you," he told her, sponging the soap from her skin. She took over. Her hands were familiar now, moving over his body with such tenderness he ached inside. "It won't be so fun when the hot water turns cold on us, which it's about to do." Her hands moved lovingly over his body, slippery with soap, washing him thoroughly before she rinsed him off. He grinned at her, gathered her into his arms, and kissed her again. She looked so tempting, with those dark eyes and slicked back hair, her lips slightly swollen from his earlier kisses. "You're right, the water's turning cold." He turned it off and handed her a towel before drying off himself. A bird called. Another answered. "Let's just sit on the back porch and watch the sky tonight. A small storm is supposed to make its way over the ocean inland. I love to watch them come in. It's not a big system, but the sky is always so great with churning clouds. They get heavier and darker, and you can just feel the rain in the air." "Someone's here, Laskovaya moya," Lev whispered. He put her gently from him and stepped hastily into his jeans. He couldn't help taking the time to look at her, wet and disheveled. He padded barefoot into the bedroom and checked his weapons. Rikki followed him to the bedroom door and stood regarding him with amusement, absently toweling herself off. "Only my sisters come visit me," she pointed out. "I think you're safe." "I prefer to be certain," he replied, flashing a small, reassuring smile. She might be amused by his safety precautions, but they were ingrained in him, and he would never be completely free of his training. Survival was part of the reason he had grabbed at her with both hands, committing fully almost before he even realized what he was doing. Survival was at the very core of who he was, and Rikki represented existence for what had been left of the original Lev Prakenskii. That man had slowly been consumed by the phantom that slipped through the world unnoticed, assuming new identities, shedding his skin and his identity at the drop of a hat. She had no real concept of his world and the danger that came from accepting him into her life. But he also knew, even if she had fully recognized the risks, she would accept them. "You're distracting me," he pointed out, stepping close to her as he leaned down to capture her mouth with his. He loved the feel of her skin, baby soft, silky smooth, the way she shivered at his touch, the way she tasted, everything, all of her. He kissed his way to her ear, nibbling, pressing butterfly kisses over her chin and neck and back to her delicate earlobe. They came together in passion. She cradled his head to her, holding him, the tremors rocking her, the small little whimpers enveloping him in her music. He pressed his forehead against hers and inhaled, taking her feminine fragrance into his lungs. "You're so beautiful, Rikki." "Actually, I'm pretty thin," she said matter-of-factly. "I don't have a lot of curves." He couldn't help but smile. She wasn't fishing for compliments, she meant it literally. He'd not only meant her outside, but her inside as well. "You have enough for me, and we'll work on the thin part. I'm a good cook. You just have to learn to eat something other than peanut butter." He pulled away from her before he was lost again. You're also a terrible distraction." He caressed her as he slipped past and made his way to the kitchen. The drive teed up and went into a circle. Rikki, as well as her family, always used the parking at the back. There was more room, and the drive circled right back to the main road. He didn't turn on lights, but waited in the gathering darkness as a car he recognized as Blythe's made its way to park beside Rikki's truck. She sat for a moment, staring at the house, obviously disturbed by something, before she opened her door and got out.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. As soon as he saw that she was alone and bringing dinner, he went out to help her. "Blythe, good to see you," he greeted, taking the containers from her. "I really can cook now. I do appreciate all of you keeping me from starving to death, but we're going shopping tomorrow and I'll cook. We'll do a little trial and error and see if we can find other things Rikki can comfortably eat." Blythe followed him up the stairs to the porch, but stopped at the door. "You have to go slow with her, Levi." He nodded. "I'm learning that. It's a good journey, though. Come on in." Blythe shook her head. "I don't know how she manages to accept you in her house, but she gets very distressed when we all come in. She barely held it together when we had to enter the house the other day." "But not because of her autism," Lev said. "She's afraid for you. If you don't stop that now, it's going to become part of her routine, and she'll lose the ability to have guests in her home. That's too limiting for her. Her home is her safe haven, her refuge. She has to be comfortable with her family in it. Come in and just act natural." Blythe moistened her lips nervously, but she stepped into the kitchen, looking at him with speculative eyes. Lev knew his hair was damp and his shirt open. She knew he was more than a man passing through Rikki's life. He also knew she was worried. He couldn't blame her. Her sisters had read him accurately, but he was going to stay. Blythe would have to learn that Rikki was his world, and she was safe in his hands. He put the dinner on the table and padded barefoot on through to the living room, Blythe following reluctantly. "It's Blythe, Rikki. She brought dinner," he called. "Oh, good. I wanted to see her," Rikki called back. "I was going to tell her what a great hunter you are, almost bringing us back a huge lingcod." Laughing, she emerged from the bedroom, her hair disheveled and still damp, her eyes bright with laughter, hands still buttoning her shirt. The smile faded from her face the moment she saw her sister standing in her living room. "Oh," she pushed her hand through the wet strands of her hair in agitation. "I thought you'd be waiting outside on the porch for me." "It's a little cool out there to be comfortable," Lev said smoothly. "I asked her in. I knew you'd want her to stay warm." Rikki opened her mouth twice to say something and closed it, swallowing hard. Her frown was back, dark brows drawn together. She turned in a circle, looking helpless and vulnerable. Lev wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her close to him, dropping his chin on the top of her head. "You aren't worried about your stalker, are you, sweetheart? I've got a good warning system. He can't sneak up on us. Your sister is safe." Her fingers plucked nervously at his shirt. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," he said. "I would never put your sister's life in danger." "He manages to hurt or kill everyone I care about," she said. "Not this time, honey. Laskovaya moya, trust me. I am beginning to know him, and his days will be numbered. He will not be allowed to harm you." Lev kissed her neck and then waved Blythe to a chair. "Rikki threw a fish at me today, one with gigantic teeth." He forced a small grin. Rikki was still tense. He was definitely pushing her comfort zone by having Blythe in the house with them. He casually crossed to the door and opened it, leaving the screen in place, but allowing Rikki to see that they had a clear escape should a fire start. "She threw a fish at you," Blythe settled into a chair with an encouraging smile. "Did you really, Rikki?" Rikki dropped into her favorite chair and glanced uneasily at the kitchen door. Lev obligingly went through to the kitchen to open it for her. "He's always complaining about my peanut butter, so I thought I might help him out with dinner." "The fish was possessed," Lev picked up the story. "It was snapping and flopping and trying to chew my leg off, and she's in the water laughing." Rikki's laughter was genuine, and the tension in him unraveled. He looked like he was doing a wild rain dance, and he was going to bail, give up my boat to the fish. I was not. Lev couldn't take his eyes from her face. He loved watching her expressions. Maybe he'd never looked at people before. They meant nothing to him.
He could never see their pain and suffering. He couldn't let it touch him or he would fail in his mission. The mission mattered, the ultimate goal, not the individual. Laughter was never heard. If you allowed yourself to hear or feel amusement, you would hear and feel pain. As if she was reading his thoughts, Rikki took his left hand in both of hers. He definitely was Blythe. He was going to abandon ship. The pad of her thumb slid over the center of his palm. He felt her caress, not on his skin, but deep in his body, an intimacy that connected them beyond all expectations. Stay. She'd whispered that to him, given him a choice. She didn't want him in the cold in the shadows. She saw beyond the ghost to the man and somehow gave him substance. She'd given him a home, a refuge. And now she'd given him this, intimacy beyond imagining. He wanted to take her into his arms all over again, bury his body in hers, and merge them together until they were sharing the same skin. He didn't think it was possible to love a woman, to love anyone, the way he loved her. He felt Blythe's gaze on him, and he forced himself to look away from Rikki. Instincts honed by years of survival kept him from showing his feelings. Rikki made him vulnerable, and his feelings for her made her the perfect target if anyone wanted to get to him. Lev cleared his throat. If I want to hear gossip, where's the best place to go? Inez at the grocery store, Rikki and Blythe said simultaneously. They looked at each other and laughed. Everyone talks to her. She knows everyone, and sooner or later, everyone spills their guts to her, Rikki added. But I don't want to paint her as just a gossip, Blythe clarified. She's not like that. She's genuinely interested in people's lives and cares about them. She doesn't disclose anything confidential, and she protects the people in the village. The Drakes, one of our most prominent families, are very close to her. Jocelyn is a star in the music industry, and Hannah was a supermodel. Kate writes novels, and they're bestsellers, so often reporters come into the village, especially for those tatty little gossip rags. Blythe is a first cousin to the Drakes, Rikki volunteered. Her mother's name is Blythe as well. It's a huge family. I swear, there's so many cousins they could take over the town. Blythe nodded, her gaze fixed on Lev. We probably could, and recently there was quite a wedding. Your family sounds interesting. I didn't have any siblings, so I've always wondered what it would be like to have a large family. Noisy, Blythe said, and happy. I have a lot of cousins, but no siblings. My mother managed to have me, but no others. She had 6 sisters. She was third to the oldest and quite talented in her way. I could never lie to her, she laughed softly. It wasn't so easy during my teenage years, but all the get-togethers with my cousins were fun. Holidays were the best. So you're close to your cousins? She nodded. I see them often. That's why I came here, to be close to family. I found this great piece of property. Most of the farm was already developed. Why didn't your family go in with you on it? Lev asked. Her expression closed down. I didn't ask them. I felt it was very necessary to be on my own. She indicated Rikki with her chin. I'm glad I did. I never had younger sisters, and this farm has allowed me to have a big family of my own. Rikki smiled. And I'm very glad you did as well. Blythe studied Lev's face. She seemed to be staring at his eyes. He knew his facial hair hid a great deal. He had scars on his arms and hands, and he was certain she'd noticed them, but she hadn't asked any questions.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. You remind me of Josley's husband just a little bit. Something around the eyes, or maybe it's the way you watch people. You're very still like he is. He's Russian and worked for some sort of government agency. I'm not really certain which. His last name is Prakenskii. Prakenskii. He didn't even blink. Survival took over. His body remained relaxed, and he appeared mildly interested, no more. Had someone taken his pulse, it would have been rock steady. Do not look at me, Rikki. Rikki rocked gently in her chair and idly picked up the handheld kaleidoscope Judith had made especially for her. Lev could see it was beautiful. The exterior blues and aquas shimmered as if one was underwater looking up toward the surface to palm trees overlooking the ocean. Keep looking into your kaleidoscope. She is fishing, and we can give nothing away. It would put her life in danger.
Aloud, he spoke to Blythe, not even glancing at Rikki to see if she understood. He had to trust her to handle this inquiry without hesitation. Lev looked Blythe straight in the eye and gave a casual shrug. Must be my Russian mother. Well, half Russian. Her mother married a contractor who had consulted with a huge building project there. She was a translator. Maybe she gave me Russian eyes. Were you aware, Blythe asked, that although the yacht that went down was a Greek vessel, one of those lost aboard was a Russian? I've heard someone's been in Inez's store asking around about survivors, particularly the Russian. Rikki took a breath and held out the kaleidoscope, as if the conversation was an idle one and didn't concern her in the least. You have to look at this, Levi. Really? He said to Blythe as he took the proffered scope. I thought it was confirmed that everyone was dead. I haven't been keeping up with the news. Blythe nodded. Judith told me he showed her a picture of the man he was looking for. He was about your height and weight. Lev smiled at her. I suppose you're implying that I might be this man? It's plausible. You turned up around the same time. He put the kaleidoscope to his eye and looked down the tube. The liquid-filled cell captured the image and feel of being both in the water and under the water simultaneously. Judith was clearly remarkable when it came to design. The kaleidoscope was perfect for Rikki. The effect, calm and soothing, gave one the feeling of being at home in the sea. The cell contained a variety of ocean colors: aqua, turquoise, various shades of greens, coral, natural shell colors, pearly finishes, cool silvers, and warm golds. Inside, he found many objects, including fish, shells, seahorses, kelp forms, bubbles, wave shapes, and crystals that suggested the sparkle of the sun on the water. This is beautiful, Rikki, he said, his voice tender, handing the scope back to her and brushing a kiss on top of her head. Your Judith is a genius. He turned his attention once more to Blythe, giving her an easy smile as only Levi Hammond could do. If you're worried that I might be this lost Russian, it's easy enough to check me out. I'm sure you know people. She kept her eyes on his. There are quite a few people in law enforcement in the family. Rikki put down the kaleidoscope and frowned at Blythe. Are you accusing Levi of something, Blythe? What's wrong with you? I thought we were past that. Lev could have kissed her. She had the right touch of outrage, her eyes accusing. When he touched her mind, he realized she wasn't playing a part. As far as she was concerned, her family had indicated they accepted Lev, so their loyalty should extend to him. It doesn't work that way, Rikki. She loves you not only as a sister, but as the child she never had. Whatever she heard made her feel the need to protect you, and we are, in fact, lying to her. It's possible she senses that, and it makes her uneasy. Blythe looked uncomfortable. The Russian said things that were frightening. He said the man who was on that yacht was an assassin, that he was extremely dangerous, and anyone he befriended he was only using. He claimed he would find a woman, make her fall in love with him, use her to hide him, and in the end he would kill her to keep his identity safe. There it was, the truth, and yet a lie. He didn't dare look at Rikki. What if she believed Blythe? The information was impossible to ignore. Rikki reached over and took his hand, her thumb pressing deep into the center of his palm. She stroked a caress there and filled his mind with warmth, with love. You forget, Lev, I am in your head at times. Blythe doesn't have that ability. I know your feelings for me are genuine. I'm not always certain they make sense, or that one day you won't wake up and realize that bump on the head interfered with your intelligence, but I'll take that risk. The relief was immediate and physical. His legs were a little shaky, his heart clenched tightly in his chest. He knew how much he'd invested in Rikki, everything. Without her, he would be back in the cold, but this time on the run. I'm not going anywhere, Rikki. I know this is difficult for you, Blythe. You don't know me. I just showed up with Rikki one day and moved in. Of course you want to protect her. I can only give you my word, which I've never broken, that I will never intentionally hurt or harm Rikki. I want to marry her and live out my life with her." He held up his hand to forestall her protest. "I also realize this relationship happened fast. Rikki and I fit. It isn't just about physical attraction. She's my miracle. I can't explain it better than that. I'm not used to explaining to anyone, but you matter to her. You're her family, and she loves you. I want you to accept me into your family as well." Blythe pressed her trembling lips together as if she might be close to tears. "I want to believe you. All I'm asking for is a chance." Outside the house, there was a flutter of wings and something heavy brushed against the screen door. An owl screeched. Another echoed it. Rikki jumped, her fingers clutching at the kaleidoscope. "He's here," she said, her voice low, scared. Lev dropped a hand on her shoulder. "Stay in the house. I mean it, Rikki. Blythe, keep her inside. Watch the doors just in case." He moved fast before either of them could protest. He deliberately donned a dark-colored shirt, and he went out through the bedroom window, already reaching for his spies. One owl circled above the house, while another sat in the high branches of a tree just up on the ridge. Both were agitated. Lev swore under his breath and glanced at the sky. There were clouds, some dark and heavy, which might be a good thing. He started Octorich, and the owls circling screeched a warning. He let his mind expand. He hadn't wanted to take possession and see through the owl's eyes because it weakened him, but he had no choice. The frantic cries of the bird indicated trouble elsewhere. He circled the house, coming in under the cover of a small terraced section of rhododendrons. The scent of gasoline was strong. A wide swath of brush and grass had been soaked in a large circle surrounding the house. He could just make out a dark shadow moving fast for the ridge. He gave pursuit, drawing his weapon and racing over the uneven ground. The shadow turned, and what looked like a gun was attached to a hose that led to a pack on his back. Flames shot from the gun and spread across the ground until a dozen fires flared up. The man used his hose as a fireman might, and all along the wide circle more fires blazed red and orange. Hungry tongues licked at the fuel and rolled over the ground to connect like the bright dots of the tail of a fiery comet. Energy sang in the air, a large, powerful force, dark with hatred and determination to destroy. The man had gained the ridge where he could watch his creation take shape.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. As he directed the flames to flow together to close any possibility of escape, Lev attacked, using the owls, calling them down, talons extended, eyes and ears sharp. "Rikki, get on the porch. Call the rain down. Do it now and do it fast." Lev had complete faith in her. If there was water in those heavy clouds, she would bring them pouring over the flames. Sprinting, he skirted around the edge of the circle of fire. As he started up the terrace, a bullet whined next to his ear. The arsonist had a gun of his own. "Attack," Lev ordered the birds. He dropped flat, counted to 5, and took off running again. The owls dove at the fire starter, dropping out of the sky like bombers. Birds of prey were predators first, and they went for the face and eyes. The man screamed horribly and threw his arms up to protect his head as he stumbled, running for his truck. Lev didn't have a clear shot at him, but the arsonist fired 3 more times, presumably at the owls diving at him. The truck took off, fishtailing down the road. "Follow him," Lev ordered. The owls circled and took off in a straight line, wings flapping hard, silent predators stalking prey. The clouds burst open and water poured down, drenching the farm, the house, the ground surrounding the house, and the trees and plants. Smoke billowed into the air, and the fire hissed in protest. Rikki walked toward the fire, her hands that of a conductor. He could hear her voice in the distance now, a song of love, rising with the ferocity of the rain, pounding the fire with a deluge fit for a waterfall. The fire was no match for Rikki's concerto, no longer fed by a fire element, no longer pushed by a dark force. It ceased roaring, tried snarling, and then succumbed with a few more hisses to the onslaught of the downpour.
He stood admiring her, with her face upturned to the rain, walking unafraid toward her worst enemy. He loved her more in that moment. With the dark clouds rolling and thunder cracking, Rikki stood unflinching as she directed her symphony. She calmly circled the burned grass, unhurried, taking her time to make certain there was no stray ember working its way beneath the layers of pine needles and vegetation to erupt when least expected. She ruthlessly soaked the area until the water stood in deep puddles. Only then the torrent eased. Lev looked past her to Blythe, who stood on the porch, one hand pressed to her heart, her expression awed as she watched Rikki. He felt the same way, shocking admiration and wonder, overpowering respect at her ability to manipulate water. He was used to psychic gifts, but an element, that was true power. There was no point in trying to track the arsonist. The owls would do a better job, and in any case, he would need medical attention for the artwork on his face caused by the slashing talons. His time was definitely running out. Lev walked back much more slowly to Rikki. She was drenched from the downpour, but she didn't seem to notice or care. She walked the entire circle around her house twice, allowing the rain to distribute much more evenly, so the water had a chance to soak into the ground. The wide swath of blackened ground was now mud, a large moat circling her home. When she looked as if she might start a third time around, he dropped his arm around her shoulders. "It's out, Rikki. Come back to the house." She looked up at him, her eyes as drenched as her clothes, a dark pool of relief, of horror. "I didn't start those fires, Levli. Someone killed my parents and Daniel. It wasn't me, and now I know for certain." A small sob, somewhere between joy and sorrow, escaped. All these years of not knowing. She trailed off, her shoulders shaking. He simply lifted her, cradling her to his chest, striding back across the rain-soaked ground to the porch. Blythe had rushed back into the house, and she emerged with a large, thick towel. He set Rikki on the porch and dried her off gently. "Of course it wasn't you. We all told you that." "I know." She sounded a little shell-shocked. "But not for certain. There was this little part of me that still was afraid." She went into his arms and he held her close. "You're soaked, Rikki. Go take a warm shower." "You're wet too." He kissed her forehead. "We'll spare your sister this time. You know our connection runs deep." He pressed his body close, conveying his strong attraction to her. Rikki tilted her head, a small smile breaking through. "You can have the towel." He took it, more to cover up than to get dry. He watched her as she moved into the house. The fluid, easy step was gone, and she walked a little awkwardly, as if, back on land, without the water, she was out of her world. "Did you know she could do that?" Blythe asked. "My cousins can do things, but that was pretty darned incredible." He rubbed at his dripping hair. "She's pretty darned incredible." Rikki returned, showered and warm in a soft pair of sweats, and snuggled down into her favorite chair beneath her weighted blanket. Clearly, she still was in a state of shock, although her color looked better. Blythe pushed a cup of coffee into her hands and picked up her teacup, looking at both of them with cool, steady eyes. "We have to call Jonas," she announced into the silence. Rikki gasped, nearly spilled her coffee, and put down the cup, shaking her head. "No, no, Blythe, we can't do that. You can't do that. He's the sheriff." She began to twirl her fingers in agitation, rocking back and forth. Les put a hand on her shoulder to calm her, but she continued to grow more agitated. He lifted his eyebrow at Blythe, warning her off. Rikki had been through enough. Pushing her any more would only cause her to retreat in herself, in his estimation. "Exactly," Blythe said, ignoring Lev. She leaned toward Rikki. "Honey, not everyone with a badge won't listen. I've known Jonas since he was a boy, and he's a good man." Rikki bit her lip. "I know that he thinks I started those fires, Blythe. I can see it when he looks at me." "We have proof that you didn't," Blythe said calmly. "I know he thinks I did," Rikki insisted, "and I don't want him here. I don't trust him." "None of us has ever discussed your past with anyone," Blythe said. "He has no reason to think that. He has no reason to know anything at all about you." Rikki turned dark, haunted eyes on her. "Jonas is the kind of man who would investigate anyone who came near his family, and you're family to him whether you like to think so or not. He's looked into my background and all of our other sisters." Blythe sighed. That may be true, but it doesn't negate the fact that he won't automatically think you're guilty because investigators speculated that you were. And now we have irrefutable proof that you're not guilty. Rikki continued to rock, her fingers twirling in her lap. Her eyes went a little wild, her gaze darting around the room as if looking for an escape. She kept shaking her head. I don't want him here, Blythe. I can't have him here looking at me like he does. Lev crouched down in front of her, putting his hand over hers. We don't have to have him here, Rikki. Blythe glared at him. Rikki, think about Jonas, not the other police officers you've been around. Every time he's been near you, how has he treated you? How has he looked at you? Don't superimpose the past on a man who isn't like that. He doesn't have preconceived notions about anyone. Jonas is his own man, and he weighs the facts before he makes up his mind. He believes in giving people chances, and if you're honest with yourself, Rikki, you'll admit I'm right about him. Lev caught Rikki's chin in his palm. Look at me, Laskavoya Maya. His voice was tender, his gaze loving. I'm right here with you. Blythe, Judith, and all the others know you didn't start those fires. I know you didn't. Does anyone else really matter? We're your family. We'll stand by you.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. I'm not wild about bringing the sheriff into this, and if you really don't want him, I can handle this for us. No, Blythe was adamant. Think about what you're asking him to do just because you're afraid, Rikki. Levi wants to stay here with you. If violence occurs, he might have to go, and somehow, and I'm not psychic, I think he'll protect you with every means at his disposal. No matter what either of you say, I believe he is the Russian missing from that yacht. And if he doesn't want anyone to know, then there's a pretty good reason. Don't do that to her, Lev said sharply. Rikki swallowed hard and reached for Lev's hand, clinging hard. I'm not trying to scare you, honey, Blythe said, ignoring the dark menace in Lev's voice. I just want you to think rationally. I know it's hard to let Jonas into our circle, but he's a good man. If you trust me, I'm asking you to extend that trust to him. Levi deserves to start a life without anything hanging over his head. Whoever is out to kill you used a gun tonight. Do you really want Levi to have to use one as well? I won't need a gun. Lev's quiet voice spoke volumes. Blythe shivered, but she looked straight at Lev. I believe in second chances. We all need them. If this is your chance, then you have to start it right. Rikki rocked for a few more minutes, making a strangled sound of distress that broke Lev's heart. Blythe sat back and waited, and he took his cue from her. Rikki had to find her own way. She'd been doing it for many years, and whatever physical response it took to help her get there, he was willing to let her work through it. She wouldn't want interference. She was independent, and that state of mind was hard-won. She deserved whatever time it took for her to work it all out. Rikki flapped her hands in front of her face and blew on her fingers, as if the tips were burned. You can call him Blythe, but he knows about the other fires. Maybe he does, Rikki, Blythe conceded gently, but that doesn't mean he's not willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. Otherwise, don't you think he would have come to me and warned me? Rikki rocked for a few more moments, but her hands settled while she frowned, thinking it over. Lev found himself breathing normally again at the sight of that little frown. Her brain was functioning again, driving out the chaos. Rikki was very fragile, and he would always have to be alert to the fact that their home would need absolute routine and balance. He had been prudent, although for a moment or two, the urge to pick up Blythe and chuck her right out the door had been very strong. Rikki chewed on her lower lip until Lev was afraid she'd draw blood. Maybe you're right. He stopped me the other day, and he was nice. He could have been mean, and he didn't. Then let's call him and ask him to go out and take a look at where this man has been watching the house and the damage he's done tonight, Blythe encouraged. If you want, I can talk to him. I can tell him I was with you when the fire started. You know the cop is going to want to talk to Rikki, Lev said. His tone was level, but he meant it as a reprimand. Blythe meant well, but he objected to misleading Rikki.
The cop was going to want to talk to all of them if he was any kind of a lawman. Perhaps, Blythe shrugged, but even if he does, Rikki knows him, and she knows me. I'm not about to let Jonas intimidate her, which I'm certain he never would. She leaned over and took Rikki's hands, stilling her fidgeting fingers. Baby, listen to me. You know Levi better than anyone else. What do you think he would do to protect you? Don't. Lev's tone turned low and deadly. Don't put her in the position of thinking she has to protect me. She does, Blythe said quietly, from yourself. Rikki's eyelashes fluttered twice before she looked up into Lev's eyes. He felt the impact of those dark velvet depths in the pit of his stomach. She was definitely back and thinking. Blythe had found the right incentive to force Rikki back from the edge of meltdown. Laskavaya Moya, you are not to worry about me. I can take care of myself. It's what I do. And this man, this fire starter, will not be an issue soon. I'm tracking him now. Lev, she whispered his name in his mind. Intimate. Tender. A reprimand. Blythe is right. We need to do this the right way. We'll call Jonas and give him a chance. He sat back on his heels. You know there is danger in that as well. Only if you try messing with his head. He's got his own gifts, Rikki said. I feel his energy every time I'm near him. Good energy or bad? Blythe prompted. Lev straightened, turning cold blue eyes on Blythe. You can stop any time. Levi, this is important. That man not only tried to trap us inside the house, he had a gun. If he wasn't so determined to kill her with fire, he could lie in wait for her. What defense does she have against that? Me. His voice was implacable, certain, confident. No one is going to harm her. Then use the law. Let me call Jonas. Unexpectedly, it was Rikki who changed everything. If you're really going to be Levi Hammond and not Lev, the shadow man, we have to jump with both feet. Let's do it. Let's call him. If it doesn't go well, then we'll explore option 2. Lev sighed, turned away from the two women, and paced across the floor. This house, the farm, was his refuge, a safe haven from outsiders. Every moment away from it increased the danger to him. Every person who saw him was a threat. He hadn't had time to plant enough seeds, that shadowy memory that would grow with each sighting. He had wanted to go into Sea Haven in the early morning hours and see Inez, the woman who would ultimately convince everyone that Levi Hammond had been in and out of Sea Haven and her store for years. He would have the reputation for disappearing, chasing after dreams, but they would all eventually swear they knew him. A sheriff, one with gifts of his own. He rubbed his beard, that soft hair he now kept neat and trimmed, and that altered his appearance and covered old scars. He would have to choose every word carefully, keep to the shadows, allow the women to do the talking, but it could be done. He'd been in worse, tighter situations. Levi? Rikki prompted. He nodded, his stomach rolling. He had too much to lose. He'd never had anything to lose before. He had a strong urge to grab Rikki, throw her in the truck, and get the hell out. His future, his life, was there in her eyes. It wasn't about the farm or the house, the perfect hideaway. It was all about a woman. He locked his gaze with Rikki's, looking her directly in the eyes, trying to tell her the enormity of this one decision, what it could cost them. She took a breath, the darkness of her gaze gleaming with intelligence, with understanding. Call him then, Lev said, and abruptly turned away, striding through the house to the back porch. He had never relied on another human being for anything until Rikki had come along. Survival instincts were screaming at him, clawing deep, his training protesting the decision. It went against who and what he was, the core of him. Yet if he wanted this life, he would have to concede certain things. He'd have to learn, like others, to live within the law, or as close to that as he could possibly get. He heard Rikki's bare feet padding out of the house, coming up behind him. She wrapped both arms around his waist and laid her head against his back, leaned into him. He stared into the night, inhaling the scent of smoke and rain, the scent of Rikki. He put both his hands over hers. "This is risky, sweetheart. You know that, don't you?" There was a small silence. Frogs called to one another, happy for the rain. A cicada sang its song. Rikki turned her head enough to press a kiss into the small of his back before resting her cheek against his spine. "We can do this." He smiled without turning his head.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. With that simple declaration, she had tied them together, made them one. When I marry you, I can't use my given name. There was regret in his voice, in his heart. I want you to marry the real man, not the one I made up. She held him to her without hesitation. There was no shrinking away from him, not with her body or her mind. I will always have the real man, whatever name he chooses for us to live by. You're real, Lev, not a shadow someone created. His smile widened. At last he understood the mysteries. Standing there on the porch with darkness surrounding them, listening to the chorus of the frogs, he knew what was inside all those houses across the world. He'd stood outside of them often, listening to the murmur of voices, the sound of children's laughter, and wondered what they were feeling, why they chose one another, why they would risk everything. I was born Lev Prakenskii. Not everything about me is a lie, Rikki. I will never let you down. What I feel for you is real. It's all-encompassing, and it's lasting. The things your sisters said to you in there, they were things taught to me, survival techniques vital to a man cut off from all aid and hiding. I am not doing that with you. I can give you my real name, one we will never be able to use, but I want you to know it. She simply continued to press her body against his, allowing the night to enfold them. The sudden burst of rain she'd drawn from the clouds had become little more than mist without the pull of her energy. It shrouded the trees in a veil of smoky white, closing them off from the rest of the world. He enjoyed the silence, the sound of the frogs playing in the puddles after the heavy rain. Lev turned slightly and wrapped his arm around Rikki, bringing her from behind him to his side, under his shoulder where he could keep her warm in the gathering mist. Blythe cleared her throat. "I've heated dinner. Come eat, you two." Lev had been aware of her moving about the kitchen, and it was impossible to ignore the smell of food. No matter that his world might come crumbling down in the next few hours, his body needed fuel. He turned his back on the night and, keeping Rikki beside him, went back into the house. He looked around the spacious kitchen. This was their home. Blythe had set the table with the dishware Rikki loved so much. He calmly picked up all 3 plates and restored them to the china hutch. "Rikki has a fondness for that set of dishes," he explained, as he substituted paper plates. "We're going to find another set that doesn't matter if we chip or break it." Blythe took in his matter-of-fact words with a small shake of her head. "I see," was all she said. Lev pulled out Rikki's chair, and she seated herself, looking regal in her sweats. "You're good for her," Blythe said, watching Rikki pick up a fork, instead of protesting that all 3 of them were sitting down to a meal together in her kitchen. "She's good for me," Lev corrected, and sank into the chair beside Rikki. "She's right here, listening to the conversation, and contrary to what appears to be the popular belief tonight, she's got great hearing." Rikki took her fork and began to move the green beans around on her plate. Lev burst out laughing. "She's also a comedian," he pointed out, "and she thinks we're not going to notice that she isn't actually eating. I'm studying these things. They look a little like great big green caterpillars." She wrinkled her nose as she stared down at the offending vegetables. Blythe laughed. "Green beans are good for you." Rikki rolled her eyes. "You're obsessed with all things green, Blythe." She appealed to Lev. "Don't you think they look a little fuzzy?" She pushed the beans around a little more on her plate, made a happy face out of them, and then changed it to a frowning face. Lev felt an unexpected jolt of happiness in the region of his heart. He couldn't help himself. He leaned over and brushed the pad of his thumb across her lips. Her little frown matched the one on her plate. "Try the potato, sweetheart. You'll like that."
She made a face and touched the stuffed potato tentatively with her fork, as if it might explode on her. It's yellow and white. Good colors. Not sea colors, but cheese colors. I suppose next time you might consider injecting blue dye into the cheese, Blythe. Blythe nodded. I will. I hadn't thought of that. Very funny, you two. Now, who are the comedians? Lev pulled her plate over to him and cut the cheese-stuffed potato into small bites. There's nothing green in this, just cheese and potatoes. Rikki inspected the contents carefully before taking a small portion onto her fork. I wouldn't poison you, Blythe assured. You might try to poison Levy, Rikki pointed out, and I might have accidentally gotten the potato with arsenic in it. You do have a point, Blythe agreed cheerfully. Lev found himself laughing, comfortable now with Blythe. They'd come to an understanding. Maybe she could see or feel that what he felt for Rikki was genuine. He found himself including Blythe in the very small circle of people he was allowing to enter into his life. She was a good person, with good motives, and he loved how she loved Rikki. It would have served you right had I brought home that enormous and very ugly fish for dinner, Lev said. Rikki put a small bite of the potato in her mouth and chewed, swallowed, and flashed a quick, teasing grin at him. That thing was never going to make it into this kitchen. She took another forkful of potatoes. These aren't half bad, Blythe. Blythe pressed a hand to her heart. Such praise. The highest, Rikki admitted, chewing another mouthful. I think I like this. I'll definitely need the recipe, Lev said. I'm collecting as many as possible. I've gotten her to eat only 2 of the dishes all of you sent over. Mostly it's peanut butter. Hey, Rikki protested, shooting a quick, almost guilty look at Blythe. I eat that broccoli every single night. Lev nodded, affirming it was true. She dips it raw into peanut butter. Blythe shuddered. Whatever works. At least you're eating something healthy. They finished the meal with Rikki trying to explain the wonders of peanut butter nutrition and how the calorie intake was just what she needed when she was diving. She actually ate the entire potato, 1 green bean, and a small portion of chicken before she pushed the plate away and indulged in a handful of peanut butter cookies. They threw away the paper plates and restored the kitchen to the pristine order Rikki needed to feel comfortable in her home. They were wiping every smudge from the counters when Lev's radar went off. An owl hooted twice, calling from the trees. The bird took flight, passing silently by the kitchen window. I see them. Lev sent the reassurance to his sentinel. We have company, he said aloud. Rikki stiffened, her expression stricken. Lev softened the lighting in the living room, ensuring there were plenty of shadows for him to slide into. The car came around to the front drive, the first time Lev had ever seen anyone doing that, signaling to him that these visitors were first-timers. The sheriff was a tall, well-built man. He parked the car close to the front door and immediately went around to aid his passenger. He stood for a moment looking around carefully, studying the wide moat, the blackened grass shriveled beneath the dark layer of oily water. The sheriff took the arm of the woman as they walked to the door. He moved with fluid grace, his gaze shifting around the property, although he gave the appearance of giving his full attention to the woman. Lev slipped back to allow Blythe and Rikki to greet them first, wanting to assess the pair before they were fully aware of him. The woman coming through the door was shockingly beautiful and very pregnant. She smiled shyly at Rikki and hugged her cousin. Blythe, it's been too long since we've had a good visit.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. You should drop by more often. Her voice was musical, soft like a warm breeze. Lev recognized power when it walked into the room. Hannah Drake Harrington had been a supermodel for some years, appearing on magazine covers and walking the runways all over the world. Yet for all her composure, she seemed just a little hesitant. He read people easily, one of his own gifts, and she was very uncomfortable, although it didn't show on her face. The man coming in behind her, one hand on her waist, his face strong, eyes taking in everything, saw Lev immediately and assessed him that quickly.
Hannah, Jonas, you both know Rikki. This is a good friend of hers, Levi Hammond. Blythe performed the introductions. Levi, Jonas Harrington, is the local sheriff, and Hannah, his wife, is my cousin. Rikki actually backed away, toward Lev, her face stark white. She bumped into him, and he laid his hands on her trembling shoulders. It was difficult when he was always conscious of keeping his hands free, but she needed his touch. "I'm here, Lubos Moya. You're safe." He stroked caresses in her mind, even as he reassured her. Reaching around her, he shook the sheriff's offered hand. Jonas had a strong grip, but didn't try any male games, just gave his hand a firm shake and let him go. But he was taking in the way Lev held Rikki, as well as noticing Rikki's obvious agitation. Hannah smiled gently. "Rikki, how good to see you again. We met a couple of years ago in Judith's store, remember?" Rikki nodded and waved her toward a chair. "Thanks for coming over." Her voice was strained, pitched very low, but she managed to sound hospitable. "Jonas told me you'd called, and I thought it would give me an opportunity to see you, even though it's a business call," Hannah said. It was difficult for her. Lev could hear it in her voice. She had come for Rikki to make this visit easier on her. Had it been her idea or the sheriff's? He thought it had been the sheriff. Without warning, Jonas looked straight at him, his shrewd eyes studying him. There was danger there. Recognition. Lev had never seen Jonas before, but he seemed to recognize Lev. An impossibility. There were no pictures of him, no trace of the man who had died on the yacht. He knew with absolute certainty that they had never met, yet there was recognition on Jonas's face. He moved away from the sheriff, his hand sliding down Rikki's arm, tugging her over to a chair, away from the light, where he could stand behind her, back in the shadows. "Have we met, Mr. Hammond?" Jonas asked, taking a seat on the couch beside his wife. The opening of the game had just begun. Lev shrugged casually. "I would think I'd remember, but I've been around on and off for years, so it's possible." Blythe placed a cup of tea on the table beside her cousin and handed the sheriff his. She settled comfortably into a chair facing them. "Thank you for coming. I've wanted to talk to you about this matter for some time, Jonas, but we had no proof until tonight." She told him about Rikki's parents, the foster homes, and finally her fiancé's death. Hannah looked close to tears. "Rikki, I'm so sorry. How terrible for you. I had no idea." Her reaction was genuine. Lev kept his eyes on the sheriff. Jonas had to know Rikki's story, yet he hadn't shared it with anyone, not even his trusted wife. And he did trust her. The love between them was tangible. Jonas Harrington played his cards close to his chest. Jonas leaned toward Rikki. "He came tonight?" "It wasn't the first time," Lev answered for her. Rikki seemed incapable of speech, a low, strangled sound emerging from her throat. He found her weighted blanket and tucked it around her. She managed a small, grateful smile. "He was up on the ridge watching the house about a week ago. I found where he'd been playing with fire. And then, the other day, we came in using the back road and found he'd been studying the layout of the farm. I think he contacted the realtor selling the property next to this one." "You didn't think to call me then?" Jonas asked. His tone was mild, but he gave Blythe a look that was definitely a reprimand. Lev shrugged. Rikki needed to be able to come to a decision herself. He kept his face in the shadows as he spoke, and he kept his face slightly averted from Jonas, presenting few defining features. His fingers settled around the nape of Rikki's neck, easing the tension out of her. She was trying. He had to hand her that. He could tell she was following the conversation instead of retreating into her head, but it took a great deal of effort. She kept her hands under the weighted blanket, and he knew her fingers were twirling, a compulsion she couldn't stop when agitated. "And tonight?" Jonas prompted. Blythe took up the story. "Rikki always keeps the doors of the house open when anyone she loves is with her. As you can see, when we designed the house, we made certain that with the doors open, you can see completely through the house to the outside, front and back. Levi realized the arsonist was out there and went out to confront him. You didn't call me right away, Blythe? Again, it was a reprimand. Quiet, but the man was very annoyed. All of you could have been killed. Blythe, usually composed, looked away, color stinging her cheeks. Rikki stirred beneath her blanket, her dark eyes going nearly black. She would never go against my wishes. I was afraid to call you. Her chin tilted. I haven't had much luck getting cops to believe me. Jonas nodded. I can understand that, Rikki. I found a few things in those reports that seemed to be overlooked. I was afraid this man would find you. You knew about all of this? Hannah asked. He took her hand as he nodded. Blythe told us about buying the farm with 5 other women and... He shrugged. You investigated them, Hannah concluded. Of course. There was no apology. Lev liked him for that. He would have done the same thing. What was overlooked? Jonas brought Hannah's hand to his mouth and kissed her knuckles before releasing her. Timing, for one thing. Her burns were severe in the first fire. She was hospitalized for weeks and then needed special care because she was so traumatized. She wasn't anywhere near her houseboat when the fire consumed it and killed her fiancé. There were several witnesses who saw her down at the harbor cleaning a boat. Rikki pressed her hand against her mouth and rocked, speaking behind her trembling fingers. I was late. It was the first time he'd ever been to my houseboat. I get focused on something and I don't notice time passing. She sounded distant, as if she was far away from them. I should have been there. He was waiting for me. I didn't realize what time it was until one of the divers asked me where he was. We usually cleaned the boat together, but he wanted to shop for food for dinner. She looked at Jonas with shocked eyes. I don't cook. Jonas lauded. It's all right, Rikki. I read everything carefully and made notes. I looked them over before I came. That's why we didn't get here right away. I think he searches for you, and when he finds you, he plans out his fire and then takes action. It took him a while to find you after the first fire. You went from the hospital to a caretaker and then to a foster home. When he found you, he tried to kill you with the same method as before. You were able to alert the family. The couple, as well as their son, all said you'd saved their lives. But the investigators were suspicious because you were unable to answer their questions satisfactorily. There were a few gaps in your story. A tremor ran through Rikki. Blythe stirred, but Jonas sent her a sharp look. I'm filling in the blanks with my own guesswork. You were traumatized after losing your parents. Being autistic and needing routine, another fire must have sent you spinning again. You probably were incapable of answering questions. They should have known that, Blythe said, in a low, angry tone.
Breathiness. 25-30% natural increase. I agree. Jonas kept his eyes on Rikki, obviously judging her abilities to cope with his narration of her past. Rikki moistened her lips and swallowed hard. I'm fine. I just want him caught. Again, he lost track of you, and I suspect he was growing angry, and that he continued to start fires, although probably not so public ones. I had my brother-in-law check for me, and there were several suspicious fires in the city where you grew up. Abandoned warehouses, an empty store, 2 dilapidated houses, again empty, several grass fires. I think he was practicing, waiting for you and biding his time, keeping himself amused. It made sense. Lev had had the same thoughts even without the information. Rikki's stalker would never be truly happy without his mistress fire. He would need her, and the need would grow like a craving for a drug until he couldn't resist and he would succumb to temptation. The cycle would repeat itself over and over. If he had managed to kill Rikki, he would still never be able to stop, although it was likely he told himself that he would. He found you a 3rd time, and again you somehow managed to save the family, and everyone got out alive. Rikki shook her head, and a small sound escaped. She began to slowly rock. Not everyone. Jonas frowned. Everyone got out, Rikki, he assured her.
not the dog, not their dog. She grew more agitated, slapping her hands now, a sure sign she was headed for a breakdown. Lev crouched down in front of her, uncaring what the others thought. "Look at me, Lubov Moya. See only me. You're safe with me. If you want to end this, we will. I'll make them all go." Her dark eyes found his, and this time it was Rikki that might have been drowning. She looked frightened, and when he touched her mind, he realized she feared retreating in front of their company more than anything else. This was her home, her haven, and she'd set things up so she could live as comfortably as possible. He took both her hands very gently in his. It occurred to him that both Hannah and Jonas spoke in low, gentle voices. They had known coming into the house that Rikki was autistic and needed her environment to be as soothing as possible. Jonas had not told his wife about Rikki's past. Lev was certain Hannah knew Rikki was autistic from her cousin. "Do you need to take a break, Rikki?" Jonas asked. Lev could have kissed the man. He showed respect for her, addressed her, not Blythe or him. She blinked several times, took a deep breath, and, still looking into Lev's eyes, shook her head. "I'm all right." She mumbled the words, but they were audible in the silence of the room. Lev moved back behind her, his hand gripping hers, his thumb moving along her wrist. Jonas resumed talking. "You were safe in the group facility because they kept moving you, and he could never know for certain where you were. I can't imagine that he didn't try looking, and he was probably frustrated. Based on that theory, we looked up the years when you were between 16 and 18 when you were released. There was a cluster of fires, arsons, and this time the homes were occupied." At her gasp, he shook his head. The families were away at the time he started the fires, but their houses and everything in them were destroyed. He needed something to feed his addiction. It was growing. "And he blamed Rikki?" Lev said. "Why?" "That's the burning question, isn't it?" Jonas said. He looked at Rikki. "Any ideas?" She frowned. "I've tried to figure that out." She looked at Lev. "We both have. We've gone over and over this. I was 13 when he attacked the first time, and honestly, even at school, I had an aide. I couldn't manage the lights and noise very well. I mainstreamed, but it was very difficult. I could get extremely violent when someone crossed me." "Did you ever start a fire?" Jonas dropped the question so gently, a skilled surgeon with a scalpel, slicing through to the very marrow of the matter. Lev felt Rikki stiffen in outrage. He touched her mind and found blind fury. She jerked her hand, and he had the feeling she might fly at the man, taking his question as an accusation. He tightened his fingers around her wrist, shackling her to him, although the others couldn't see. "He is trying to get a rise out of you. Take a breath. He's testing you, using a classic interrogation method. Don't react. Think before you speak, and then tell him the truth." Aloud, without taking his gaze from Rikki's, he addressed Jonas. He kept his tone low, velvet soft, but it was a warning, the only one he intended to give. "You can't use tactics like that on Rikki. Her world has been a nightmare, and she doesn't react as others usually do." "Jonas," Blythe began. Rikki turned her head and for the first time looked Jonas in the eye. "I could never start a fire." She shuddered. "I can't have a gas stove because I can't be around an open flame. As a child, I would become violent and hit my head on the floor. It would be impossible for me." "And yet you thought you were responsible." Jonas leaned forward. "In your statement after your fiancé died, you said maybe you were somehow starting the fire subconsciously. Why would you think that?" Her teeth began to chatter, and Lev couldn't take any more. "We're done here," he said, making it clear that he was ending the interview and that he was in charge. If Jonas persisted, he would be dealing with someone other than Rikki. Rikki didn't start the fires, and she may have been traumatized enough in the past to entertain the idea, but she knows better now. He was here. I saw him. The evidence is outside this house. Jonas's cool blue gaze slid over him, but he merely nodded. This man not only loves fire, he needs it, Lev said, changing the direction of the investigation. You're going to find him in a job that allows him to be around fire all the time. Jonas nodded. I believe you're right. He's hiding in plain sight. Now that he's found her, he isn't going to rest until he finishes what he started. He's hurt, Lev said quietly. His face is torn up a bit, probably bad enough to need stitches. He'll lay low until he's healed and can cover the scars. Jonas straightened slowly, his blue eyes going diamond bright. You tangled with him? Lev shook his head. No, I was too far away, and the fire was between us. He shot at me, but I saw a couple of owls drop down, maybe defending a nest. But they came in hunting, and his face was raked. I heard him scream. So there's a blood trail? Yes. Lev could tell the sheriff was thinking that over, watching him closely now, curiosity open on his face. But he didn't demand to know why an owl would fly from a tree and attack Rikki's stalker. Let's go see. Jonas pushed himself out of the chair. Jonas stepped off the porch with casual grace. Lev had seen his kind hundreds of times over his years in the shadows. Jonas Harrington was far more than he let on. He was a big man, but he moved with fluid grace. His knuckles and hands had seen combat. He carried his weapon as though it was part of him. He had a holdout strapped to his calf and a knife in his boot. He didn't speak as Lev led him away from the house to the blackened circle surrounding the house. He planned it well. He soaked the ground fast, very fast, with an accelerant, Lev began. As he turned, a fist flew at his face. Jonas was fast, and it was a surprise attack, but Lev managed to slam a block hard into his forearm, deflecting the blow to step inside and deliver a hard 1-2 punch to the sheriff's gut. Hitting the man was like hitting an oak tree. He grunted, but didn't fold, nor did he draw a weapon. I'm going to give you the beating of your life, you jerk. Jonas spat the words at him, a low, controlled rage smoldering in his tone. Lev didn't reply. He had no idea why the sheriff would want to give him a beating, but as skilled as the man obviously was in hand-to-hand fighting, his training could not compare to Lev's.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. They circled one another, two grim warriors, eyes cold, faces determined. Jonas exploded into action, driving in with a hard front kick, which Lev deflected, but as Jonas stepped into him, the sheriff threw a hard straight punch that grazed Lev's jaw as he pulled his head out of the way. The blow, despite only being a graze, was hard, the force behind it appalling. They moved in and out of each other's space, trading blows and blocks, as well as the occasional kick. Lev kept it light, uncertain what the beef was. He could kill Jonas, fast and efficiently, but he would lose Rikki and his haven. As they fought, one thing became very clear to Lev. Jonas Harrington had seen combat, but he was no killer. He could fight, but he didn't have the kill instinct. There was no doubt in Lev's mind that he was capable if there was need, but he didn't have the lack of emotion needed to be a killer. Jonas Harrington was fighting because in his mind, Levi had done something to deserve a beating. Lev, on the other hand, had slipped back instinctively into his training. He saw a dozen opportunities to kill the sheriff, and planned and dismissed each one in his mind, coolly, calmly, without emotion. You might want to let me know what this is about, Lev suggested during one of the moments when they'd broken apart. Jonas wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and spat out a mouthful of blood. My sister, L. Drake, you jerk, you let that jerk harm her. Lev knew the name Drake, but not an L. Drake. He remembered names and faces. The blow to his head had erased things for a while, but his memories had come back in pieces. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I have never met L. Drake. Jonas had been moving into the attack, and that stopped him. He stood, his cool eyes on Lev, while he dragged air into his burning lungs. You're a Prakenskii. I'd know those eyes anywhere. You're Ilya's brother, and you were on that yacht.
Hannah and Elle wouldn't recognize you because they weren't expecting you, but Ilya told me you were guarding that jerk Stavros." Lev remained silent. He did have a brother named Ilya, the youngest of them, torn from his mother's arms by men in masks as she screamed and begged them not to take her baby. Elle was working undercover, and your boss kidnapped her. Lev's stomach lurched. He remembered her. He'd tried to get her off the yacht when he realized Stavros's intentions to take her. They hadn't known she was working undercover, but she had psychic power, and Stavros was determined to use that for his own gain. Stavros was as dirty as they came, with fingers in everything, from gun running to human trafficking. He was also buying defense plans. Lev's job had been to work his way into the organization and become a trusted member in order to get the full scope of Stavros's operations and find those supplying him with the women, the guns, and the secrets, mostly the secrets. Lev had been close, but he hadn't gotten the job done. And then the ship had gone down, killing Stavros, leaving Lev without his answers and years of work wasted. And a chance at life, away from making decisions about who lived, who died, who was left alone to meet a fate of torture, of sexual servitude, so someone could find answers and shut down an entire network. Save the individual or the masses. He'd never allowed himself to think too long on those questions. He was a tool, nothing more, to be used and discarded. He remained silent, closing his mind to the roar of pain for the unanswered questions, for the nameless faces of individuals he'd left behind. The killing had never bothered him. He'd been molded and trained and programmed for that. But the victims, that had been much more difficult to shove behind a locked door in his brain. He let Jonas have his shot, a hard right to the jaw. Pain exploded through his already damaged head. He shook it off, sidestepped the second blow, and held up his hand. He could feel the adrenaline flowing hot and bright, the rush of power moving through his body, and knew his eyes were arctic cold, gleaming with repressed fire. He breathed away the instinct to kill, never taking his watchful gaze from the sheriff's. "You get one free because I couldn't find a way to save her, but being civilized is new for me. I have instincts, and they aren't just going to go away. You come at me again, and I'm going to put your ass hard into the ground, and then your ego is going to kick in. Right now you're angry. I accept that, but don't be stupid. If you know my brother, you know what I'm capable of." He hadn't seen Ilya since they'd ripped him from their mother's arms. All of the boys had fought to get him back. The guns, the fists, the smell of blood and death in their nostrils. No, he wasn't going to apologize for his life. Not to this man who could never understand. Rikki could accept Lev's sins. He had every confidence in her, but he wasn't asking for forgiveness from anyone else. "You want to help me find the jerk trying to kill Rikki, or should I do it on my own?" Jonas slowly straightened, his expression hard. "Do you think this is finished? That I'm just going to let a killer into my town where Elle's going to have to live with you every day?" "She'll be the first to tell you I was doing my job," Lev said quietly. "You don't have to like it, and neither do I. It's evident you've seen combat. Are you telling me no innocents ever suffered because you had to carry out your mission? What the gosh are you doing here?" "Making a choice to live. I'm Levi Hammond, and I intend to make my life here." Jonas shook his head. "I don't believe you." "You don't have to believe me. Only Rikki has to believe me. On the other hand, I will find this man threatening her, and you'll never find the body if you walk away from this. I had a choice whether to involve you, and I chose to let Blythe make the call. Levi Hammond's history doesn't have a single hole in it. In a few days, people will start to vaguely remember him. I can have a life here. I'm not willing to give that up because you don't like what I did." Jonas never took his eyes from Lev's face, and Lev could feel the power in the man, the energy swirling around him. Harrington had a few secrets of his own. Lev remained still, allowing the man to make up his mind. "You're a cold-blooded jerk, Prakenskii. We've got a man in town. He says he's investigating the death of a Russian citizen, but it's very easy to tell that he's an exterminator. He finds out you're here, he's going to put a bullet in your head. Lev's smile held no humor. He'll find it isn't all that easy to manage. Still, he waited. Jonas didn't seem to understand the danger he was in, and right now, with this threat, he was skirting very close to the edge of the precipice. The horrible accident was all planned out, step by step in Lev's mind. Not now, of course. The torn knuckles and bruises would point right to him, but Harrington was in a high-risk job. Easy enough to lure him out to a deserted area, so many of them in the forested lands, and the man would meet with an accident. Jonas studied his face for a long time. Your brother makes his home here. Lev didn't like the flutter of anticipation he couldn't quite suppress. Emotions were difficult to control once let loose. Is that supposed to be some kind of a threat? He kept his voice mild. My brother was trained the same way I was. He'll understand. Your brother is married to Jolie Drake. He might not be as understanding as you think, Jonas warned. Lev shrugged. He can take his best shot. He's not the one you're going to have to worry about. Jackson and Elle are on their honeymoon, but Jackson may have a few words to say to you. Lev spread out his hands, so they encompassed the farm. This is it for me. This is where I'm making my stand. They can all take their shot. Why here? Move on. This is Rikki's home. She has a life here, and she's worked hard to get it.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. I'm not leaving her behind, and I'm not taking her away from all of this. Do you expect me to believe that you've fallen in love with Rikki Sitmore? I don't particularly give a very what you believe. Jonas shook his head and turned away, presenting his back. His stance told Lev the sheriff was on alert in case Lev attacked him. Lev crouched down beside the blackened ground. Most of the water had slowly seeped into the ground, so that only an inch remained in places, and most of it had disappeared, leaving behind muddy, blackened grass. It reeked of a mixture of gas and smoke. Jonas took his time, thoroughly examining the area, taking a series of photographs, collecting the water in several places into small tubes, and then taking bits of the burned grass. You said you saw him? Jonas prompted, crouching beside Lev to touch his fingers to the water once again. He was tall but fairly slight. His tracks indicate maybe 160 or 170. He moved fast, though, and he's strong. He had a flamethrower on his back, and he must have packed in the gasoline. He's had a lot of practice. By the time I was aware of him, he'd run around the house. And that meant the owls had gone hunting and hadn't discovered the arsonist until they returned. That had been his mistake, and it could have cost all of them their lives. He couldn't allow himself to get so lost in Rikki that he put aside his survival instincts. How did he get the fire going so fast? The ground had to have been soaked from the previous storms, even with an accelerant. Jonas broke off, shaking his head. You're married to a Drake. I have to presume you know about manipulating energy. Jonas stood up and paced away from Lev, using his flashlight to pick up the smashed grass where the arsonist had run through on his way back to the ridge. Keep talking. He's an element. He manipulates fire. Jonas stiffened, but he didn't reply, following the tracks up toward the ridge. The slope was slippery, and several puddles of water stood full and unexpected. Jonas walked back and forth, taking in the longer strides and the sudden halt, where the assailant had whirled to fire his weapon. The sheriff spent a great deal of time taking more pictures and locating the spent shell casings, carefully collecting them as well. Looks like a dam broke, Jonas commented as he skirted around two of the larger puddles. Where did all this water come from? We were lucky. It rained. Jonas glanced at the clouds. It didn't rain in Sea Haven or at our house, just a few miles from here. The mist is thick, but not enough to create this kind of flooding. He was fishing, a good tactic, but Lev was comfortable with silence and said nothing. Do you want to catch this jerk or not? You have to tell me everything. What does a hard rain have to do with catching him? Lev countered. And I could catch him myself.
His tire tracks are all over the place. He works with fire. His face is messed up and requires stitches. He comes from the same city as Rikki, and he's in your town. I'll bet he's not that hard to find." Jonas crouched again, this time finding the spot where the owls had attacked the arsonist. There were spots of blood in the wet grass, but not as much as Lev thought there would be. The rain had stamped out the fire, but it had also destroyed evidence. Jonas searched the ground, moving first in a tight circle and then widening it slowly. He found 2 feathers and several spent cartridges. All of it went into evidence bags, and then he added several scrapings of the blood. Again, he took his time, very thoroughly going over the ground. What the gosh was he shooting at? You or the birds? He fired off a few rounds at me, both from here and back there. Lev turned to indicate the spot where the assailant had stood. Then he was shooting at the owls, the ones that attacked him. There was open skepticism in Jonas's voice. "I don't carry spare owl feathers in my pocket." "Yeah, I'll bet you don't. I'd like to know what you do carry there," Jonas muttered, under his breath, once more crouching low and shining his light over the ground. He went up that way to the road. There are drops of blood scattered along his trail. He placed the measuring tool and took several pictures of the shoe prints in the mud. "He prefers that spot over there," Lev pointed out. "He can see Rikki's house and has a great view of her back porch, where she likes to spend most of her time when she has company." "He's sheltered here," Jonas said, circling the area, shining his light over the ground. Lev let him find the small blackened area where the arsonist had idly played while watching Rikki. Jonas spent another few minutes placing markers and photographing everything, concentrating on the pattern the arsonist had created. "He's sure of himself, isn't he?" "Not anymore." "No," Jonas agreed. He sighed and straightened, turning to face Lev. "Now he's going to be angry. He'll go to ground for a while, until he's healed, but when he comes back, he's going to go for the money play this time." Lev wondered if the sheriff knew what that would be. The arsonist would be afraid to approach Rikki's house, with the owls playing guard. He would go for her boat. Rikki loved her boat, and whether or not he got her with that fire, taking her boat would hurt her, and the arsonist definitely wanted to hurt her, to make her suffer. How does she escape? Jonas wondered aloud. He's got to be furious over that. How many times has she slipped away from him? And who hates a child that much? Another child. Jonas stopped abruptly and turned on Lev. "What the hell did you just say?" Lev shrugged. "You asked who hates a child that much, not an adult. What adult could harbor that kind of concentrated hatred for a 13-year-old girl, especially one who is autistic? This has to be a personal attack. It's directed at Rikki, not at the foster families or even her fiancé. This is about wiping her from the earth, cleansing the earth, so to speak. Maybe someone who targets autistic children?" Jonas mused. "I'll check the other fires in the past, see if any of the families have children who might be autistic." Lev nodded in approval. "Good idea. Although..." He trailed off. "Spit it out." Jonas took pictures of the prints leading up to the road and the tread marks of the tires in the mud. "Any idea is worth listening to. It feels personal to me. He's seething with hatred for her, not just any child, Rikki. He wants her dead. Otherwise, why select houses that were empty when he was practicing, when he couldn't find her? Why not just select another autistic child?" Jonas's frown conceded the point. An owl cried out, drawing Lev's attention. He glanced overhead, and 2 owls circled above, wings silent as they dropped lower. "Friends of yours?" Jonas asked. Lev didn't answer. The owls pushed the image of water and rocking boats into his head, and he took off running. Jonas kept pace. "Tell me," he snarled. "I'm not joking around with you. This is my town, my people. He's at the harbor. You armed?" "Yes, and Levi Hammond has a permit to carry a concealed weapon." Jonas spat out another curse and waved Lev toward his vehicle. "I'm calling for backup. Don't shoot the bastard. I mean it, Levi. You'll create a tangled mess just when you don't want one. Let me do the shooting, if there has to be any. You sure as hell can't afford to draw attention to yourself with a cleaner in town. You going to hesitate?" Jonas glanced at him briefly. face grim, mouth set, eyes hard. He turned his head and backed out of the driveway, spinning the wheel with one hand while reaching for his radio with the other. Which harbor? Albion. Yeah, Jonas Harrington could and would pull the trigger. Lev could see why Ilya had befriended this man. He was fiercely loyal, not afraid to take command, and he would get the job done, no matter how abhorrent. But he'd feel it.
Breathiness. F. 25 to 30% natural increase. He'd go to bed at night with it. A measure of respect crept in. So how many shots am I going to have to take to live here? It was a concession, the only one he could give. He knew what he'd do to any man who had anything to do with harming Rikki. He might not have been able to understand had he not met her. They were on the highway, lights flashing, sirens blaring. Maybe we should go in quietly and not tip him off. Just a suggestion. Just clearing the way. I'll cut the lights and siren before we turn off the highway. I see the heavy traffic, Lev said. There wasn't a car on the road. Jonas sent him a look. 1. Lev repressed the urge to laugh. Jonas was trying very hard not to like him, but the man had a sense of humor. If Lev was going to do this, convince this man that he meant to stay and live in peace, he had to trust his brother's judgment and give Harrington a reason to trust him. It wasn't easy. He was a man who kept secrets close to his chest and certainly didn't share with strangers, American strangers. He took a breath and jumped off the cliff. The government secrets I was referring to earlier weren't only being siphoned off by my government, but yours as well. 3 countries I knew of. Someone went after one of your big thinkers, a man named Wilder, Damon Wilder. Tried to kidnap him, killed his partner. Word is, Wilder's still working, and whatever he's been designing, they want. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Harrington's reaction. To the name? To his knowledge? Jonas didn't look at him, but his body posture had changed subtly, and he was definitely listening, paying attention. We have the equivalent to your Wilder, a man by the name of Theodotus Solovyov. His bodyguard, a man by the name of Lev Prakenskii, was severely wounded, stabbed 7 times while preventing a kidnapping. He was able to prevent them from getting Solovyov, but he was permanently injured. He was forced to retire, to take on a new identity in order to stay alive. There was a short silence. So, going after Stavros and finding who he was working for. Partners with, Lev corrected. Jonas nodded. It's personal. Another brother? We don't get retirement like other people. We're part of a shameful past. No one quite knows what to do with us. It's easier to kill us than to wonder if we would ever expose the past and the secrets we carry. They do not trust us. Yet in our way, we are all patriots. We love our country. This information I've given you on Theodotus Solovyov is hardly a state secret. It's public and was in the newspaper, as was the attack on Wilder. With a little work, it is easy enough to find. Do you know where Gabriel is? That information would never be shared. They'd set up an emergency signal when they'd met, passing it from brother to brother. Gabriel had checked in. When he knew he was safe, Lev would check in as well. He remained silent, and Jonas didn't push. Jackson is one scary son of a difficult person, Jonas offered in return. Kinda like you. He'll have a few things to say. He's very good with a sniper rifle. I've seen him make shots only 1 or 2 others in the world could make. You don't want to be looking over your shoulder waiting for him to come up on you. He's got patience. He'll bide his time. Make it right with him. Lev breathed an internal sigh of relief. Harrington had accepted him enough to give him a chance. He's on his honeymoon, and he'll be gone for a while. He plans to take Elle on a long trip to give her more time to recover before she returns home to be part of Sea Haven again. That should give the rest of the family a little time to get used to the idea of you being around. It was both acceptance and a warning. I'm not going anywhere. Rikki needs Blythe and her other sisters. She needs her diving and this coast. It all works for her here. He made it a statement, calm, matter of fact, without defiance. He wasn't asking for forgiveness or acceptance, only to be left alone. He had Rikki and her world, and he fit there. Jonas cut the lights and siren about a half-mile before he came up on the turn to the harbor where the eucalyptus trees stood in silence, swaying slightly in the wind coming off the ocean.
They barreled down the long, winding hill and through the short park to the entrance of the harbor, the spotlight illuminating Rikki's boat, and the man with one foot on the dock and one on the sea gypsy. He turned and ran back toward them. The spotlight pinned him, revealing the deep wounds covering his furious face. He held a gun in his hands, attached to a flexible pipe leading to the 3 canisters making up the rig on his back. He sprayed the car with flames, engulfing it immediately in bright hot heat. For a moment, they were in hell, the air sucked from inside, the scorching fire burning over the car and along the ground. Visibility went to 0, only the flames surrounding them, climbing up and over the vehicle. Gosh! Jonas slammed on the brakes, jerking the wheel away from the spray of fire. The car spun, dirt and rocks flying high into the air, but at least they were able to breathe. Bullets tore into the front of the car and cracked the glass of the windshield, a neat hole appearing just to the right of Lev and spiderwebbing outward across the entire glass. Both men ducked, and Jonas shoved open his door, diving to the ground away from the flames, rifle in hand. Lev tore off his seatbelt and followed, crawling on his belly across the seat to get to the open door as more bullets tore through the car. Jonas returned fire, trying to provide Lev with some cover, spraying his bullets through the fire in a straight pattern. Their assailant was on the move, running up the hillside, spreading flames as he went. He set the night on fire, uncaring of the homes or the landscape. Dozens of fires started up, and there was no Rikki to call down the rain from the clouds overhead. Lev landed in the dirt beside Jonas, who was barking orders into a radio, presumably calling the fire department. The trees and ground were damp but not soaked, and the arsonist was using a highly flammable accelerant. The hillside was lit up a bright orange in the night. The crackling flames leapt and breathed in answer to the man's demands. He couldn't get the sea gypsy, although he tried, spraying out the flames in a wide arc as he'd run for the hills, hitting the dock, burning it black, but not igniting the wet wood. Smoky vapor rose from the dock, the heat mixing with cold and rising like a gray, mystical cloak surrounding the boats and obscuring vision out over the river. Sea Haven and most of the adjoining towns were too small to have a paid fire or police department. The sheriff patrolled the long coastline, and volunteers manned the fire trucks. Jonas didn't wait for backup. He started up the hill, trying to make his way through the fire line to get to the arsonist, but it was impossible. In the end, Lev and he worked as fast and as hard as they could to save the structures and trees as the fire tried to rush up the hill toward the heavier forest. It seemed hours before they could go back to the farm. More photographs, statements, the fire department thoroughly putting out the last of the blazes. They had shell casings to bag and every scrap of evidence taken. Both of them were covered with black smoke. The car didn't look much better, but it had survived with only superficial damage. Apparently, that was also included in evidence. By the time they returned, tired, throats hurting, and eyes burning, the women were obviously upset. Jonas collected his wife, and Blythe looked both men over thoroughly before she left. Lev waited until the cars were far down the drive before he allowed himself to look at Rikki. Her eyes were overbright, as if she might have been crying or might be close to tears. No one had ever cried for him. He touched her face with gentle fingers, tracing a path from the corner of her eye to her chin.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. You're alive, then, she said, her voice husky. That's good. We missed him, Lubov moya. He managed to slip away from us. The cops are searching for him, but they aren't going to find him. He started multiple fires, and you weren't there to put them out. Come take a shower, and then you can tell me what happened. She tugged at his hand, dragging him through the house to the bathroom. He was fairly certain she couldn't talk. She kept her head down, but he could see she was very shaken. He started to give her reassurances, but she just shook her head and pointed toward the bathroom. Glancing in the mirror, he could see why. His face was streaked with grime, and he was certain he smelled like smoke. I'm throwing your clothes away, she announced, once the water was pouring over him. I don't have very many clothes, he pointed out. Maybe we could wash them. I'm taking them out to the garbage. She slammed the door, and he took that as the final word. Smiling, he turned his face up to the water. He was beginning to love it as much as she did.
He took his time, allowing her the space she needed to cry out her relief in privacy. His heart beat hard, though, at the thought that she'd been worried about him, that she cared enough to cry. He padded barefoot and naked from the bathroom, toweling off his shaggy hair. Over the last few weeks, it had grown out from his military cut, spilling down around his eyes. He would have to get a trim, but he thought the longer hair added something to Levi Hammond's personality. "Where are you, Rikki?" He knew where she was, in her inevitable hammock swing on the back porch, but he'd wanted to give her the courtesy of a warning. "Out here," she called back. He heard the rustle as she slipped out of the chair and came to the door to watch him come toward her. She'd definitely been crying. Tears tangled and clung to her long lashes, leaving them spiky and glittering with liquid diamonds. "You all right, Laskova moya?" His voice was tender as he wrapped his fingers around the nape of her neck and drew him to her. Rikki wrapped her arms around Lev and buried her face against his chest. "I was so scared for you. Why did you go without me?" "I was perfectly safe." "You weren't safe. Don't lie to me. I could feel you were in trouble. I would have tried to touch your mind with mine, but I was afraid I would distract you and you'd get hurt." He stroked her hair, loving the way her body melted into his like liquid velvet. She would always remind him of the sea, stormy and gentle, welcoming and mysterious. Like the waves against rock, he could break into a million pieces, scatter into molecules, tiny particles, and fall whole into the warmth of her love. "Come lie down with me," he invited. "Lev, I was so afraid for you." She looked up at him, and those dark eyes were drenched with tears. "I didn't know I could feel like that." "Now you know how I feel about you. You terrify me, Rikki, with the risks you take." He brushed back her hair and bent to coax kisses from her. Her lips were trembling, and he caught her full lower lip between his teeth and tugged gently. She opened her mouth to his, taking as much as she gave. Her slender arms circled his neck, holding his head to hers, her body pressing into his. "I don't take risks. I'm a safety diver," she whispered into his mouth. She kissed him with growing hunger, each kiss longer and more demanding. "Come to bed, Rikki." Lev took her hand and drew her into the house, locking the door and leading her through the rooms to the bedroom, pausing only to turn off the lights. There was little moonlight shining silver through the window, but enough to spill over her pale body as he tugged her shirt over her head. He kissed her with growing intimacy, his touch tender. He trailed his other hand across her bare tummy, the pads of his fingers massaging gently. His touch brought a shiver of excitement, a small tremor that ran through her body, and a soft sound that told him her desire was growing. He helped her remove her clothing. She put a hand on his shoulder to steady herself as she stepped out of them. He walked around her, drinking her in. She didn't move as he circled her, his fingers caressing her waist, then her hip. Back in front of her, his hand moved over her body, heightening her anticipation. His touch caressed, and her body flushed, her breathing changed. He felt her warmth, and her hips moved in an involuntary response. He closed his eyes and savored the feel of her. For him, a welcoming. Her hands came up to his chest as she rocked against him. A sizzle ran through him. His desire grew even stronger and pulsed in anticipation. Lev bunched her hair in his hand and pulled her head back, indulging himself, kissing her over and over, devouring the sweet taste of her, reveling in the way she opened to him and took him in. He swallowed her moan, that soft sound that intensified his desire. He dreamt of that sound sometimes and woke up with a deep longing. When he turned to her, she always met him with eagerness. "On the bed, Laskova moya, before I have no control." Her eyes darkened and she lay back, beckoning with her finger. His hands moved over her and just the warmth of his breath made her cry out. They shared intimacy, a rising tide of passion, taking her right to the edge and then pulling back again. He loved the way her body shuddered, the way her movements responded, and the way that soft, breathless music played in his ears. His need for her grew each time she moved and made soft sounds. He inhaled her scent, the fragrance of his woman, watching the ripples of arousal move up her legs and even her belly, where the muscles bunched tightly in reaction. Lev, the sobbing plea he'd been waiting for, signaling she was coming undone, that he'd pushed and stretched her limits just a little more. He shifted her body, preparing for their union. He kept one hand on her back. She gasped as they began to connect. She pushed back, seeking deeper connection. He stroked his fingernails gently down her back. Again, there was a ripple effect, her legs shaking, her body trembling. He gripped her hips and moved into her. Her body welcomed his, wrapping eagerly around him, as she slowly, almost reluctantly, allowed their union. There was always that exquisite moment of deep connection as their bodies aligned. Scorching hot, velvet soft. Their bodies moved together, connecting deeply, as he surged, withdrew, and connected again. He set a passionate rhythm, their connection deepening so that it felt as if they'd welded together. His blood turned hot, flowing like liquid gold, rising from somewhere deep inside him, spreading like a firestorm of passion through his system. He bent forward to kiss her spine. The movement set off ripples in her body, intensifying their connection. Not yet, she chanted, not like this. He took a breath, set his jaw, and stilled. Tell me. I want to see your face, she whispered. I have to see your face. He clenched his teeth together as he obediently withdrew. She cried out as he left her, turning to sprawl across the bed, her body open to him. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. Afterwards, he waited, fighting for breath. She just looked at him with a giving look that turned him inside out. Say it. I have to hear you say it, he ordered, holding her close. She didn't pretend to misunderstand. She smiled at him, that Rikki smile that could take his breath. I love you, you goofball. He stared down at her for a few more seconds and then rolled over laughing, gathering her close to him. I've never been called a goofball before. There's just so many firsts with you. He wrapped his arms around her and buried his face in her neck. Go to sleep. Already there, she murmured drowsily. Her hand moved over the top of his, and they fell asleep together, bodies tight against one another.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Lev scowled as Jonas Harrington swung out of his truck and Blythe slid out of the passenger side. Rikki, in her hammock swing, stiffened, but she covered it well, taking a sip of coffee and peering at their visitors over the rim of the steaming mug. Just to give her added confidence, Lev moved close behind her, dropping his hand casually on her shoulder. I was hoping not to see you for a while, Lev greeted. He rubbed his jaw. I'm a little stiff and not certain I want to go another round. Rikki glanced up at him, her dark eyes searching his face. He winked at her. Jonas followed Blythe up onto the porch. I think I got the worst of the deal, so don't complain. I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee, since no one's offering. Rikki flushed. I'm sorry, I should have. Rikki, Jonas interrupted gently. I was teasing. I grew up with the Drake pearls and spent my younger years tormenting them. I have a tendency to do that with those I consider family. You and Blythe are family to me. I'm getting the coffee, Blythe said. There goes my morning, Lev muttered. Rikki sent him a reprimand from under her long lashes, just as he knew she would. He bent to whisper in her ear, Little Miss Prim and Proper. He felt her laughter in his mind, but she didn't laugh aloud. Beneath his hand, he felt some of the tension slip away. He took a swallow of coffee and waited for Jonas to tell him why he'd shown up again, this time with Blythe. The sheriff wouldn't have brought Blythe unless he thought Rikki would be upset by his visit.
Jonas remained silent until Blythe returned, studying the blackened strip surrounding Rikki's house, while Lev studied him. Definitely, he was worried about Rikki's reaction to his news. His fingers slipped to the nape of Rikki's neck, gently massaging, wanting to keep contact. "Rikki," Blythe said, as she passed a coffee cup to the sheriff, "Jonas would like to talk to you about an official who wants to ask you some questions." She glanced up at Lev, her expression worried. Rikki went still. "About the fire?" Her voice was low, strangled. The fingers of one hand turned white as she gripped her coffee mug while the other dug into her denim-clad thigh. Jonas shook his head. "No, there's a Russian making inquiries into the death of a man who was on board the yacht that sank off our coast a few weeks ago. Apparently, he isn't entirely satisfied that the man drowned." Rikki didn't react as Lev expected. She actually relaxed a little, took a sip of her coffee, and met Jonas's gaze steadily. "What has that got to do with me?" "You were diving that day." He apparently checked with the processing company, and they had sent out a truck to collect your catch. She frowned, tilting her head to one side. "Sure, I remember. The wave came out of nowhere with no warning and threw me into the water. It was lucky I had my diving gear on." He thinks this Russian survived. Jonas never looked at Lev, not once. He didn't give away the fact that he knew Levi Hammond was Lev Prakenskii, the dead Russian. Lev had to tell Rikki the truth, that Jonas knew, but the night with her had been too perfect to mar it with worry over what Jonas might do. Right now, he seemed to be indicating that he had accepted Levi Hammond into his community. It might be an uneasy truce, but Lev could accept that. "The water is too cold," Rikki protested. "I doubt anyone could survive for long without a wetsuit, especially under the conditions that day." She didn't exactly lie. No one could have survived without a wetsuit, not for long. Lev suppressed the need to shiver, feeling the water close over his head as the yacht dropped into the cold water. No one had had a chance to scream. They simply went down into that cold abyss, the darkness settling around them. He'd fallen, sliding along an almost invisible bubble. The fall had seemed endless. A million faces, the wails of the dead, the cold, cold water. He'd tried to swim, going deeper, trying to find a way out. The wave took him, tumbling him over and over like a washing machine, slamming him into something until he was so disoriented and sick he didn't know where he was or how to get out of the situation. Her hands had been surprisingly strong, anchoring him, but it was her eyes that had saved him. He'd felt himself drifting toward the whales, the dead beckoning him closer. She had jerked him around, stared into his eyes. Her gaze was determined, reassuring. He was safe with her. He could fall, he could break, he could live. He would live. She shared her breath, her air, the essence of life, all the while holding him to her with her eyes. He was no longer alone in the dark, deep cold. She was there, sharing her soul. There was forgiveness, redemption. There was hope. It was all there in Rikki. He felt the pressure of her hand, her thumb sliding over the center of his palm. Blinking, he wrenched himself out of the deep cold and found himself looking into her eyes. She smiled at him, slow, tender. Love slid over him, warmed him. He bent his head, unable to stop himself, and brushed a kiss over her upturned mouth. His heart contracted. When he looked up, Jonas was watching him closely, and he immediately swept all expression from his face. Rikki doesn't need to be talking to any official from Russia. There's no reason for her to go through that. "He's not going away," Jonas stated. "Not until he's satisfied." "Bring him here," Rikki said. "I don't have anything to tell him, but if it helps him to close his case and maybe bring resolution to that man's family and friends, then I don't mind." "Rikki," Lev warned. "If you'd like, Rikki," Blythe said, "I can stay with you while Jonas gets him and brings him back. Levi, I know you have things to do today, but I'll stay with her." Jonas made a single sound of annoyance. Lev knew the sheriff had recognized Lev because he'd been expecting the missing Russian to be Ilya's brother. He'd known a Prakenskii was on the yacht, and Prakenskiis don't die so easily. He didn't like the situation with Blythe and Rikki not being honest with him, but he was going to allow Levi Hammond to exist. Lev shook his head. If Rikki talks to him, I'm staying. Don't be a jerk, Jonas snapped, scowling. Lev stared him down. I didn't say out in the open. Jonas held up his hand. Don't say another word, and Levi Hammond had better have his gun permit up to date and able to stand up to scrutiny. Lev shrugged casually. Be my guest. There was absolute confidence in his voice. Already, his ID was in place, and every document had already arrived in Rikki's post office box. He had enough paper to convince the world that Levi Hammond did in fact exist, and had a long and memorable but varied career. Blythe can't stay, Rikki said. When Blythe tried to protest, she shook her head. No way. The sheriff will be here, and that's enough. I need to know that you're safe. I don't want attention called to any of you. Blythe started to protest, but Jonas put his hand on her arm. I agree this time, Blythe. Let's just get this done. He leveled his gaze at Lev. Make yourself scarce. I'll be back in a half hour. I'll be sitting right here, Rikki said, with a small, secret smile. Jonas frowned, and then nodded. One other thing. Does the name Gerald Pratt mean anything to you? There were fingerprints on the dock, and we got a hit almost immediately. We checked the prints against jobs working with fire, such as firemen. Gerald Pratt works for the forestry department in the Big Sur area. He happens to have grown up in the same city as you, Rikki. He would have been about 16 when you were 13. She frowned, obviously trying to remember. I swear I've never heard the name before. I might have gone to school with him, but if I did, school was so difficult, I wouldn't have remembered anyway. I was the weird girl, always losing her mind.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Kids made fun of me a lot, but I can't remember specific names. He didn't go to any of the same schools with you, Jonas said. So far, I can't find the connection or him, but I'm still digging. I haven't had a lot of time. Pratt was working this last week, but he's off at the moment, and no one has any idea of where he might have gone. He took 2 weeks off. Gerald Pratt, Rikki repeated aloud. She shook her head and looked helplessly at Lev and then Blythe. I don't know him, she sounded so lost. Blythe put her arms around Rikki and held her, murmuring soft reassurances. We'll sort this out, Rikki, she assured. When she straightened, Rikki shook her head. How could I have upset someone so much that they would want to kill not just me, but everyone I care about, yet I can't remember them? Jonas crouched in front of her, looking up into the eyes that studiously avoided his. Rikki, sometimes people are ill. You don't know what sets them off. If they live in another reality, whatever they believe becomes true. Nothing a 13-year-old girl could ever do would be justification for this man's actions. Are you certain it's him? Lev asked. Jonas shook his head. He's a suspect. We've got the blood, and he left his DNA on the cigarette butts. But that doesn't mean he started the fire. It means he was on her property. Also, the accelerant used was Jet A, a higher octane fuel that burns hot and fast. This guy knows what he's doing. Lev said nothing. If Pratt had his face ripped open by the owls, there would be no question. He'd be coming at Rikki soon. He didn't have that much vacation time left, and he needed to finish her off now. Pratt had a taste for killing with fire as his chosen weapon. Now that he knew where Rikki was, he'd be back. Don't do anything stupid, Jonas warned Lev, and escorted Blythe back to the car. Rikki was silent, swinging gently, moving her bare foot up and down. Laskovia moja, I want to talk about this Russian coming to talk with you. I know you're worried about Pratt, but he is nowhere near as dangerous as this man. He will be conducting an interrogation, not a discussion, Lev said, taking her hand, his thumb stroking little caressing circles over the center of her palm. You don't have to do this. She turned the full power of her dark, beautiful eyes on him. His heart contracted. There was courage there, determination. Of course I do.
If you're going to be rid of them, I have to be the one to do it. He knows I was out on the water that day." "I don't like it," Lev said. She shrugged. "You don't have to like it. I'm a grown woman, and I've been making my own decisions for a long time. We're in this together, right?" She looked at him, challenging him. "Right? Or did you think I wouldn't assert myself because you think I have a disability?" His eyes glittered fiercely, and he swung around, squatting in front of her, one hand spanning her throat, his thumb tipping her chin back. Where really did that come from? "We're not fighting about this, Rikki. I'm stating my opinion, that it's dangerous, and you should have enough respect for me that you trust that I'd know. I respect your abilities in the water." She flushed, and her gaze slid away from his. "I'm sorry, I have a hard time with arguments. Discussions," she corrected. "Quite often, because I'm different, people think I have a low IQ and can't grasp the situation. They want to make my decisions for me." "That's not me," he countered, then wiped his hand over his face. "Okay, maybe it is me, but not because I think you aren't smart enough to see a situation. I don't like you in danger. When a man finds the only person of worth to him, that one person who matters more than anything, and makes everything he's ever seen or done or gone through worthwhile, believe me, Rikki, the urge to protect her is overwhelming. If that bothers you, then I'm sorry, because it's going to be happening over and over throughout our years together." She touched his face gently. "I can accept that. Just don't ever treat me like I'm not intelligent." He caught her hand and kissed the tips of her fingers. "I'm not that stupid, Rikki. So if you're really going to do this, I'm going into the house and remove any evidence that I've been there. Your man, Levi Hammond, comes around when he isn't running up and down the coast diving. He crashes here sometimes. Be vague." "I'm not letting him into the house." "You'll have to if this is going to work. He's going to find a way to get into the house. Don't make it easy, but let him in. It's the only way he'll be satisfied. While he's on the porch, I can cover him, but once he's inside, it will be more difficult. Don't go in with him." When she looked at him, he sighed. "For me, stay out where I can see you." "You stay away, Lev," she dictated. "Leave this one to me." She sent him a mysterious, mischievous smirk. "I'm actually a good actress. And I have a lot of experience to draw on. That state facility I was in provided all kinds of wonderful practice for me." He tasted fear in his mouth. "Listen to me, Lubov moya. Hear what I'm saying. This man is the most dangerous man you will ever run across. He kills without feeling. He's like a robot. He cares nothing for anyone. He doesn't work with a purpose to save governments or to try to stop gun running or human trafficking. He cares nothing about drugs. He kills. That is his only purpose in life. Once set on a target, he never stops until he has completed the assignment. That is his one joy, the victory of winning. His win is the kill." She frowned. "And this man is after you?" Lev nodded. "It is his job to make certain I am dead. If I kill him and he doesn't return to those who sent him, they will know I'm alive, and they'll send another, and then another, until one day I make a mistake. If this one goes home, he will tell them I'm dead, and they'll believe him." "Then that's what he has to do," Rikki said. Lev shook his head. "It isn't that easy. He's interrogated hundreds of people. He can sense a lie. He knows body language. He knows the little things that give people away when they're lying." Rikki smiled at him. "He should come here then." His gut reacted, protesting. The thought of Rikki alone with the cleaner was absolutely terrifying. "No way, that isn't going to happen. He can bring the sheriff with him. That's the only way he gets close to you. If you make a mistake, he'll come back alone with Harrington, and I'll kill him. We'll decide what to do after that." Rikki sighed. "You know, Levi, you have to get over the whole 'I'll just kill him' thing. That might work for Lev, but not Levi. People don't solve their problems that way." He clenched his teeth. This might have to be an exception. He turned his back on her and went into the house, carefully cleaning up all the dishes and putting them away. Only Rikki's cup remained. There wasn't much food in the house. Blythe had already taken away the remains of their dinner from the previous night. He examined the contents of the refrigerator. Very sparse. It definitely looked as if only one person was living there. Quickly and efficiently, he stripped the bed, remade it with fresh sheets, and placed the others in the washing machine. The bathrooms were next. Rikki was very particular about the bathrooms, so there wasn't much evidence of him there either. He erased all proof of his existence in her home. It wasn't hard. He had a habit of making certain he touched few things wherever he was living, and he wiped every surface fast. His briefcase was packed and went with him along with the weapons when he left the house. He didn't go to Rikki. He couldn't. If he did, he doubted he would have gone through with the plan. He still was considering just shooting the bastard. Rikki watched Lev stalk across the yard and disappear into the trees. A bird called. Another answered.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. He was carrying his briefcase, and she knew he would be up in a tree somewhere, covering the house. But this was her world, and no one, not even some big-shot cleaner everyone was afraid of, was going to come onto her property and take what was hers. She was captain of her boat, and she'd pulled Lev out of the ocean. That meant he was hers. She took the law of the seas seriously. She was responsible for him. She'd told him he would be safe with her, and he would be. She swung her foot back and forth, was slightly mesmerized by the small circle she made, deliberately allowing her mind to concentrate on the way the early morning sun poured like gold into the small puddles of water standing in the yard. The water seemed to gleam, diamond bright. She blinked to bring it into focus, or more precisely, out of focus, so the edges of the pool seemed to spread out like rays. At once, she was lost in the beauty of the symmetry, those perfect crystalline streaks radiating from the center of the pool. The colors grew deep and vivid, and small waves sent ripples skimming over the surface as the breeze gently blew across it. The water dazzled her, so that little colored lights burst behind her eyes, and she could see the puddle taking on its own life, growing into a three-dimensional image. A world had come alive in that small puddle. Living insects played above the water, and shadows swam below, patient and deadly, waiting for one of those fragile-winged gossamer creatures to make a mistake. The buzz of the bugs grew until they were musicians playing in time to the breeze blowing ripples in the puddle, driving the shadows into a frenzy of movement. Crevices and cracks held a myriad of creatures of bright colors, wiggling arms and legs and tentacles in the search for food. "Rikki!" Jonas's voice dragged her back from the edge of her fascinating world. She looked up a little vaguely, blinking rapidly. Her gaze avoided his, and she kept her head down, looking past him, studying the second man out of the corner of her eye. She began to rock ever so gently. The official-looking man beside Jonas was carefully quartering the yard and surrounding grounds. As he walked past her truck, he looked inside, and she had the feeling, even in that quick glance, he'd noted every item. Jonas crouched in front of her, his voice very gentle. "Rikki, this is the man I told you about, the one who wants to ask a couple of questions about the yacht sinking. His name is Petr Ivanov. He's with the Russian government and is investigating one of their people who had been aboard the yacht. I've explained that you're autistic and you don't like people around your house. He won't touch anything and we won't be here long, okay?" She nodded her head repeatedly, increasing the rocking just a little more. Already, her brain was very close to that place, her own world, where she was safe and no one could touch her, not even a master interrogator. Petr Ivanov studied her face for a long time. Her fingers were continually moving, spinning in strange little circles, and occasionally she'd lift them to her mouth to blow on them. Spin 1, 2, 3 times, and then blow. "You're a diver?" She nodded. "Sea urchin diver? And you were diving the day the yacht sank off the coast here?" She nodded again. The fingers continued to spin, and she blew on them every third time, as if she was blowing out candles. Her gaze fixed on the puddle just past the stairs leading to the porch. Petr glanced at Jonas. The sheriff shrugged.
She doesn't talk to people much, rarely to strangers, and she has a thing about people entering her house or going on her boat. I told you it was necessary, Ivanov said. This man uses women. He's dangerous. I'll know if he was near her. I doubt she'd let a stranger close to her, and I can't imagine she'd let him in her home. She's been here nearly 5 years, and I've entered her house once. Surely the other divers told you about her. The conversation flowed around her. Rikki was immune to it, the words a vague whisper in the background as the insects and frogs took up the chorus of her song. The ripples in the puddle grew into waves. I need to know what you saw out there, Petra said, and snapped his fingers under her nose. Rikki's rocking increased in strength. Her hands began to flap, fingers spinning, and then she'd blow on the tips as if putting out a flame. You have to ask her a yes or no question, Jonas said, and step back away from her. Did you see a man in the water that day? Someone alive? Rikki shook her head violently. A wave, big wave. She let herself slide away, down into the gleaming waters of the puddle where the ripples had come to life. There was a silence as Ivanov studied her growing agitation. He sighed. I'm not going to get anything out of her. I have to see the house. The flapping increased, so did the rocking. Jonas was extremely gentle. Can we look around, Rikki? We won't touch anything. She rocked for a full minute, then nodded, her eyes glued to the puddle. The Russian swore and pushed past her to the door of her kitchen. The moment he touched the door handle, she began to make a strangled sound in the back of her throat, her only protest. Jonas, clearly torn between Rikki and the Russian, followed him inside. Don't touch anything, Jonas asserted. She gave permission for you to look around, that's all. His voice faded, leaving her fully in her own mind. She didn't see them leave. She was too far into her mind. She didn't hear them anymore, only the sound of her own world where she retreated when the noise and pain became too much. The Russian could never find her there, and he couldn't find Lev either. He couldn't follow them into her mind, no matter what training he had. She could keep Lev safe until he came to get her. She didn't like anyone to witness her breakdowns, but this time she allowed it to happen. It had been her choice, and she wasn't ashamed. Come back to me, Laskavaya moya. Lev's voice shimmered in her mind, penetrating the rippling waves. You kept me safe, but now I need you back with me. It was a wrench to return to a place where the colors and details seemed so dull at first, after the fascinating, mesmerizing underwater realm. He won't be back, Lev greeted her, pulling her into his arms. That was a very brave thing to do, and I won't forget it. Not ever. She smiled up at him, blinking, a little disoriented. He'll never believe that I would let you anywhere near me, my boat or my house. Why did you? Lev asked, and plucked her out of the hammock to take her into the house. Why did you choose me? She traced his strong jaw beneath the smooth beard. Your eyes. I see right into you, and I know you in a way I could never know anyone else. They came together in passion all afternoon. Jonas called asking after Rikki, obviously worried that they had pushed her too far. He assured her that she had convinced Petr Ivanov that his last hope that Lev was alive had faded. No one had seen a stranger. No one believed anyone could have survived in the cold water, and there was no trace of a survivor. Ivanov had left for the San Francisco airport to fly home. Lev cooked dinner, a careful preparation of salad, which she nibbled at as if she were a rabbit, picking through it to discard anything she thought looked scary, a baked potato, which she liked, and a small piece of a steak. He had to take every bit of fat off of it, and she pushed it around for a long time before she actually ate any of it. But she did eat it, and he felt as if he'd scored a huge victory. Late at night, they lay on the bed together, lights off, his head in her lap while he brought up a subject he'd wanted to broach. You know, Laskavaya moya, I've been thinking, we should plan our wedding. A little civil service right here, with just your sisters. Nothing fancy, just us. Lev watched her face carefully.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. I'm good at pushing paperwork through fast. Her fingers stilled in his hair, her dark eyes going black. For a moment, it was silent enough in the room that he could hear her heart pound. He took her arm, sliding his hand down to her wrist where her pulse beat into his palm. Did I frighten you, Lubov moya? Because I didn't mean to.
We spoke of marriage. Speaking isn't the same thing as planning. Why should we wait? She moistened her lips. You have to think about that, Lev. Really think about it. There's so many things I can't do. This is my world, right here, but it's very narrow. I don't travel, not at all. This is my home. I plan to live my life here. The farm and my diving. I work outside, sometimes with Lexi, but I rarely have company. I live a solitary life on purpose. I need routine. I have a difficult time accepting changes in my life. I can't go into stores where there's fluorescent lighting, which is just about everywhere. He smiled up at her. That's a long list. Let me see. I've traveled my entire life and I'm ready for a home, a permanent one. I like working with my hands and diving suits me just fine. I prefer a solitary life. I'm uncomfortable around a lot of people. I don't mind routine in the house. Outside may be more difficult, but we've gotten good at compromise. You let me into your bathroom for showers. Only because there are 1 or 2 perks. She did flash a smile at him, but it was strained. He definitely frightened her. Lev brought her hand to his mouth and nibbled gently. Do you think I'll leave you? She frowned, and he had the mad desire to bring her head down to his and kiss that look right off her face. He caught the nape of her neck and did just that, his mouth moving over hers, kissing her again and again, indulging his need for her, getting lost in the beauty of her response. Lasko moja, I'll do the shopping in the stores for us. I'm asking you to believe in me the way I believe in you. You've only just gotten a taste of freedom, Lev. You can go anywhere now. Everyone thinks you're dead. You can have any life you want. Any woman. She forced a small smile and her fingers bunched in his hair. One that can have children. He went still inside. There it was, the problem as she saw it. The life I want is right here. The woman I want is right here. As for children, I never considered having any. So if we don't, I won't miss anything I never thought about in the first place. If we had a child, I'd be afraid it would turn out like me, she admitted in a low voice. He kissed her again, aching inside. A woman of courage? One who makes her own way in the world? One who succeeds no matter the odds? It's difficult growing up abnormal in a world where different is not accepted. A small thing like changing the lighting in the schools might have helped, but it was easier to get rid of me rather than spend the money. Teaching children understanding and tolerance might have helped as well. I don't want my life for my child. Don't think I'm complaining, Lev, because I'm not. I just think the odds are greater that any child I have would have to struggle every day of her life just for acceptance. I'm fine with getting all of your attention, he said. I want to grow old with you, Rikki. I'm asking you to give yourself to me all the way. Her eyes went soft and tender. Then yes, absolutely yes. Outside, an owl shrieked, then a second. Lev rolled off the bed, leaping to his feet, reaching for his gun, and slamming it into the harness he'd laid on the table. He slipped the harness on, jerked a jacket on, and took off running. Call Jonas. Pratt's here. He's very close, too. I don't know how he slipped past the sentries. And get the hell out of here. Go up to the highway and wait. He didn't wait to see if she'd comply. He was already streaking out the door. A determined killer with a lot of experience could do major damage. The arsonist had to be stopped now. He moved fast, this time following the images the owl projected back to him. Gerald Pratt was in the garden area on the slope leading to Rikki's house. Swearing, Lev raced across the uneven terrain. Pratt had come in through the back entrance. As with many unbalanced people, he was cunning, and he came in downwind, taking care not to alert the birds. He had laid his fire lines like a general. The ground was wet, but not soaked, and with enough fuel, it would burn hot and fast and run uphill right to Rikki's house. As Lev sprinted through the trees, he could smell the kerosene, thick and strong, and knew Pratt had been at work for some time. Tree trunks surrounding him had been splashed with the flammable liquid.
The arsonist was working his way slowly and very carefully around Rikki's house to trap her inside. Pratt had been so overcome with the need to destroy Rikki that he hadn't waited until they had lowered their guard. He'd come up with another plan of attack and implemented it immediately. Jet A fuel would provide the needed heat to dry out the ground between the thick vegetation and Rikki's home. Once Pratt started the fire, he could manipulate the flames until they burned hot enough to race up the hillside, consuming everything in their path, including Rikki's house. This time, Pratt would cut off all escape by soaking the trees on the ridge above her as well. Had Pratt not been a fire element, Lev wouldn't have been so alarmed. The ground wasn't dry and ready for the least little spark, but Pratt had the ability to control his fire, make it burn hot enough to do the damage he intended. The heat would swirl around behind the flames, creating more oxygen and feeding the fire as it grew in size until everything in its path would be consumed. Heart pounding, tasting fear in his mouth, Lev cursed himself for not having made certain Rikki was safe. He'd been so focused on removing Pratt from her life that he hadn't considered she might be trapped waiting for Jonas and the fire department. He glanced at the sky. There were clouds, but not as heavy as the other night. A few appeared gray and dark, but not many. Lev, where is he? He let himself breathe. The arsonist wouldn't know they could communicate in silence. He turned his head to glance over his shoulder and stepped into a pool of liquid. The ground was saturated with the fuel. He knew instantly the man had expected company. He was in the profession and had been educated in the way fires worked. He would have studied the topography of the farm and surrounding forest. Rikki's home was considered urban interface, a home surrounded by tremendous amounts of fuel. She'd cleared away hazards close to her house and planted only low-growing and fire-resistant plants within 30 feet of her home. She'd convinced her sisters to do the same thing. Most of the plants held water, making them perfect to get through droughts and to aid in the resistance of fire. She pruned regularly and removed all the dead vegetation, staying extremely vigilant because of the fires in her past. Wild strawberry, beard tongue, and fuchsias were closer to the house, while plants like lavender, yarrow, monkey flower, and redbud provided a middle circle with the sage and concha on the extreme outside. Throughout the entire garden, she had sprinklers and a vast water supply. Don't come through here, Rikki. He's got fuel everywhere. And remember, he's got a flamethrower. The moment he knows we're out of the house and in the forest, he's going to ignite that accelerant. I want you to get out of here. Well, that isn't going to happen. I'm drawing all the moisture I can into this area, both from the sky and below us. I can't use it until he makes his move. Once that happens, I'll cut off his escape using the pond. He has to figure he'll get out that way. I'm not letting our farm burn. The sheriff and the fire department are on their way. I told my sisters to leave immediately. That was his woman, cool under fire, determined.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. She could face a trained Russian interrogator and use what others called a weakness as her greatest strength, and then just as coolly and deliberately go out into the night and work with him, in spite of the danger, to save the farm. Of course, Pratt had an escape plan. He was going to set the hills and forest on fire. He had to have given himself a safe path out. Staying low, Lev moved in a semicircle, slower now, reaching for the birds to give him a clear idea of where the fire starter was working. He moved in silence, knowing if Pratt heard him coming, he would immediately use his flamethrower and trigger the ignition source. It would definitely burn hot enough to start a fire on the hillside. Rikki had to be out in the open. She could never gather the clouds together from inside the trees. He didn't know which would be worse, knowing she was in the woods where any moment Pratt could turn the entire forest into roaring flames, or out in the open where she might be an easy target for a gun. He couldn't see her as he worked his way through the trees and brush, back around toward the lower valley where the irrigation pond was situated. On the other side of the valley, some 40 yards away, he could see Pratt working furiously, jetting the fuel from a pack on his back.
The arsonist sprayed a generous splash over the bushes leading to the first ring of protection of Rikki's house, the sagebrush. Pratt saturated several areas as he raced around the outer perimeter of her personal yard. Shedding his pack, he thrust it out of the way near the road leading down to the pond and donned his flame-throwing pack. Lev took aim at the man's temple. Before he could pull the trigger, Pratt stumbled on a large tree limb that lay in his path and sprawled onto the ground, taking him out of Lev's sight. Flame burst orange-red, igniting the gases. The world around them exploded. The gas on the trees around Lev ignited, flames leaping into the air until he could see nothing else. Heat seared him. Oxygen was gone, feeding the hungry flames, pouring into the fire so that he was left gasping. He dropped to the ground to try to find a way to breathe. "I'm trapped." Rikki was ready for just that moment. The sky opened up just over the forest and small slope where Pratt had so carefully prepared his assault. She had concentrated the rain in the exact area where the arsonist had set his fuel. Water slammed into Lev, drenching him, plastering his hair to his head, running in rivulets down his neck. The roar that had surrounded him as the fire sprang to life, so loud just seconds before, turned to the hiss of a snake. There didn't seem to be individual raindrops, but buckets of water pouring over the trees and his head. The rain fell in two concentrated places that Lev could tell. It was difficult to see through the thick gray veil, but water poured into the irrigation pond, already filled to capacity and now running over its banks, and onto the trees and small valley. The valley was a funnel, catching the water running off the slope and sending it rushing like a river toward the road and pond. Water bubbled from underground, adding to the sudden supply, which was rising fast and furious. Lev crawled forward on his hands and knees through the trees to the edge of the forest. He couldn't get a good shot at the arsonist, and he didn't want to tip him off as to his presence, so he continued to move forward through smoldering brush. Pratt struggled to get to his feet, but was knocked back to the ground by the tumbling limb of a large broken branch. He rolled, seemed to get tangled for a moment, and then fought to gain his feet. Water swirled around his ankles, rising fast, pouring now from the sprinkler systems throughout the farm. Water came off the roof of Rikki's house, running down the gutters to the channels leading to the ditches. The entire area had been designed to preserve water. Every ditch led to the main funnel, which Pratt seemed caught in. He gave a half-hearted spray again with his flamethrower, but he knew it was impossible. Lev used his elbows to propel himself through the mud and grass to work his way around to get in position to take a shot. Pratt suddenly stiffened, his head whipping around, looking up the slope toward Rikki's house. She stood at the top of the hill, her face upward toward the sky, hands graceful as she conducted her wild symphony. The rain responded to her commands, and every third beat, her right hand would move upward, palm up. She looked like an ancient priestess worshipping the rain goddess. Lev tried to call out to her, to warn her, but thunder cracked and the wind whipped the sound of his voice away. Pratt tossed aside the flamethrower's trigger and pulled a gun. Without hesitation, Lev fired several shots, knowing the angle was wrong, but all he cared about was distracting the man away from Rikki. He leapt to his feet and ran toward the arsonist, firing as he did so. Pratt turned to face the immediate threat, spitting bullets at Lev. He was just as blind, trying to see through the pouring rain to the shadowy figure coming at him. Unable to see Lev, he half-turned and fired at Rikki. The water swirled around his knees now. Lev skidded to a halt as he realized he was about to run right into that gathering force of water. He slammed a new clip into his gun and knelt, trying to get a clear shot, firing to draw Pratt's attention back to him. Pratt was in trouble and knew it. He fired several times at Lev and then abandoned every attempt at killing, trading his need for retribution for survival. The water crept up his thighs, and now the current was strong, tugging and pulling, driving him toward the pond. He was strapped into his heavy pack and couldn't get the buckles loosened with the rain pouring down on him. He fell again, tumbled over, the pack pulling him down. He was wearing boots, and the water had filled them. His heavy jacket and clothing added to his weight. The current swept him straight over the bank into the irrigation pond. He went under, surfaced with a thin, terrified scream, and went under again. Rikki collapsed at the top of the hill, and Lev's heart nearly stopped. He clawed his way through the slippery mud to get to her, even as he tried to keep an eye on Pratt. The body came up once, rolled like a heavy log, and disappeared again, this time in the center of the pond. Lev reached Rikki. She was lying face up, her eyes open, staring at the rain as it came down. Without her orchestration, the rain slowed considerably. "Are you hit?" His hands ran over her body. "My calf feels like it's on fire." She was remarkably calm, while he felt insanity taking hold. He ripped her jeans with the tip of his knife, frantic to see the damage. The bullet had barely clipped her, taking more denim than skin, and he hung his head, his stomach heaving. He didn't have time to vomit. He heard a noise above them and whirled, gun rising. Jonas appeared, flanked by several others. Lev simply laid the gun on the ground and lifted Rikki into his arms. By the time he reached the porch, the rain had stopped altogether. Several hours later, a team had recovered the body and collected evidence, and Jonas came to join them on the back porch to take their statement. "Are you all right, Rikki?" Jonas asked gently. "Did a paramedic look at that wound?" "Yes, Blythe got here a couple of hours ago and insisted. She sent coffee to your crew." "Bad luck, Pratt falling into the pond like that with his pack on. He didn't have a prayer," Jonas commented. "I wouldn't call it bad luck, and I want my gun back when you're finished with your investigation." Rikki remained silent, head down, hands covering her face. Lev and Jonas exchanged a long look above her head. "They're almost gone, sweetheart," Lev murmured.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. She rocked back and forth silently, and he dropped to the porch beside her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into him, sheltering her with his chest and arms. "Rikki," Jonas said softly, "Gerald Pratt and his family were in the same accident as you and your parents just before your 13th birthday, the huge pileup on the freeway. Do you remember that accident?" Lev felt her take a deep breath. She nodded, but didn't lift her head. The Sitmore car hit the Pratt car from behind, launching the Pratt car into the air. It hit a fuel tanker and ignited. From the sparks, another vehicle that was sliding along a guardrail, metal to metal, was thrown into the air. "There was fire everywhere," she murmured, her voice that of a child. "All around us. My mother was hurt. People were screaming. A car hit ours very hard from behind and pushed us into the car in front of us. The noise was terrible." "The accident wasn't your parents' fault, and it certainly wasn't yours. Anyone reading the report could clearly see the problem started with two trucks colliding, causing a chain reaction behind them. Visibility was poor, the roads slick, and disaster struck." Jonas pushed a tired hand through his hair. "He's gone now, Rikki, and he can't hurt anyone you love." When she remained silent, he sighed and started to turn away. Rikki sat up, squaring her shoulders. "Why did he want me and my family dead?" Jonas shrugged. "Who knows what happened to his mind? He was in a burning car with his parents. Someone pulled him out, but he watched them die in the fire. He became obsessed with fire after that. He took classes, became a volunteer at a young age, continued his schooling, and then joined the CDF." Blythe came out of the house and dropped her hand on Ricky's shoulder. "I'm going home, honey. Get some sleep." "Thanks for the coffee," Jonas said. "We all appreciated it." They watched her drive away, too tired to get up. Rikki leaned her head against Lev's shoulder and looked at Jonas, actually meeting his eyes. "He blamed my family and wanted us to die the same way, didn't he?" Jonas nodded. "I think so. He wasted his life on trying to get revenge for an accident. It was just bad luck that your car was behind theirs. You two get some sleep. You both look exhausted. And watch that wound, Rikki. You don't want an infection." Lev held out his hand to Jonas. "Thanks." "It's what I do," Jonas said, shaking Lev's hand before turning away. Lev lifted Rikki into his arms and carried her into their house. Rikki woke up humming. Lev lay for a moment, listening to the joy in her voice.
The night before, she'd pored over her tide book and double-checked the weather. She rolled over and looked at him. His breath slammed out of his lungs. He ran his hand over her head, stroking down that thick, wild, silky soft hair, allowing the wash of love to swamp him. She smiled. His heart jumped. It's going to be a perfect day today, a dive day. The joy in her voice sang in his veins. She kissed him and jumped out of bed. We'll need a high-calorie lunch packed and a big breakfast. She was already in the bathroom, a flash of bare skin. He felt a deep satisfaction. She wore only the shimmering raindrops falling down her leg, and his ring, a plain gold band. They'd been married in a quiet ceremony, with only her sisters attending. Blythe and Judith had been their witnesses. It had been cold and windy, but they'd bundled up and had the wedding outdoors where Rikki felt safest. He cared nothing about the where, only that it was done and that Rikki was permanently his. He lay on the bed, fingers linked behind his head, staring up at the ceiling, remembering the night before their wedding when he'd finally summoned the courage to tell her what Lev Prakenskii had been doing aboard that yacht and just who Stavros was. He told her he believed Ilya Prakenskii was his brother and that Ilya was married to a Drake. He had confessed that he'd been present when L. Drake had been kidnapped and brutally abused by Stavros, and that he hadn't freed her in order to carry out his orders. He'd been undercover, working his way into Stavros's confidence, slowly gaining his trust, so he would lead Lev to his partner, and ultimately the leak in the government. He'd told her everything he could, there in the dark, wishing for the sound of the rain to soothe both of them. She'd been silent, her breathing even and soft against his shoulder. Once, she'd slipped her hand into his, closing her fingers around his, as though to give him courage. And it had taken courage, every ounce he possessed, to risk losing her by telling her the truth, letting her know what kind of man he'd been, and that if she remained with him, if she married him, she might very well become an outcast in Sea Haven when L. Drake returned. Rikki's reaction was total Rikki. She merely wrapped her arms around him and held him. He would never forget her response. She meant what she'd said when she'd first committed to him. He could break apart, spill every dirty secret, and she would pick up the pieces and put him back together. She had kissed his mouth, murmured that she loved him, and snuggled close to him, holding him to her as she fell asleep. He had no idea how he'd held it together until he heard her even breathing, and then he had cried for the first time that he could remember, since he'd been a boy. He just lay there in the dark, holding her, his face buried in her dark hair, so filled with love he was afraid he might really shatter. She stuck her head around the door, breaking his reflection. Get a move on, we want to get out there early, and peanut butter is definitely on the menu. Lev scrubbed his hands over his face, shaken at the memory, knowing he always would be, shaken that someone could really love him that much. You're going to get fired before you ever get started in this job, she warned. He laughed and sat up, hearing the water go on. He hadn't heard joy in her voice in a while. The aftermath of finding out Gerald Pratt had targeted her family to die because of a car accident none of them had any control over had been upsetting to her. In a way, he supposed, it would have been easier for her to think she'd somehow offended someone with one of her outbursts as a child. At least it would have made more sense to her. In the days that followed, she'd lost too much weight and seemed fragile. A series of storms had prevented her from diving. Even their wedding hadn't removed the shadows from her eyes. He'd stayed close to her, venturing out only to do a little shopping. He continued to plant the vague memory of Levi Hammond in the few people he met, even casually, building a solid history for his life. Lev! Her imperious voice made him laugh all over again. Who knew some little slip of a woman could boss him around and he'd like it? I'm on it, he called back, failing to keep the laughter out of his voice. He'd asked to be the cook and tender, now he was going to have to back it up with the grunt work, preparing a feast for the day while she went over her diving gear for the millionth time. He worked fast and had breakfast ready and a huge lunch packed by the time she ran into the room. Instead of her blue jeans, she wore a coral-colored tank and a long skirt that swirled around her ankles. He turned his back on the sink and inhaled sharply, his gaze drinking her in. She never failed to surprise him. The skirt was full and moved lovingly around her slender legs as she walked, the swirl of muted watercolors falling over her hips to her ankles. "You have anything on under that skirt?" he inquired. He was smiling all over again. It was the simple things, he decided, that made a man happy, like his wife remembering a small detail he'd mentioned to her. "I'm diving," she answered with a lift of her eyebrow.
Breathiness, if 25 to 30% natural increase. You can't wear too much when you're diving. He nearly groaned, but he wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. He handed her the usual diving breakfast, her beloved peanut butter and banana sandwich, and a cup of coffee. "You'll need to down 2 of those." "I'm driving," she said. "No time." "The boat," he countered. "You don't drive a boat," she sneered. "I was referring to my truck." "Oh no, Laskovaya moya. I've been reading the laws of this wonderful state, and I believe that truck is now half mine. I am driving our truck." Her eyes darkened. Little sparkles heated the cool depths. "Really? I don't think you have a prayer, because I've got the keys." Laughing, she dangled them in front of him and, scooping up gear, ran for the truck. Lev followed at a more leisurely pace, locking the house, double-checking that they had everything, especially water. The moment they finished packing the truck and she turned toward the driver's side, he stepped into her path, trapping her slender body with his much larger one, his arms caging her there on the tailgate. "I have one thing you don't," he murmured, against her neck, turning his head and nipping her earlobe. "What?" His tongue teased her ear. "Brute strength," he whispered, and removed the keys from her hand even as he captured her mouth with his. He didn't let her up until she kissed him back thoroughly, until her arms slid around his neck and she melted into him. He drove the truck with great satisfaction, smirking at her. "Manly man here, woman." She snorted indelicately. "Until you board that boat, then you're a lowly tender. I do believe I have a license to dive with you." "You have a license, which I don't believe for 1 minute is real," she said, "and you can go dive on Mike's boat." He glanced over at her, taking in the tight coral tank lovingly cupping her breasts, and shook his head. "I like the perks on your boat." She laughed and ate her second peanut butter sandwich. As they turned onto the eucalyptus-lined drive leading to the harbor, she thrust her head out the window and shouted, "Today's a dive day! Woohoo!" It was impossible to contain her happiness. He didn't think he'd ever seen her look more beautiful as they cast off and she took her position at the helm, guiding them along the river, sweeping under the bridge, through the harbor, and out to sea. She was amazing. The sun kissed her dark hair, the wind put color into her cheeks, and her joy made her eyes bright. He knew he would never want to be anywhere else. She took his breath away, and his love for her was so overwhelming that for a few moments he could only stare at her. Lev watched her, knowing he would never forget the way she looked there at the helm, hair blowing in the wind, utter confidence on her face. She lifted her face to the sky and laughed, the sound carried away by the wind. Her tank top plastered against her small, firm breasts. In the wind, her long skirt blew around her ankles, swirling, sometimes revealing her bare, shapely legs, and then dropping the colorful veil over the enticing sight. He wanted her, there in the early morning sunlight, with the gulls flying overhead and the water beneath them. How could he not? She was his world. Without a doubt, when she was the captain of her boat, she was at her sexiest. His body reacted of its own volition. He didn't will the blood to flood into him, despite his training and experience. This was natural, a reaction to loving his woman. He found joy in that simple pleasure, his body reacting without command. He stepped up behind her, close, knowing certain that she would welcome him.
She leaned her head back onto his shoulder and laughed again. The sound was an aphrodisiac, bursting through his veins like champagne bubbles. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her body back against him. His desire was overwhelming. He knew she could feel his need by the way she pushed back tight against him. One of her arms came back up and around to circle his head, bringing it down to hers as she turned her face enough to kiss him. "I've been giving it some thought," she whispered against his mouth. "What thought?" His hand moved to her side. "That there might be a few perks to having you diving with me after all." His touch became more intimate. He felt her stomach muscles bunch beneath his palm where he held her tightly to him. He bit the junction of her neck and shoulder. "I'm certain I can provide as many perks as you'd like," murmured, licking from her pulse to the lobe of her ear. "Both above and below water." She rolled her bottom against him, a clear enticement. "When I was putting your diving suit into the truck, I found it very intriguing and fraught with all sorts of amazing possibilities underwater." She turned her head more until their eyes met. "I can hold my breath a really long time." His body reacted strongly. The pressure was intense. He pressed closer to her, using the warmth of her body. He trailed his fingers over her hip and down her leg. Very slowly, he began to bunch the material in his fist, pulling it up inch by inch. "I have to admit, Laskovaya moya, I've noticed you have excellent skills underwater." The wind tugged at the skirt, and he continued to inch up the hem so that her bare leg and then the left side of her firm round buttocks and hip came into view, revealing all those shimmering raindrops scattered along her bare skin. "Superior skills," she corrected. "Skills I'm quite willing to improve on. I don't mind honing them. In fact, I enjoy honing them." He knew she was telling the truth. There was something so amazing in her eyes that at times he wondered whether that was half of the pleasure, the way she loved him, the way she enjoyed connecting with him. She gave him back every bit as much as he gave her. His hand caressed bare skin. He held her close. "How good are you at driving this boat?" His voice was pitched low to challenge her. "Expert." There was no hesitation. "Really?" He bunched her hair in his hand and pulled her head back to take her mouth. Dark hunger spread like the sun across the water. Deliberately, he took his time, exploring her sweetness, taking what he wanted, kissing her deeply over and over. The boat continued over the water toward their destination without so much of a waver. When he released her mouth, she caught his lip with her teeth and nipped. Her tongue licked along the marks. "You'll have to do better than that," she whispered, a husky invitation. His hands bunched on either side of the long skirt, caressing her bare skin. He didn't mind meeting challenges, but there was something amazing about skimming over the water in the early morning with the sun pouring down on them and the feel of soft, warm skin against his palms. He believed he might be the luckiest man in the world. He savored the moment, resting his chin on his shoulder, holding his body tight against hers, feeling the vibration of the engine and the rise and fall of the waves beneath them. He took his time, his hand moving along her inner thighs, and she widened her stance. She took the direction, her hips moving back against him. He leaned into her. "You're not supposed to move. You only get to stand there." Deliberately, he bit her neck again, found her soft skin too warm and enticing to do anything but linger, so he added his mark. All the while, his hand rested intimately against her. He felt her breath hitch in his lungs. A welcoming warmth met his palm. He took his time, using a slow, gentle hand, connecting intimately. He didn't know who had more control, Rikki or him. Her soft little whimper, Lev, went straight to his heart. He went to his knees, staying behind her, leaning in to take a nip at the delicious indentation in her hip, right where the raindrops started, those shimmering, enticing drops he loved to follow up or down her leg. He started at the bottom and found each one, tracing that familiar path.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. He followed the intriguing little drops up her thigh to her hip. I think you need to add to this tattoo, he murmured as he kissed his way to the front of her thigh. You need a drop here. He nipped her inner thigh. And here. He nipped again, higher. And here. One of her hands fisted in his hair. It was long enough, shaggy enough for her to get a good grip, but he sent her flying anyway. She made a soft sound. The birds diving for fish answered as they plunged deep into the sea. Please, I intend to always please you. He stood behind her, her skirt billowing in the wind. One arm circled her waist, locking her to him. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. The vibrations of the engine ran up his legs to their joined bodies. The boat flew over the water, her hand steady on the helm. They were deeply connected, hearts pounding the rhythm of the sea, and nothing could have been better. He was exactly where he wanted to be, where he was supposed to be. This was his world, Rikki, and he had everything. So why had he been reaching for a dream for the past few years? He was an ancient, an experienced warrior. He had no time for fantasy or for imagination. His world was stark and barren, a necessity for battling an enemy who was inevitably a friend or a family member. Over the first 100 or so years after losing his emotions, he had held out hope. As centuries passed, the hope of finding his life mate had faded. He had accepted he would find her in the next life, and he was carrying out his resolve to do his last duty to his people. Yet here he was, an ancient of great experience, Dominic of the Dragon Seeker line, a lineage as old as time itself, a man of wisdom, a warrior renowned and feared. He lay awake beneath the rich soil, dreaming. Dreams should have felt insubstantial, and at first his had been. A woman, just a vague idea of her looks, so young in comparison to him, but a warrior in her own right. She hadn't been his concept of the woman who would partner him, yet as she grew in substance over the years, he realized how perfect she was for him. He had fought far too long to ever lay down his sword. He knew no other way of life. Duty and sacrifice were bred in his very bones, and he needed a woman who could understand him. Perhaps that was what dreams were. He'd never dreamed until a few years ago. Never. Dreams were emotions, and he'd long ago lost those. Dreams were color, although not his, but they felt like color as the years shaped the woman. She was a mystery, sheer confidence when she fought. She often had fresh bruises and wounds that left scars on her soft skin. He'd taken to examining her carefully each time they met. Healing her had become a traditional greeting. He found himself smiling inside, thinking how she was entirely the opposite from confident when it came to viewing herself as a woman. For a few moments, he contemplated why he should be smiling inside. Smiling was equated with happiness, and he had no emotions to feel such things. But his memories of emotions were sharpening as he moved toward the end of his life, instead of dimming as he had expected. Because when he summoned the dream, he felt a sense of comfort, of well-being, and happiness. Over the years, she had become clearer to him. A jaguar woman, a fierce warrior with exactly the same values he held on loyalty and family and duty. He would never forget the night, only a week ago, when he saw her eyes in color. For a moment, he couldn't breathe, looking at her in wonder, shocked that he could remember colors so vividly that he could attribute an actual color to her cat's eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, glowing somewhere between gold and amber, with faint hints of green that darkened when he managed to elicit a laugh from her. She didn't laugh often or easily, and when she did, he felt it was more of a victory than any of the battles he'd won. As dreams went, and they only occurred when he was awake, they always seemed a bit out of focus. But he looked forward to seeing her. He felt protective toward her, as if his allegiance had already swung toward his dream woman. He wrote to her songs of love, saying all the things he wished to tell his life mate.
and when she refused to rest, he'd lay her down, her head in his lap, stroking her thick mane of hair and singing to her in his language. He'd never felt more content or more complete. He stirred, disturbing the rich soil surrounding him. The moment he moved, the pain took him, thousands of knives ripping from the inside out. The tainted vampire blood he'd deliberately swallowed had been thick with parasites, and they moved in him, replicating, seeking to take over his body, to invade every cell, every organ. And as often as he purged some to keep the numbers down, they seemed to work harder to multiply. Dominic hissed out his breath between his teeth as he forced his rising. It was not yet fully night, and he was an ancient Carpathian with many battles and kills to his name. As a rule, ancients didn't rise before the sun had set, but he needed the extra time to scout his enemy and get his bearings in this land of walking myths and legends. Deep within the cave he'd chosen in the Amazon forest, he moved the earth gently, allowing it to settle around him as he awakened, wanting to keep the area as undisturbed as possible. He traveled only at night, as his kind did, listening to the whisper of evil, on the trail of a master vampire, one he was certain had knowledge of the plans to destroy the Carpathian species once and for all. His people knew that the vampires were coming together under the rule of the Five. At first, the groups had been small and scattered, the attacks easily fended off. But lately, the whisper of conspiracy had grown into a roar, and the groups were larger and more widespread than first thought. He was certain the parasites in the tainted blood were the key to identifying all those forging an allegiance to the Five Masters. He'd gleaned that much over his days of traveling. He had tested the theory several times, coming across 3 vampires. 2 were relatively new, and neither had the parasites, and were easy for an experienced hunter to kill. But the third had satisfied his questions. The moment he came into close proximity, the parasites had gone into a frenzy of recognition. He had listened to the vampire bragging for most of the night, telling him of the growing legions centering in the Amazon, where they had allies in the Jaguar men and a human society that had no idea they were in bed with the very ones they sought to destroy. The Masters were using both humans and Jaguar men to hunt and kill Carpathians. Dominic had killed him, a quick extraction of the heart, and, calling down the lightning, incinerated him. Before leaving the area, he had taken great care to remove any trace of his presence. He knew time was running out, fast. The parasites were hard at work, whispering to him, murmuring evil enticements, unrelenting in their quest for him to join with the Masters. He was an ancient without a life mate, and the darkness was strong in him already. He had accepted that his life mate would come in the next life, and he had dedicated his life to helping his people. His beloved sister had disappeared hundreds of years earlier. He now knew she was dead, and her children safe with the Carpathian people. He could do this one last task and end his barren existence with honor. He rose from the rich soil, as rejuvenated as one with parasites in his blood could possibly be. The cave, deep beneath the earth, kept the sun from touching his skin, but he felt it anyway, knowing it was just outside the darkness, waiting to scorch him. His skin prickled and burned in anticipation. He strode through the cave with absolute confidence. He moved with the easy self-assurance of a warrior, flowing over the uneven ground in the darkness.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. As he began the climb to the surface, he thought of her, his life mate, the woman in his dreams. She wasn't his true life mate, of course, because if she were, he would be seeing colors vividly, not just her eyes. He would see the various shades of green in the rainforest, but everything around him remained gray-hued. Was finding solace with her cheating? Was singing to her about his love of his life mate cheating? He longed for her, needing to conjure her up at times to get through the night when his blood was on fire and he was being eaten alive from the inside out. He thought of her soft skin, a sensation that seemed amazing when he was like an oak tree, hard iron, his skin as tough as leather. As he neared the entrance of the cave, he could see light spilling into the tunnel, and his body cringed, an automatic reaction after centuries of living in the night. He loved the night, no matter where he was or what continent he was on. The moon was a friend, the stars often guiding lights he navigated by. He was in unfamiliar territory, but he knew the Dela Cruz brothers patrolled the rainforest, although there were 5 of them to cover a very large territory, and they were spread very thin. He had a feeling the 5, who were recruiting the lesser vampires against the Carpathians, had deliberately chosen the Dela Cruz territory as their headquarters. The Malinov brothers and the Dela Cruz brothers had grown up together, more than friends, claiming a kinship. They'd been regarded by the Carpathian people as 2 of the most powerful families, warriors unsurpassed by many. Dominic thought about their personalities and the camaraderie that had turned into a rivalry. It made sense that the Malinov brothers would choose to set their headquarters right under the nose of the very ones who had plotted theoretical ways to remove the Deepens line as rulers of the Carpathian people, and then, in the end, had sworn their allegiance to the prince. The Malinov brothers would become the Dela Cruz brothers' most bitter and unrelenting enemies. Dominic's logical line of reasoning had been confirmed by the vampire he had killed in the Carpathian Mountains, a very talkative lesser vampire who wanted to brag about all he knew. Dominic had made his way, taking no prisoners, so to speak, surprised at how the parasites were such a fantastic warning system. It had never occurred to the Malinov brothers that any Carpathian would dare to ingest the blood and invade their very camp. Going closer to the entrance, he was hit by the noise first, the sounds of birds and monkeys and the incessant hum of insects in spite of the steady rain. It was hot, and steam actually rose from the floor just outside the cave as the moisture poured down from the skies. Trees hung over the swollen banks of the river, their root systems great gnarled cages, the thick tendrils snaking over the ground to create waves of wooden fins. Dominic was impervious to rain or heat. He could regulate his own temperature to stay comfortable, but those 30 feet or so from the entrance of his cave to the relative safety under the thick canopy were going to be hell, and he wasn't looking forward to it. Traveling in the sun, even in another form, was painful, and with the sensation of glass shards ripping his insides into shreds, he had enough to contend with. It was difficult not to reach for the dream. In her company, the pain eased and the whispering in his head ceased. The constant murmurs, the parasites working on his acceptance of the masters and their plan, were wearing. The dream gave him solace, in spite of knowing his life-mate wasn't real. He knew he had slowly built up his life-mate in his mind, not her looks, but her characteristics, the traits that were important to him. He needed a woman who was loyal beyond all else. A woman who would guard their children fiercely, who would stand with him no matter what came at them, who he would know was at his side, and he wouldn't have to worry that she couldn't protect herself or their children. He needed a woman who, when it was just the 2 of them, would follow his lead, who would be feminine and fragile and all the things she couldn't be during the times they would have to fight. And he wanted that side of her completely to himself. It was selfish, maybe, but he had never had anything for himself, and his woman was for him alone. He didn't want other men to see her the way he did. He didn't want her to look at other men. She was for him alone, and maybe that was what a dream really was, building the perfect woman in your mind when you knew you'd never have one. He saw her fighting skills easily. He saw the battle scars. He could respect and admire her when he walked with her, yet he couldn't really see her image for so long. In dreams, she came to him, shielded by a heavy veil, their exchanges in images more than words. It had taken a long time for either to reveal other than the warrior. They'd built trust between them slowly, and he liked that in her. She didn't give her allegiance easily, but when she did, she gave it wholly, and it was to him. Again, he found himself smiling inside at such a ridiculous fantasy at his age. It must be a sign of his mind deteriorating. Senility had set in. But how he missed her when he couldn't bring her to him.
She seemed closer there in the heat of the forest, with the rain coming down in silvery sheets. The veil of moisture reminded him of the first time he'd managed to peer through that haze in his dream and see her face so clearly. She'd stolen his breath. She'd looked so frightened, as if she'd deliberately revealed herself, finally taken a chance, but stood trembling, waiting for him to pass judgment on her. At that moment, he'd felt the closest to actual love that he ever had. He tried to compare the feeling with what he'd felt for his sister Rhiannon in the early days when they'd all been happy and he had still had his emotions. He'd held on to the memory of love all those centuries, yet now, when he needed the feeling to complete his dream before he went out fighting, the feeling was entirely different. Feeling. He turned the word over and over in his mind. What did it mean? Memories or reality? And why would his memories be so sharp all of a sudden, here in the forest? He smelled the rain, inhaled the scent of it, and there was an edge of pleasure to the sensation. It was frustrating to almost catch the feeling and yet have it elude him. It wasn't simply a byproduct of ingesting the vampire blood. He'd begun dreaming much earlier, and the dreams took place while he was awake. He was suspicious of all things that didn't make sense. He wasn't a man prone to dreams or fantasies, and this mythical woman was becoming too much a part of his life, of him. She was tricking him into thinking she was a true life mate, a reality instead of a myth. Yet here in the land where myths and legends came to life, he could almost convince herself she was real. But even if she was, it was far too late. The continual pain clawing at his belly told him his time had run its course, and he had to carry out his plan to infiltrate the enemy camp, gain their plans, send them to Zacharias de la Cruz, and then kill as many as he could before he went down. He chose to go out fighting for his people. He shifted, taking the form of the Lord of the Skies, the harpy eagle. The bird was larger than normal, and the harpies are large birds. His wingspan was a good 7 feet, his talons enormous. The form would help to protect him as he went into the sunlight before reaching the relative shelter of the canopy. He hopped on the ground into the sunlight. In spite of the heavy rain, the light burst over him. Smoke rose from the dark feathers, pouring off even the bird's form. He'd suffered burns, and his body remained ravaged with the scars, although they'd eased over time, but he would never forget that pain. It was branded into his very bones.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Sucking in his breath sharply, he forced himself to spread his wings and rise toward that hideous burning mass of heat. The rain sizzled over him, spitting and hissing like an angry cat as the large bird took flight, wings flapping hard to get height and take him into the trees. The light nearly blinded him, and inside the eagle he shrank away from the rays, no matter how diffused by the rain. It seemed to take forever to cross the 30 feet, although the bird was in the trees almost immediately. It just took a few moments to realize the sun was no longer directly on the feathers. The hissing and spitting gave way once again to the calling of the birds and monkeys, this time in sharp alarm. Below him, a porcupine dropped the figs he'd been dining on as the shadow of the eagle passed overhead. 2 female spider monkeys, drunk on fermented fruit, stared up at him. The Amazon forest passed through 8 borders, extending through the countries with its own diverse life forms. A silky anteater, climbing in the branches of a tree, paused to gaze at him with a wary eye. Bright red and blue macaws called warnings as he passed overhead, but he ignored them, expanding his circle ever wider to take in more and more territory. The eagle moved noiselessly through the forest, as high as the canopy would allow, without emerging above it, covering miles. He needed the shelter of the twisted limbs and heavy foliage to block the light. With the eyes of the harpy eagle, he could see something as small as an inch from more than 200 yards. He could fly up to speeds of 50 miles per hour if he was in open territory, and drop with dizzying speed if needed. Now, eyesight was the primary reason for having chosen the eagle's form. He spotted hundreds of frogs and lizards dotting the branches and trunks as he swept by.
Snakes coiled along twisted limbs, hiding among blossoms drenched in rain. A margay shrank deeper into the foliage of a tall kapok tree, its large eyes fixed on prey. The eagle dipped lower, inspecting the overgrown vegetation. Limestone blocks lay half-buried in debris, strewn about as if by a willful hand. A sinkhole shimmered with blue water, testifying to an underground river. The eagle continued to expand his circle, taking in more and more miles, until he found what he was looking for. The bird settled high in the branches of a tall tree on the edge of a man-made clearing. A large building made of steel and bolts had been brought in piece by piece and constructed sometime in the last year. Growth around it had been encouraged, presumably with an eye to hiding it, but there hadn't been enough time for the forest to reclaim lost terrain. Something had blown a hole through the metal from the outside, and a fire had started. The smell of smoke couldn't mask the stench of rotting flesh rising to make his skin crawl even deep within the form of the bird. Vampire. The scent was there, although faded, as if many risings had gone by since the undead had visited this place. Still, the wail of the dead rose from the surrounding ground. The right side of the building was blackened, and the hole gave glimpses of the interior. A very recent battle, perhaps in the last couple of hours, had taken place here. The sharp eyes of the eagle could see the furniture overturned inside, a desk and 2 cages. A body lay on the floor, unmoving. Outside, 2 men, human, he was certain, stood outside the building in combat gear, large guns strapped to their shoulders. One tipped a bottle of water to his mouth and then stepped back into the relative shelter of the doorway, trying to avoid the steady rain. The second stood stoically, the water drenching him, as he said a few words to the first guard before moving on to circle the building. Both watched vigilantly, and the guard in the doorway favored his left leg, as though he'd been injured. The eagle watched, motionless, hidden in the thick, twisted branches and umbrella leaves up above the clearing. It wasn't long before a third man appeared, coming out of the forest. Naked, he was thick-chested with stocky legs and heavily muscled arms. He carried another man over his shoulder. Blood streamed down his shoulder and back, although it was impossible to tell if it was from the unconscious man or him. He staggered just before he reached the door, but the guard didn't move to help him. Instead, he stood to one side, the muzzle of his gun barely raised, but enough to cover the newcomers. Jaguar men, shapeshifters. There was no doubt in Dominic's mind. Someone had attacked this facility and done a considerable amount of damage. Obviously, the human guard was leery of the Jaguar men, but he allowed them into the building. The second guard had hung back and covered the 2 shapeshifters, his finger on the trigger. Clearly, it was an uneasy truce between the 2 species. Dominic knew the Jaguar men were on the verge of extinction. He had seen the decline a few hundred years earlier and knew it was inevitable. At that time, the Carpathians had tried to warn them of what was coming. Times changed, and a species had to evolve in order to survive, but the Jaguar men had refused the advice. They wanted to stay to the old ways, living deep in the forests, finding a mate, impregnating her, and moving on. They were wild and bad-tempered, never able to settle. The few Jaguar men Dominic had spent any time with had tremendous feelings of entitlement and superiority. They viewed all other species as inferior, and their women were little more than a vessel to carry offspring. The royal family had a long history of cruelty and abuse of their women and female children, a practice the other males viewed as example and followed. There were a few rare Jaguar men who had tried to convince the others that they needed to value their women and children rather than treating them as property, but they were considered traitors and shunned and ridiculed, or worse, killed. In the end, the Carpathians had left the Jaguar men to their own devices. Broderick X, a rare black jaguar, led the males just as his father and his ancestors before him had done. He was considered a difficult, brutal man responsible for the slaughter of entire villages, half-breeds he deemed unfit to live. It was rumored he had made an alliance with the Maleneve brothers, as well as the Society of Humans dedicated to wiping out vampires. Dominic shook his head at the irony. Humans couldn't distinguish the difference between a Carpathian and a vampire, and their secret society had been infiltrated by the very ones they were trying to destroy. The Molyneuves were using both species in their war against the Carpathians. So far, the werewolves hadn't come down on either side, staying strictly neutral, but they exist, as Manolito de la Cruz had found with his life-mate. Dominic spread his wings and moved closer, tuning his hearing to catch the conversation inside the building. "The woman is dead, Broderick. She went over the cliff. We couldn't stop her." There was weariness and distaste in the voice. A second voice, one filled with pain, added, "We can't afford the loss of any more of our women." The third voice was lower, a growl of sheer power, stunning in the absolute authority it carried. "What did you say, Brad?" The voice conveyed a distinct threat, as if the very idea of any of his subjects having a thought of their own in some way made them a traitor. "He needs a doctor, Broderick," the first voice hastily intervened. Dominic watched as a large man dressed in loose jeans and an open shirt emerged from the house. His hair was long and shaggy, very thick. Dominic knew instantly he was looking at Broderick, the ruler of the Jaguar men. His prince had decreed the Carpathians should leave the species to their own fate, or else Dominic would have been tempted to kill the man where he stood.
Breathiness F. 25 to 30% natural increase. Broderick was directly responsible for the deaths of countless men, women, and children. He was consumed with evil, drunk on his own power and the belief that he was superior to all others. Broderick looked at the two guards contemptuously. "What the heck are you doing hanging out in the doorway? You're supposed to be doing a job." The second guard kept his gun pointed in Broderick's direction, even as the two human men moved in opposite circles, the one who'd been sheltering in the doorway, limping badly, confirming Dominic's belief that he'd been wounded. Broderick scowled up at the rain, allowing it to pour onto his face. He spit in disgust and stalked around to the side of the building where the fire had been. Crouching, he searched the ground. He was thorough about it, leaning down to sniff, using all senses to pick up the trail of his enemy. Suddenly, he sat back on his heels, stiffening. "Kevin, get out here," he called. The Jaguar man who had carried the wounded one hurried out, barefoot, but in jeans and pulling on a t-shirt that strained across his chest. "What is it?" "Did you get a good look at whoever broke in and freed Annabelle?" Kevin shook his head. "He's a heck of a shot. He took out 2 guards, the bullets so close together, everyone thought only 1 shot had been fired. There aren't any tracks, none. Where in the world was he? And how did he know the precise place to blow the building to free Annabelle? There were no windows." Kevin glanced in the direction of the guards. "You think someone helped him? What happened out there?" Broderick gestured toward the forest. Kevin shrugged. "We went after Annabelle. She ran through the forest toward the river. We thought maybe it was her man, the human she spoke of, coming to try to save her. We didn't need weapons to fight him, so we both shifted. We'd be faster traveling through the forest than Annabelle, even if she shifted." It had been logical thinking, Dominic conceded from his lofty perch above them, but they'd lost the woman. Broderick shook his head. "How did Brad get shot? And where's Tonio?" Kevin sighed. "We found his body just on the other side of the caves. He'd tangled with another cat. Brad was kneeling beside him, and the next thing I knew, he was on the ground, and we were pinned down. I had no weapon, and I shifted to try to circle around and find the shooter, but I couldn't find any tracks." Broderick swore. "It's her. She did this. I know it was her. That's why you didn't find any tracks. She took to the trees." Neither said who she was. Dominic wanted to know who the mysterious woman they obviously hated and feared could be, someone he wouldn't mind meeting. 4 of the 5 De La Cruz brothers had life-mates. Could the elusive woman be one of their life-mates? It was possible, but he doubted it. The De La Cruz brothers would not want their women in battle. They had already been men who had fiercely protective natures, and coming to this part of the world had only increased their dominant tendencies. They had 8 countries to patrol, and the Malinoff brothers would know how impossible it would be to cover every inch of the rainforest. They would never, under any circumstances, send their women out alone.
No, this had to be someone else. The eagle spread its massive wings and took to the air. The sun was beginning to fade, making him a little more comfortable, but the whisper of the parasites grew louder, tempting, pushing his hunger to a ravenous level until he could barely think straight. It was only the bird's form that kept Dominic's sanity as he tried to adjust to the rising level of torment. As the night grew closer, the parasites went from sluggish to active, stabbing at his internal organs while the vampire blood burned like acid. He needed to feed, but he was becoming more and more worried that insanity was grabbing hold and he wouldn't find the strength to resist the temptation of a kill while feeding. Each rising, he'd woken voraciously hungry, and each time he fed, the parasites grew louder, pushing for a kill, demanding he feel the rush of power, the rightful rush of power, promising a coolness in his blood, a feeling of euphoria that would remove every pain from his body. He kept to the shade of the canopy as he expanded his exploration, heading for the side of the battle, hoping the eagle could spot something the men hadn't. He found the cave entrances, very small and made of limestone, but these didn't seem to curve back underground to form the labyrinth of tunnels as the cave system miles away had done. There were only 3 small chambers, and in each he found Mayan art on the walls. All 3 caves showed evidence of occupation, however brief, but violent in some way. There were dried spots of blood in all of them. He took to the sky again, a vague uneasiness in his gut. That bothered him. He had seen horrific sights of battle, torture, and death. He was a Carpathian warrior, and his lack of emotion served him well. Without a life mate to balance the darkness in him, he needed the lack of emotion to stay sane over 1,000 years of seeing cruelty and depravity. Yet the sight of the blood in that cave, and knowing women had been brought there by the jaguar men for their purposes, sickened him. And that should never happen. Intellectually, perhaps, an intellectual reaction was acceptable, and the honor in him would rise up to abhor such behavior. But a physical reaction was completely unacceptable and impossible. Yet, unsettled, Dominic expanded his search to include the cliffs above the river. The rain continued, increasing in strength, turning the world a silvery gray. Even with the clouds as cover, he felt the bright heat invading as he burst into the open over the river. A body lay crumpled and lifeless in the river, caught on the rocks, battered and forgotten. Long, thick hair lay spread out like seaweed. One arm wedged in the crevice 2 large boulders made. She was face up, her dead eyes staring at the sky, the rain pouring over her and running down her face like a flood of tears. Expressing his frustration, Dominic circled and then dropped. He couldn't leave her like that. He just couldn't. It didn't matter how many he'd seen dead. He would not leave her, a broken doll with no honor or respect for the woman she'd been. From what he'd gleaned from the conversation between Broderick and Kevin, she had a family, a husband who loved her. She and they deserved more than her body battered by water, left to swell and decompose and be fodder for the fish and carnivores that would feast on her. The bird settled on the boulder just above her body, and he shifted, covering his skin with a heavy cloak, the hood helping to protect his neck and face as he crouched low, and caught her wrist. He was strong and had no trouble pulling her from the water into his arms. Her head lolled back on her neck, and he saw bruises marring her skin, even prints around her neck. There were circles, black and blue, around her wrists and ankles. Again, he was shaken by his reaction, sorrow mixed with rage. Sorrow was so heavy in his heart that it slowly blotted out the rage. He took a breath and let it out. Was he feeling someone else's emotions? Did the parasites amplify emotions around him, adding to the high the vampire received from the terror his victim felt, the adrenaline-laced blood provided? That was a possibility, but he couldn't imagine that a vampire could feel sorrow. Dominic carried the woman into the forest, every step increasing the heartache. The moment he entered the trees, he scented blood. This had to have been where the second battle had taken place and Brad had been wounded. He found where the 3rd jaguar man had shed his clothes and had gone on the hunt, hoping to circle around and take the shooter. There were few tracks to show the jaguar's passing, a small bit of fur and a partial track the rain had filled, but it wasn't long before he found the body of the cat.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. There had been a battle here, one between 2 cats. The dead cat's prints had been heavier and spread farther apart, indicating he was larger, but the smaller cat had obviously been a veteran fighter. It had killed with a bite to the skull after a fierce struggle. The foliage was soaked in blood, and there was more on the ground. Dominic knew the jaguars would return to burn the fallen cat, so after carefully studying the ground to commit the victorious jaguar's prints to memory, he carried the woman into the most lush spot he could find. A grotto of limestone covered in tangled vines of flowers would be her only marker, but he opened the earth deep and gave her a place to rest. As the soil closed over the woman, he murmured the death prayer in his native language, asking for peace and for her soul to be welcomed into the next life, as well as asking that the earth receive her body and welcome her flesh and bones. He stayed a moment while the rays of the sun sought him out through the cover of the canopy and rain, burning through his heavy cloak to raise blisters on his skin. The parasites reacted, twisting and shrieking in his head, his insides a mass of cuts so that he spit blood. He pushed some of them from his body through his pores. He found that if he didn't relieve the number, the whispers grew louder, and the torment impossible to ignore. He had to incinerate the writhing mutated leeches before they slipped into the ground and tried to find a way back to their masters. He moved the vegetation on the ground to cover all signs of the grave. The jaguar men would come back to remove all traces of their species, but they wouldn't find her. She would rest far from their reach. It was all he could give her. With a small sigh, Dominic checked one last time, making certain his chosen spot looked pristine, and then he shifted once more, taking the shape of the eagle. He needed to find where the victorious jaguar had gone. It didn't take long for the sharp eyes of the eagle to spot his quarry several miles from the site of the battle. He simply followed the sounds of the forest, the creatures warning one another of a predator close by. The eagle slid noiselessly through the tree branches and settled on the broad limb high above the forest floor. The monkeys howled and shrieked warnings, calling to one another, occasionally throwing twigs down at the large spotted cat weaving its way through the brush toward some unknown destination. The jaguar was female, her thick golden fur spotted with dark rosettes, and, in spite of the rain, blood. She limped, slightly dragging her back leg where the worst of the lacerations seemed to be. Her head was down, but she looked lethal. A flow of spots sliding in and out of the foliage, so at times, even with the eagle's extraordinary eyesight, it was difficult to spot her against the vegetation of the forest floor. She moved in complete silence, ignoring the monkeys and birds, moving at a steady pace, her muscles flowing beneath the thick fur. So intrigued by her dogged persistence in traveling in spite of her severe injuries, it took several minutes before he realized the hideous whispers in his mind had eased significantly. All the times he had drained off the parasites to give himself some relief, he had never had them cease their continual assault on his brain, yet now they were nearly silent. Curious, he took to the skies, circling overhead, staying within the canopy to keep out the last rays of the sun. He noted that the farther he was from the jaguar, the louder the whispers became. The parasites ceased activity the closer he got to her, so that the stabbing shards of glass cutting his insides remained still, and for a short time he had a respite from the brutal pain. The jaguar continued to move steadily into deeper forest, away from the river, going into the interior. Night fell, and still she traveled. He found that he couldn't leave her. He had no wish to leave her. He began to equate the strange calming of the parasites with her, as well as the even stranger emotions. The rage had subsided into an unrelenting sorrow and anguish. His heart was so heavy with a burden he could barely function as he moved overhead. Below, large limestone blocks appeared, half buried in the soil.
The remnants of a great Mayan temple lay cracked and broken, trees and vines nearly obliterating what was left of the once impressive structure. Scattered over the next few miles were the remains of a long-ago civilization. The Mayans had been farmers, growing their golden corn in the middle of the rainforest, whispering with reverence of the jaguar, and building temples to bring sky, earth, and the underworld together. He spotted a sinkhole, and beneath it the cool waters of the underground river. The jaguar continued without pause until she came to another Mayan site, although this one had been used more recently. The thick growth of tangled vines and trees put the date nearly 20 years earlier, but clearly there had been more modern houses here. A generator, long since rusted, was wrapped with thick lianas and shoots of green. The ground wept with the memories of battle and the slaughters that had taken place here. The sorrow was so heavy now, Dominic needed to ease the burden. The harpy eagle flew through the canopy a distance away from the jaguar and remained motionless, just watching, as the jaguar made her way through the ancient battlefield, as if she were connected to the dead who wailed